CHAPTER XXIII of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE. Translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. The Disobedience of San Martin, 1819 to 1820. Three great duties pressed upon San Martin when he withdrew a part of his army to the east of the Andes. First, the prosecution of his plans for the liberation of America. Second, his duty as a soldier to support the constituted authorities of his country in a time of civil war. And third, his duty as an Argentine in view of the expected expedition from Spain against the River Plate. His opinion in respect to the first, "that if the expedition to Peru is not carried out, everything will go to the devil." In regard to the second, he had an invincible repugnance to mix himself up in internecine strife. In regard to the third, he could fight against Spain just as well on the west coast as on the east. Thus, when he had procured through the Lodge authority from the central government to proceed with his plans, he thought only of how to carry them out, but fears of the expedition from Spain for some time yet perturbed all his combinations. The Court of Spain thought with this new expedition of 20,000 men against Buenos Ayres to strike a mortal blow at the heart of the revolution in South America. But matters had changed considerably since the year 1815, when the last great expedition under Morillo, originally intended for Buenos Ayres, had been diverted to Venezuela. The insurrection had made great progress, and above all, Portugal was no longer the ally of Spain, and had seized Montevideo, which was the necessary base of any operations against Buenos Ayres. Further, the war against the colonies was very unpopular in Spain, not only among the people, but in the army. In spite of all this, the preparations were pushed forward. 6 ships of the line, 13 frigates, 3 corvettes, 10 brigs, 3 schooners, 29 gunboats, and 40 transports, with from 18,000 to 20,000 troops, were under orders to rendezvous at Cadiz under command of the Count of Abiscal, better known to history as José O'Donnell. The Argentine government had secret agents in Cadiz who kept them well informed of all that went on. These men reported great discontent among the troops in cantonments on the island of Leon, and that there was a conspiracy on foot to proclaim the Constitution of the year '12, in which most of the superior officers were implicated. General O'Donnell, aided by General Sarsfield, affected to join the conspiracy in order to discover the plan of it, but when it was on the eve of breaking out, issued a proclamation to the troops calling upon them to adhere to their allegiance, and promising them, among other rewards for their loyalty, that they should not be sent to America. The leaders of the conspiracy were without difficulty arrested, but the projected expedition was thus prevented from sailing. In July 1819, yellow fever broke out in the army, but in spite of all this, Government was still resolved to send out the expedition. The Count of Calderon was put in command, and the Minister of Marine was instructed in September to embark the troops at once. In July of the same year, 1819, General Rondeau was, by the influence of the Lautaro Lodge, appointed Supreme Director of the United Provinces in place of Pueyrredon. This was merely a change of names. The reins of power remained as before in the hands of the oligarchy which had ruled for so many years. One of the first acts of the new government was to send for San Martin to come to Buenos Ayres, to consult on the measures to be adopted in view of the threatened expedition from Spain. San Martin was himself full of apprehension, but without consulting his own government, he proposed to O'Higgins that the Chilian squadron under Cochrane, and in the pay of the Argentine government, should sail to meet the expedition on the Atlantic and destroy it in the open sea, offering to pay at once $50,000 towards the expenses. This scheme would, he thought, have great attraction for the enterprising spirit of the Admiral, but Cochrane, bent upon destroying the Spanish fleet at Callao, would not listen to it until the business in hand was accomplished, when there would, he said, be ample time yet to meet the new fleet on the Atlantic and blow them to pieces with his Congreve rockets. In answer to a second letter from Rondeau in August, San Martin offered to march with 4,000 men, of whom 3,000 would be cavalry, to drive the Spaniards into the river, as he had done before at San Lorenzo, "With 16 squadrons and 30 light field pieces we can be sure of victory." In October news was received in Buenos Aires that O'Donnell had rebelled against the Spanish Government, and had marched with the army of Cadiz upon Madrid. This news was false, but it had the effect of causing Rondeau to countermand the orders for the concentration of the army. Meantime the truce between the central Government and the Gaucho chieftains of the interior had come to an end. Ramirez from Entre Rios and Artigas from the Banda Oriental had joined hands with Lopez of Santa Fe, and war had again broken out on the northern frontier of Buenos Aires. For the third time Government looked to San Martin for help, and ordered him to Buenos Aires, with the division quartered at Mendoza. Just at the same time he received advices from Chile that all was ready for the proposed expedition to Peru. San Martin hesitated, but wrote to Government that he was about to march to Buenos Aires with 2,000 cavalry and 8 guns, but should leave his infantry in Mendoza. 1 battalion of infantry was quartered in San Juan, the grenadiers were in San Luis, and his total force of regular troops in Cuyo was now raised by recruiting to 2,200 men, besides which he had called out the militia of San Luis to the number of 2,000 men. The idea of Government was to concentrate the whole army in the province of Buenos Aires to the number of 8,000 or 10,000 men, ready to act either against the Spaniards or against the Gaucho hordes, but as the latter numbered only 1,500, it was a most cowardly measure to abandon the northern frontier, menaced by the Royalists of Upper Peru, and to break the terms of the alliance with Chile, and could only have ended in the isolation of Buenos Aires from the rest of the provinces. The civil war was a spontaneous effervescence of the people, and could not be cured by the sabre. It arose not only from the semi-barbarous instincts of the masses, but also from the discontent of the more educated classes with a political system which was not in accordance with the principles of the revolution, and this discontent permeated the ranks of the army itself. Rondeau, in pursuance of his plan, took the field with the army of Buenos Aires, and marched to the northern frontiers of the province against the Gaucho hordes, seeking a junction with the army of the north, coming from Cordoba. His army alone was superior in number to the enemy. Why, then, did he send for another army from Cuyo? The real object of this concentration was that Gomez, the Argentine envoy in Paris, had entered into an arrangement with the French Government to crown the Duke of Luca, a prince of the House of Bourbon, King of the United Provinces. France engaging on her part to divert the projected expedition from the River Plate, and to secure the acquiescence of Portugal and the evacuation of the Banda Oriental by marrying the future king to a Brazilian princess. Congress, setting at naught the Republican Constitution so lately sworn, and without any attempt to consult the will of the people, sanctioned this arrangement in secret session, and on the 12th of November authorized their agent to conclude the treaty. As the Spanish expedition would thus be set free to act against Mexico, Venezuela, or New Granada, or to reinforce the Government of Peru, this was an act of treachery to the programme of the revolution, and a desertion of the cause of America. Rondeau was the last weak representative of the centralized system of government, which had so far led the revolution. Now the Argentine people took the matter in their own hands, and by civil strife crushed out the last remnant of the colonial system. Now was heard for the first time among them the word "federation." The people, groaning under a load of taxation to supply revenues in the disposal of which they had no voice, found the domination of Buenos Aires equally oppressive with that of Spain, and gave a new interpretation to the word liberty. They now construed it to mean provincial independence. At the close of the year 1819, the Army of the Andes was the only Argentine representative of the American propaganda. Stationed on foreign soil, it had escaped the contagion of party spirit, which had infected all the other armies of the Republic, and was ready to follow its great captain whithersoever he should choose to lead it. Still San Martin hesitated. To obey Rondeau was to plunge into civil strife, to the destruction of his great plan. His regard for discipline impelled him to obey at any cost. He had already given orders to march, when news reached him that the Province of Tucuman had declared itself independent, that the army under Belgrano had mutinied and imprisoned its general, and that there was a similar conspiracy on foot in Cordoba among the officers of the army there, which had ramifications even in Cuyo. He was suffering severely at the time from rheumatism, and leaving Alvarado in command of the division in Cuyo, he retired to the baths of Cauquenes in Chile, after writing to Rondeau that in view of these complications he had postponed the departure of the army until further orders, but before that he had written to O'Higgins, asking him to collect mules in the valley of Aconcagua, in readiness for the day when he should recross the Andes. Neither Rondeau nor Congress seem to have had any idea of the true state of affairs. They still thought that they could control public opinion by force, and the answer to the despatch from San Martin was a fresh order to him to march at once with his army to Buenos Aires. To this San Martin replied by sending in his resignation for the third time. Government refused to accept it, but gave him leave of absence until his health was restored. The conduct of San Martin at this time has been very severely criticised, but there is no question that his 2,000 men would have been of no real assistance to Government, which fell a victim to its own errors and incapacity; and it is equally unquestionable that without him the expedition to Peru would never have set out. Without his co operation the success of Bolívar in Columbia is highly problematic, and it is certain that had the Royalists been able to send another expedition from Upper Peru, they would have met no effective resistance in the northern provinces of what is now the Argentine Republic. San Martin took upon himself the "terrible responsibility" of this disobedience, an act by which the accomplishment of the mission of emancipation which the Argentine people had undertaken was finally secured. Condemned by his contemporaries, he appeals to the judgment of posterity. Chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. The Convention of Rancagua, 1820. The army of Cadiz, decimated by yellow fever, was for sanitary reasons dispersed. On the 1st of January, 1820, Don Rafael del Riego, colonel of the regiment of Asturias, then in quarters at the village Cabezas de San Juan, proclaimed in front of his regiment the constitution of the year XII, opening an era of liberty for his own country, and putting an end to an era of war in America. The revolution triumphed. The King was forced to swear the constitution, and by common accord between the people and the Government, a new policy was inaugurated in regard to the insurgent colonies, one that sought to solve peacefully the question which the appeal to arms had only made more complicated. It was at this juncture that San Martin, by his disobedience, saved from destruction in the vortex of civil war the one army which could secure the emancipation of America. San Martin crossed the Andes carried in a litter, but it was not in mineral baths that he sought the cure for the rheumatism and neuralgia. That cure he sought and found in the active prosecution of the plan which lay at his heart. Immediately on his arrival in Chile, he proceeded to concert measures with O'Higgins for the despatch of the expedition. He offered to bring over from Mendoza 2,000 men and 10 guns, but terrible news soon reached him. The mutiny of the Army of the North had been followed 2 days after by a similar mutiny in the 1st Battalion Light Infantry of his own army, then in quarters at San Juan. San Martin thought he had secured Cuyo from the anarchy that prevailed by the presence of his disciplined troops, but when distinguished officers of his own army and of that of Belgrano headed mutineers and joined hands with Gaucho chieftains, he saw that the elements of order were dissolved. The Army of the North, under command of General Cruz, was on the march to join Rondeau, when in the province of Santa Fé it made a truce with the Gaucho levies, styled Montoneras, and retreated to Cordoba, and there established a new system of military rule, withdrawing itself from both the civil war and from the war of emancipation. The battalion quartered at San Juan was in reality a small corps d'armée, having both artillery and cavalry attached to it. It numbered 900 men, and was under the command of Colonel Sequeira, a gallant officer, but a martinet who was greatly disliked by his men. At daybreak on the 9th January, the men, headed by their sergeants, silently left their barracks, occupied the plaza, and made a party of the civic guard prisoners, killing the officer, while the colonel and some of his officers were left in the barracks under guard of a company. Some disaffected officers then took command, shouting "Viva la Federación" and "Down with the tyrant," but they had no plan of action, and soon quarrelled amongst themselves, and the colonel and the officers who were with him were murdered. Alvarado marched against them from Mendoza, but fearing to trust his own men, went back again. San Martin sent offers of pardon, which were rejected. The spirit of anarchy prevailed everywhere. The Governor of Cuyo and his deputy both resigned. The mutinous battalion soon after dispersed, and the province of San Juan declared itself an independent state. Alvarado then, in obedience to orders from San Martin, joined him in Chile with 1,000 cavalry and 2 guns, leaving Godoy Cruz as Governor of Mendoza. On the 1st February 1820, the army of Buenos Aires was totally defeated at Cepeda by the Montonera horsemen. Congress was soon after dissolved, and the nation split up into fragments, of which each one was a small republic, and most of them fell under the rule of petty chieftains. From this chaos was presently to rise up a new people, with well-defined divisions and with one national spirit. For a time the Army of the Andes obeyed no superior authority, but it still upheld the Argentine flag on foreign soil, and followed the lead of its own general. Such being the state of affairs, San Martin, on the 28th January, wrote officially to O'Higgins, asking him if he could still dispose of 6,000 men for the expedition, but stating that 4,000 were absolutely necessary. O'Higgins replied that he could promise 4,000 only, fully equipped. San Martin agreed that they should march under the Chilean flag, but stipulated that the Army of the Andes should carry its own, as representing the United Provinces. Thus San Martin took upon himself the "terrible responsibility" of disposing of Argentine troops and military stores, without any authority so to do from his own government. In order to relieve himself in some measure of this responsibility, he convened a meeting of the officers of the Army of the Andes, then in cantonments at Rancagua, under the presidency of Las Heras. He himself was not present, but a letter from him was read, which showed that as the government from which he derived his commission no longer existed, the army was de facto without a general, and called upon them to appoint one, to whom he offered his services in any capacity. San Martin had requested them to vote without discussion, but Colonel Martinez and several officers opposed this, on the ground that the commission of General in Chief was granted for a specific purpose which was not yet accomplished, and was therefore not cancelled by the fall of the government by which it had been conferred. In these terms a document was drawn up and signed by all the officers. Las Heras, in writing to San Martin an account of the result of the meeting, expressed his great surprise that he should have given him such a task, and said that many of his best friends felt themselves greatly aggrieved at the proposition, as the commissions of all of them were derived from the same authority as that of the General in Chief. Thus the army endorsed the disobedience of their general, an act which under any other leader would have had a most evil effect upon its discipline. While the preparations of the Chilean Government went slowly forward, a new difficulty arose. Cochrane, proud of his recent triumph in Valdivia, aspired to the command in chief of the expedition to Peru. Devoid as he was of all political talent, a more unfit leader for such an enterprise it would have been difficult to find. Peru was not to be conquered, it was to be liberated. He thought only of conquest. He might have won a battle, but he would have never founded a nation. His dream seems to have been inspired by the examples of Drake and Anson, who made great profit by gallant feats of arms. He purposed to enrich himself and his sailors by plundering the coasts of Peru. San Martin was an American, and thought only of his great purpose, nothing of its results to himself. On the 6th May, 1820, San Martin was appointed by the Senate and by the popular vote Generalissimo of the expedition. Still Cochrane insisted, and several times sent in his resignation. Government was about to appoint Guise to the command of the fleet, as Spry and many others of the English officers preferred him to Cochrane, but was prevented by the intervention of San Martin, and the proud sailor at last submitted, though with a bad grace, and after another fruitless attempt to supplant San Martin by Freyre. The Chilean Government was not to be led astray by national susceptibility, and knew that no Chilean officer could compare with San Martin in military capacity. San Martin knew the importance of a thorough understanding between himself and the Admiral, and went to visit him at Valparaiso, but in spite of his friendly overtures, there was never much cordiality between them. The presence of San Martin and his army was not only a great burden to the Chilean treasury, but it was also a political peril, of which Government was well aware. Party spirit was only kept in check by the danger which menaced the country from Peru, and personal ambition would impel party leaders to seek the aid of so powerful an auxiliary as long as it was at hand. The Government of Chile, in sending off the expedition, thus performed a deed of heroism which was not only conducive to their own security as a nation, and was worthy of the gratitude of America, but was also one that saved the political situation in their own country. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé Mitre, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. Chapter 25. Peru, 1820. Peru was the first of the American colonies in which, at the era of the conquest, the spirit of rebellion against the mother country broke out. During the colonial epoch, the mixed races frequently rebelled against their Spanish masters. At the end of the 18th century, Tupac Amaru, who came of the old royal race of the Incas, made an attempt to restore the kingdom of his forefathers. But these insurrections had no root in the soil. They were but the convulsive efforts of a conquered race reduced to slavery. When they were quelled, the country remained at peace for many long years. Peru, like one of the tracts of the perennial calm upon the ocean, felt nothing of the currents which ebbed and flowed around her. She was isolated from the world. The movements which convulsed America in 1809 and 1810 were hardly felt there. The instinct of nationality, which is the germ of independence, was not entirely wanting, but there was no cohesion among the masses of the people, whose inertness presented a dead weight against the progress of the revolutionary idea. Peru was at the conquest truly an imperial colony, embracing all the Spanish possessions in South America, from Cape Horn to the equator. The word Peru became synonymous with wealth. After the creation of the viceroyalties of New Granada and La Plata, that of Peru still stretched over a vast area, extending 25 degrees south of the equator, and from the Pacific to the frontiers of Brazil, while its central position gave it a paramount influence over all its neighbours. Lima was the capital of this imperial colony. This city stands not far from the sea, in a beautiful valley, at the foot of the Western Cordillera, where rain never falls, and where the thunder is heard to roll and the lightning is seen to flash but once a century. A transparent veil of clouds tempers the fiery rays of the sun, while the moist southern breeze imparts a softness to the atmosphere which has its reflex in the temperament of the people. Lima rivalled Mexico in wealth, and was the seat of a vice-regal court, with its privileges, its pomps, and its enervating vices. It was also surrounded with walls, and Callao, with its castles and batteries, was but the port of the great city. She had also an official church, a corrupt clergy, and an Inquisition, the only one which had burned heretics in America. 3/5 of her population, like that of ancient Rome, was composed of slaves, freedmen, and tributary Indians, with a passion for bullfights they had learned from the Spaniards, and for chicha, which they inherited from the Incas. An intoxicating drink made from maize. Her women were celebrated for beauty and grace, and she was the natal city of the patron saint of America, Santa Rosa de Lima, among whose relics are shown the dice with which she played with her divine spouse. Situate in the Tropic of Capricorn, Peru has every climate known in the world, ranging from the torrid zone at the sea level to the eternal snow of her Cordillera. The Creoles of Peru were by nature intelligent, and cultivated science and the arts. They had also a literature of their own. The Mercurio Peruano, published in the 18th century, was the first periodical printed in South America. The University of Lima was as famous in America as that of Salamanca in Spain. The skill of her physicians was renowned all over the continent. Peru was also the centre of the Royalist reaction. For 10 years she had held the revolution in check. Thus it was when the emancipating armies from the north and from the south closed in upon her in the year 1820. She was the Carthage of San Martin. At the outbreak of the revolution, Peru proper had a population of about 1.5 million, and Upper Peru had nearly 500,000. Of these, the indigenous races formed about half, mixed races a fifth, Negro slaves about 50,000, and Spaniards hardly a seventh, the remainder being Creoles, the descendants of Europeans born in America. The North and the South were two separate countries, which looked with jealousy one on the other, even for many years after they became one nation. The highlands of the interior and the lowlands of the coast were also two entirely different regions. The inhabitants of the lowlands were enervated by the climate, but the mixed races which inhabited the hills were very athletic, and made excellent infantry. Spaniards and Creoles dwelt in cities on the coast, or in fertile valleys among the mountains. The indigenous races, who were serfs, were almost entirely confined to the hills. The mixed races and free negroes formed the working classes of the cities. The farms were cultivated by African slaves. The Peruvians were thus a people who had no cohesion among them, and were easily dominated by the powerful military clique which ruled the colony, while their passive inertness was a formidable barrier to the spread of revolutionary ideas among them. In 1810 General Abascal was Viceroy of Peru. He was already old, but was possessed of great talents, both political and military. He was one in whom prudence was blended with decision and with perseverance. The flames of insurrection blazed around him, but he showed a bold front to the storm, and made Peru the citadel of the colonial power. If it had been possible to conquer the revolution, he would have conquered it. As it was, he greatly retarded its progress. To counteract the contagion of the revolutionary spirit, he inspired the Peruvians with a spirit of devoted loyalty to the mother country and to her exiled king. On the basis of the few Spanish troops he had with him, he raised a native army, recruited in the highlands and officered by Peruvians. Their own generals led them to victory, till the struggle, from being a revolt against the domination of Spain, assumed the aspect of a civil war, in which Americans fought against Americans in defence of American ideas. Thus Abascal quelled the rebellion in Quito, stemmed the tide of Argentine invasion, and reconquered Chile. He was then reinforced by troops from Spain, led by generals who had proved their skill in the War of the Peninsula. The revolution was crushed wherever it had broken out, save only in the upper provinces and in a part of Venezuela. In 1817 the passage of the Andes by San Martin put a stop to his success. Chacabuco and Maipó turned the tide of victory against him, and the Royalist reaction was shut up in the highlands of Peru, when the principle of loyalty to the flag of Spain had taken deep root in the hearts of the people. Meantime Abascal had retired from the scene, full of years and of glory, and left Pezuela, the hero of Upper Peru, as Viceroy in his place. In 1816 General José de la Serna had arrived from Spain with reinforcements, and with a commission as General in Chief of the armies of Upper Peru. He was an experienced soldier, but was characterized by a moderation which made him at times irresolute. In politics he professed liberal principles, and soon acquired a great ascendancy over the army, introducing a new influence which later on had very important effects. Although Peru was the centre of the Royalist reaction, nevertheless the American sentiment of independence was still latent within her, but the want of cohesion among the various races which formed her people rendered her helpless to work out her own destiny. All nations have passed through these periods of importance. Chile and New Granada, under much better conditions, would never have redeemed themselves without Argentine and Colombian intervention. The revolutionary movements of the year 1809 found an echo in Lima, and a young lawyer named Mateo Silva fell a victim to his patriotic ardour, dying in the casemates of Callao, after 6 years of imprisonment. In 1810 another conspiracy was discovered, and was also crushed, but the progress of liberal opinion in Spain had its effects in Peru. From the mother country came liberty of the press in 1811, and in 1812 the establishment of cabildos was decreed by the Regency of Spain, when Peruvians for the first time made use of the right of election. But when the Spanish Constitution fell in 1814, liberty of speech fell with it in the capital of Peru. In 1811, 1812, and 1813 various insurrectionary movements, fomented by Argentine emissaries, broke out in Upper Peru, but were promptly crushed with great severity. In 1814 a much more formidable insurrection broke out in Cuzco, the ancient capital of the Incas, in which the clergy took a prominent part. In August a Junta was formed under the auspices of the Cabildos, General Pumacahua, a pure Indian, being named President, and José Angulo Captain General. The new government erected 2 gibbets in the principal square as a sign of their authority, devised a flag, raised an army, cast small cannon, and despatched emissaries to enter into alliance with the Argentine provinces. Their first operations were crowned with success. Arequipa fell into their hands, and an expedition to the east captured the city of La Paz. But their hordes of half-naked Indians, armed with pikes and slings, were totally routed in 2 battles, with great slaughter, by troops from Lima, supported by militia. General Ramirez, being detached from the army of operations in Salta with 1,200 men and 4 guns, speedily retook La Paz and Arequipa, and in March 1815 marched against the insurgents under Pumacahua, 20,000 strong, with 32 guns, cut them to pieces, and put an end to the insurrection. The head of Pumacahua was stuck on a post in the great square of Cuzco. Angulo and other leaders were shot. From that time the Patriots of Peru thought no more of achieving liberty by their own efforts, but they continued their propaganda among the people by means of secret societies, which had their headquarters in Lima. In 1817 these societies opened communications with San Martin, who responded to their overtures by sending Torres on a special mission to Lima, as is recorded in chapter 17. Torres, in his secret interview, received very valuable information from the Patriot leaders concerning the plans of the Viceroy and the forces at his disposal, and concerted with them the means of regular communication. The subsequent appearance of the Chilian squadron on the coast, and the proclamations of O'Higgins, San Martin, and Cochrane, greatly raised their hopes, and information furnished by them was of great service to the Admiral in his operations. He was accompanied by Alvarez Jonte, who acted as intermediary between him and the Patriots of Peru, and was the bearer of special instructions to them from San Martin, who directed them to make no insurrectionary movements until he was in a position to support them, when local outbreaks might be of service in distracting the attention of the enemy. San Martin also sent off to Peru 3 young officers of his, who were Peruvians by birth, one of whom betrayed his trust and caused the arrest of several of the Patriots, but the other 2 fulfilled their mission with great skill, so that even in the army the revolutionary spirit made great progress. Colonel Gamarra, who was in command of troops drawn from Upper Peru, was discovered to have secret correspondence with Belgrano, but the Viceroy dared not prosecute him from fear of arousing a mutiny among his men. Pezuela was fully alive to the dangers of his position, and wrote earnestly to Spain for support. At the same time he instructed his successor in command of the army of Upper Peru to advance into Argentine territory. La Serna was driven back by Martin Güemes and his gauchos, but in this campaign saw such evidence of the superior quality of his troops that he thought it necessary to take precautions against possible disloyalty among them. He accordingly put an end to their independent organization, and drafted them into his Spanish regiments, a measure which was eventually productive of great evil to the Royalist cause. The American officers were all staunch Royalists, but the Spanish officers were more or less infected with the new ideas. Thus the morale of the army of Upper Peru became greatly deteriorated. A part of it was soon after withdrawn to Lower Peru to reinforce the army there, in preparation for meeting the threatened invasion from Chile, upon which La Serna, alleging that he had held his commission direct from the King, and had the right to dispose of his troops as he chose, threw up his command. Olañeta, a Peruvian and an ardent Royalist, was appointed to succeed him, and La Serna retired to Lima. The Royalist army was at this time led by many distinguished officers, among them being Camba, the historian, and Valdez, who was held by Americans to be the most skilful and the most noble of their adversaries. The army which held Lima was more than 8,000 strong, that of Upper Peru was more than 7,000. The total force, including detached garrisons, consisted of 23,000 men, against whom San Martin matched himself with 4,000 men in the last struggle for the independence of America. Chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. Chapter 26. The Expedition to Peru, 1820. From Valparaiso, on the 22nd of July, 1820, when on the eve of sailing on his daring enterprise, San Martin addressed a proclamation to his fellow countrymen in justification of his refusal to enter into their civil discords, showing how the intervention of his army could only have added to their miseries, prophesying that when tired of anarchy they would seek refuge in oppression, and concluding, "Whatever be my lot in the campaign of Peru, I shall prove that ever since I returned to my native land, her independence had occupied my every thought, and that I have never had other ambition than to merit the hatred of the ungrateful and the esteem of the virtuous." Later on he wrote to the Cabildo of Buenos Aires, announcing the departure of the expedition, and declaring that "from the moment a central authority is established, the army of the Andes will hold itself subject to its orders." The expedition took the name of the Liberating Army of Peru. It consisted of 6 battalions of infantry and 2 regiments of cavalry, in all 4,430 officers and men, of which more than half belonged to the Army of the Andes, with 31 guns, 2 howitzers, and 2 mortars, and also spare arms and equipment for 15,000 men. General Las Heras was chief of the staff, having with him Arenales and Luzuriaga. Guido also went with his friend the General-in-Chief as aide-de-camp, with the rank of colonel. The squadron consisted of 8 ships of war, mounting 247 guns, victualled for 6 months, and carrying 1,600 seamen and mariners, of whom 600 were foreigners, chiefly English, also of 16 transports with 4 months' provisions for the troops, and 11 gunboats. The military chest contained $180,392 in coin and in letters of credit. On the 20th of August the expedition sailed from Valparaiso, Cochrane leading the way in the O'Higgins, San Martin and his staff bringing up the rear in the San Martin. The Chilean Congress had drawn up most implicit instructions for San Martin for the regulation of his policy in establishing an independent government of Peru. O'Higgins had issued a proclamation to the Peruvian people, telling them that the object of the expedition was simply to liberate them from Spanish domination, and that they should be perfectly free to adopt any form of government they thought best. He knew also that in the face of a foe greatly superior in strength, no general could afford to tie himself down to one fixed line of conduct. He therefore never delivered these instructions to San Martin, but left him perfectly free to carry out his own plan as he might deem it best. To Cochrane his instructions were very explicit: absolute obedience in everything to the orders of the Commander in Chief. San Martin had thought of landing in the south of Peru and effecting a junction with Belgrano. Recent events rendered this impossible. His object now was to avoid coming into contact with the Royalist forces and to prevent their concentration, while he won over the people to act in concert with him, and arrange a combined plan of action with Bolívar, who was now master of New Granada. With these ends in view he effected a landing at Pisco, after a pleasant voyage of 18 days, with the idea of drawing the attention of the enemy to the south and away from the real base of his operations, which he purposed establishing in the northernmost province of Trujillo. Cochrane tried in vain to persuade him to land near to Callao and march at once upon Lima. The beach of Pisco is a long stretch of sand lying at the foot of the Cordillera, about 160 miles south of Lima. In it the sea has cut out the Bay of Paracas, 7 miles to the north of which stands the town of Pisco, close to fertile valleys running up between spurs from the great mountain range. The first division under Las Heras disembarked in the bay on the 8th of September, and the same evening occupied the town without resistance. On the 13th the whole army was on shore, and encamped in the valley of Chincha, while scouting parties scoured the country. The Viceroy had scattered his forces all along the coast from Guayaquil to Arica. A detachment of 500 infantry, 100 horse, and 2 guns, under Colonel Quimper, was stationed at Pisco, but fled precipitately when the squadron anchored in the bay. On landing, San Martin issued a proclamation to his army: "Remember that you are come not to conquer but to liberate a people. The Peruvians are our brothers." He denounced the most severe penalties on any found plundering or maltreating the inhabitants, and also issued a proclamation to the Peruvians, telling them that the new constitution established in Spain had in no way changed her colonial system. "The last Viceroy of Peru endeavours to maintain his decrepit authority. I come to put an end to this epoch of sorrow and humiliation." The invaders drew plentiful supplies from the surrounding country, mounted their cavalry and recruited their infantry with 600 slaves, giving freedom to all who would join their ranks. Pezuela, very much against his will, but in obedience to orders received from the Home Government, was at this time preparing for the public swearing of the new constitution, when on the 11th of September he received news of the landing at Pisco. He at once sent a squadron of militia to reinforce Quimper, and stationed Colonel Camba with 2,000 horse on the high road from Lima to Pisco, and in accordance with his instructions proposed peace to San Martin, on condition that Chile should send representatives to the Spanish Cortes to arrange their differences. Similar proposals he also sent off to the United Provinces. By this measure he recognized Chile and the United Provinces as belligerent powers, but without directly acknowledging their independence. San Martin appointed Guido and Garcia del Rio commissioners to treat with those of the Viceroy, who were the Count Villar de Fuente and Captain Capaz, late commander of the Maria Isabel. These commissioners met at the town of Miraflores, 7 miles from Lima, and at once arranged an armistice. The Chilean commissioners declined to accept the Spanish constitution, and rejected the proposal to send Chilean deputies to the Cortes, on which the Royalist commissioners proposed that the invading army should return to Chile, and that everything should remain in status quo, whilst Chilean representatives went to Spain and there arranged matters with the Home Government. The others acceded to the proposition that Chile should send representatives to Spain, but proposed that the army should occupy the provinces of Potosí, Cochabamba, Chuquisaca, and La Paz, considered to be the Argentine section of Upper Peru; that the Spanish garrison of Chiloe should be included in the armistice, and that in case Bolívar should conclude a similar armistice with Morillo, the Viceroy of Peru should not reinforce the garrison of Quito. Neither party would consent to any modification of the terms proposed by them, so that conference came to an end on the 1st October. In a private interview with the Viceroy, the Chilean commissioners had insisted upon the independence of Peru as a preliminary step to any arrangement, but had expressed their willingness to accept a prince of the royal house of Spain as monarch of Spanish America. The Viceroy and his commissioners threw the blame of the rupture of the negotiations upon San Martin, which accusation he answered in a dignified address to the Peruvian people. The armistice came to an end on the 5th October, and on the same day Arenales left the encampment in the valley of Chincha at the head of a strong detachment of the Patriot army for the Highlands, while San Martin masked the movement by manoeuvring the rest of his army on the road to Lima. On the 24th October, San Martin issued a decree establishing the flag and the escutcheon of the new Republic of Peru, the flag white and scarlet, the escutcheon a sun rising over mountains with a tranquil sea at their feet. On the following day he re-embarked his army and sailed off for the north, apparently leaving Arenales behind him, but in reality going off to meet him. Cochrane in his memoirs severely criticises the disembarkation and delay at Pisco, but Camba, who was better able to judge, speaks of this measure as the first step in the destruction of the military power of Peru. The same opinion was expressed by Pezuela in his report to Government. Cochrane seems to have been anxious only to conquer the country. The object of San Martin was to revolutionize it by winning the confidence of the Peruvian people, and so securing their concurrence in founding a republic of their own, which concurrence as yet only a minority of them was prepared to give. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé Mitre, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. Chapter 27. The opening of the campaign, 1820 to 1821. The Generalissimo of the Liberating Army of Peru had two campaigns before him, one military, of which he carried the plans in his own head, the other political, the secret ramifications of which were in his own hands. The first described a circle, one half of which was drawn along the coast by the keels of Cochrane's ships, the other half was drawn through the highlands of Peru by the feet of the flying column under Arenales. These two halves separated at Pisco to reunite in the north, enclosing Lima between them. The second was more complicated. The idea was to raise into activity the moral force of public opinion, stirring up a spirit of insurrection among the Peruvian people, without the aid of which his military force was inadequate to the task before him. From Pisco he flooded the country with proclamations and organized secret agencies in Lima and throughout the interior. On the 29th October the squadron sighted the island of San Lorenzo, and passing it entered the Bay of Callao, sailing in regular order beyond the range of the batteries, a glorious pageant. The ships of war came first, with their crews at quarters and the guns run out. Then came the long line of transports, their decks crowded with troops in all the varied uniforms of the liberating army, including those of the division left behind under Arenales. The walls of the city and the heights behind were crowded with spectators. One of these spectators, who had described the scene, says, "The liberating expedition and the capital of Peru were on mutual exhibition." A part of the squadron remained to blockade Callao, the rest with the transports sailed on to the Bay of Ancon, 22 miles to the north of Lima. 200 infantry and 40 of the grenadiers, under Captain Brandzen, landed under command of Major Reyes, a Peruvian, with the object of occupying the village of Chancay and collecting horses and provisions. The Royalist army, encamped at Asnapuquio, 6 miles from Lima, sent against them a column of 600 men under Colonel Valdés, upon which Reyes retired. Brandzen, who brought up the rear with his 40 horsemen, turned upon the enemy as they passed a narrow defile, and charged with such impetuosity that he drove their cavalry back in confusion upon the infantry, and gained time for Reyes to make good his retreat with all the cattle he had collected. Meantime, 2 important events had occurred. Guayaquil had pronounced in favour of the revolution, and Cochrane had cut out the frigate Esmeralda from under the guns of Callao. The province of Guayaquil, once a dependency of Peru, now formed part of the Viceroyalty of New Granada, being attached to the district governed by Captain General of Quito, but from the exigencies of the moment was for a time under the rule of the Viceroy of Peru. The port of Guayaquil was the arsenal of Spain on the Pacific, and Callao being blockaded, was now the last refuge of the navy dispersed by Cochrane, and was garrisoned by a strong battalion of Spanish infantry. Quito had remained quiet since the outbreak of 1809, but the advance of Bolívar on the north, the invasion of Peru by San Martin, and the victories of Cochrane on the Pacific aroused a dangerous excitement among the people. On the 9th of October a part of the garrison of Guayaquil rose in arms, and was supported by the people. The province joined the movement, declared itself independent, appointed a Junta, and placed itself under the protection of San Martin and Bolívar. Melchior Aymerich, an experienced officer, was at this time Captain General of Quito, and had 5,000 men under his command, exclusive of the garrison of Guayaquil. The active spirit of Cochrane found nothing more to do upon the ocean. The Spanish fleet was reduced to 3 frigates, the Prueba, the Venganza, and the Esmeralda. The 2 first, after bringing from the southern ports a division of the army of Upper Peru, had taken refuge at Guayaquil. Cochrane boldly determined to capture the other frigate by cutting her and some smaller vessels out from under the fire of the 250 guns mounted on the batteries of Callao, a feat which would increase his renown, and might induce San Martin to adopt more active operations against Lima, for the Admiral had no sympathy for his dilatory proceedings. He informed San Martin of his intention, and the Generalissimo accepted the idea with enthusiasm. Anchored near to the Esmeralda were the corvette Sebastiana, 2 brigs, 2 schooners, and 3 armed merchant vessels within a semicircular line of 20 gunboats, all shut in by a boom, through which there was only one narrow entrance. Cochrane asked for volunteers. The whole of his crew offered themselves. From them he selected 160 seamen and 80 marines. 3 days he employed in preparing 14 boats, and in instructing the men. On the night of the 4th of November, the flotilla assembled alongside the flagship, under lee of the island of San Lorenzo, where they could not be seen from shore. On the 5th the 3 other vessels of the blockading squadron were sent for a cruise outside. The Spaniards, thinking the blockade was raised, celebrated the occasion by a banquet on the Esmeralda. After sundown, amid complete silence, an address from the Admiral was passed round the boats. "The moment of glory is approaching. I hope that the Chilians will fight as they have been accustomed to do, and that the English will act as they have ever done at home and abroad." Men and officers were all dressed in white, Cochrane himself wearing a blue band round his arm. At 10:30, 14 boats pulled with muffled oars silently away in 2 parallel lines, one led by Captain Crosbie, the other by Captain Guise. Cochrane went himself in another boat ahead of the rest. The British frigate Hyperion and the United States frigate Macedonia lay at anchor outside the boom. As the boats passed by the latter ship, her officers in low voices wished the crews good luck, but an officer of the Hyperion, who shouted "Hurrah!" as he saw them, was put under arrest, for Cochrane was not popular with the commanders of British ships, whatever sympathies he might have among the men. The last boat of the flotilla remained alongside the Macedonia, and Cochrane, knowing nothing of the desertion, went on, followed by only 13 ships. It was very dark when at midnight they reached the passage through the boom. It was guarded by a gunboat. Cochrane, pistol in hand, sprang on board, threatening instant death to any man who spoke. the crew surrendered, and the boats rowed on, unperceived, straight for the Esmeralda, where Captain Coig and his officers, after their banquet, were playing cards in the cabin. Cochrane, leaping into the chains, was the first on board, but was knocked back into the boat by a sentry on the poop. In a moment he was up again, followed by his crew. The sentry fired, but was immediately cut down. "Up, my lads, she's ours!" shouted Cochrane to the other boats, and then hailed the tops, which were already occupied by men previously told off for the purpose. The sails of the ship were at his orders, but the deck was yet held by the Spanish marines, who had seized their arms on hearing the shots fired by the sentry. Cochrane, with the boats led by Crosbie, had boarded on the starboard quarter. Now Guise and his division boarded on the port side. The two parties met on the quarter deck, Guise and Cochrane shaking hands in the enthusiasm of the moment. From the forecastle the marines opened fire upon them. Cochrane was shot through the thigh. Seating himself on a gun, he bound up the wound with his handkerchief, and ordered a charge on the enemy. Twice the assailants were beaten back, and Guise was wounded, but again he led on the boarders, and the crew of the Esmeralda were either forced overboard or driven below the hatches. The alarm gun roared from the castle of Real Felipe. A gunboat opened fire on the frigate, by which Captain Coig was severely wounded, and 1 Chilian and 2 English seamen were killed. The other ships beat to quarters. Guise, who was now in command, saw the imprudence of attempting any further captures. He ordered the cables to be cut, the sails were set, and the Esmeralda sailed away in the hands of her captors. The ships and the shore batteries opened a heavy fire upon her. Some of the shot passing over the Hyperion and Macedonia, these vessels hung out distinguishing lights. This contingency Cochrane had foreseen. Immediately similar lights were displayed on the Esmeralda, and at 2:30 she anchored off the island of San Lorenzo. The boats followed her with 2 gunboats in tow, which they captured as she sailed off. The loss of the expedition was 11 killed and 30 wounded. The Spaniards lost about 160 men killed or drowned, and 200 prisoners. The Royalists on shore accused the neutral ships of complicity in this shameful defeat, more especially the men of the Macedonia, whose sympathy for the cause of South American independence was well known. Next day, when one of her boats was sent ashore as usual for provisions, the crew was barbarously massacred by the infuriated populace. Cochrane sent a flag of truce on shore proposing an exchange of prisoners, to which the Viceroy acceded. About 200 Chilians and Argentines, who had languished for years in the casemates of Callao, thus recovered their liberty. The Esmeralda was renamed the Valdivia in honour of Cochrane's victory of the year before. The moral effects of the capture of the Esmeralda were very great, but from a political point of view the revolution in Guayaquil was of yet more importance. Still San Martin turned a deaf ear to the counsels of Cochrane, who advised an immediate advance upon Lima, and on the 9th the convoy weighed anchor at Ancon and sailed to the port of Huacho, which lies 90 miles to the north of Callao. On the 10th the disembarkation commenced, and D'Albe, the French engineer, threw up 3 redoubts to secure the place. He also improvised a mole to facilitate communication with the squadron. The army marched inland, and on the 17th encamped in the beautiful valley of Huara, which is well watered and abounds in trees, and was reputed healthy, but fevers were endemical along the coast in the summer, and dysentery in the autumn. This valley is 7 miles broad by 52 miles in length, and is intersected by a river of the same name, which flows from the Cordillera to the sea. This river is fordable at several points, but offers many strong positions for defence against superior forces, of which San Martin took advantage, and established himself solidly on its bank, ready to act either on the defensive or on the offensive, as occasion might require. In his front stretched a sandy desert, while one of his flanks rested on Huacho and the other on the Sierra. In this position he held Lima in check, cut off all communication between the northern provinces and the capital, could either advance or retreat at his pleasure, and was ready to effect a junction with Arenales when he should make his appearance. Pezuela occupied the entrenched camp at Asnapuquio with nearly 7,000 men. He had sent off a small division against Arenales, and now threw out a vanguard of about 2,000 men to keep watch over the movements of San Martin. With this vanguard was the battalion of Numancia, the men of which were for the most part natives of Venezuela, and the officers were all Americans. The emissaries of San Martin had been actively at work with this battalion, and both officers and men now only waited for an opportunity to join the army of the Patriots. San Martin determined to give them this opportunity. The cavalry being now well mounted, he detached Alvarado with 700 horse against the enemy's vanguard. Alvarado marched away along the coast on the 24th of November, sending Lieutenant Pringles in advance with 18 grenadiers, as escort to the messenger who carried a missive to inform the disaffected regiment of the approach of the Patriot cavalry, and was charged to concert measures with them for their evasion. Pringles had strict orders not to fight on any account, but after marching all night he found himself at daybreak on the 27th close to the entire vanguard. In front was an advance party, consisting of a squadron of dragoons led by Valdés. Upon them he charged impetuously with his 18 men, but was beaten back. Finding his retreat cut off by another squadron, he attempted to cut his way through it, but lost 3 men killed and 11 wounded. Seeing escape was impossible, he then plunged into the sea with such of his men as could follow him, but when Valdés galloped forward promising quarter, he surrendered. The 15 prisoners were paraded in triumph through the streets of Lima, where the account of this skirmish excited great enthusiasm. They were afterwards exchanged, and Pringles was tried by court-martial. He was censured for disobedience to orders, but both he and his companions received a badge of honour bearing the words "Glory to the vanquished in Chancay." The skirmish with Pringles disclosed to Valdés the proximity of the Patriot cavalry, on which he retired from the coast into the valley of Chancay, placing the Numancia battalion on guard in the pass. Alvarado found his way into the valley by another pass, but his men and horses were so fatigued by the rapid march that he was forced to withdraw to a neighbouring farm in search of rest and forage. On the 1st of December he again came up with the enemy, who retreated through a rugged defile, the Numancia battalion being left 7 miles to the rear of the main body. On the 3rd this battalion took advantage of its position to join the Patriot column unmolested, a welcome contingent of 650 bayonets. San Martin declared that "the battalion belongs to the Army of Columbia, but shall remain incorporated with the Army of Peru till the close of the war." He showed his confidence in his new troops by confiding the flag of the liberating army to their care. These events encouraged the spirit of insurrection throughout Peru, which extended even to the ranks of the army. Hardly a day passed without some desertion being reported. On the 8th of December 38 officers and a cadet fled from Lima, and the leaders began to lose confidence in each other. Some of the principal citizens of Lima presented an address to the Viceroy, urging upon him the necessity of an honourable capitulation with San Martin. He was greatly blamed for the untoward progress of the war, but was in reality powerless, his authority being undermined by a conspiracy which existed in the army to supplant him by La Serna. On the 29th of November San Martin drove the Royalists out of the populous department of Huaylas, which lay in his rear. The people, to the number of 70,000, swore the independence of Peru, immediately after which the whole of the northern provinces pronounced spontaneously in favour of the revolution. These were the producing provinces of Peru, and the chief source of the wealth of the Viceroyalty. They were almost entirely included in the Intendency of Trujillo, and had a mixed population of some 300,000 souls. A Peruvian general, known as the Marquis of Torre Tagle, was at that time Governor of Trujillo, and had been in secret correspondence with San Martin since he landed at Pisco. On the 24th of December, Torre Tagle convened an open cabildo at Trujillo, when, after showing the hopelessness of resistance to the superior force of San Martin, he advised submission. The Royalists, headed by the Bishop, stoutly opposed the proposition. He answered their arguments by shutting them up in prison, and on the 29th raised the banner invented at Pisco, and, with the mass of the people, swore to maintain the independence of Peru. In memory of this event, Trujillo bears to this day the name of Departamento de la Libertad. Torre Tagle then called upon the city of Piura to join the movement. This city was garrisoned by a Royalist battalion, and the people were unarmed, but the attitude of the Patriot leaders was so determined that the soldiery disbanded. In this way the whole of the north of Peru, from Chancay to Guayaquil, fell into the hands of the Patriots, and San Martin secured a safe base of operations, from which he could draw supplies and horses, and which gave him at once a reinforcement of 430 infantry and 200 cavalry. On the 5th January 1821, San Martin advanced with his whole army to Retes, seeking a junction with Arenales. La Serna, who was now in command of the Royalist army, with Canterac as chief of the staff, immediately prepared to attack him in a most disadvantageous position, but lost so many days in these preparations, in consequence of the inefficient state of the army, that the friends of San Martin in Lima had time to advise him of his danger. Meantime he was joined by Arenales, and at once retired to his former position in the valley of Huara. The opportunity thus lost greatly increased the unpopularity of the Viceroy with the army. The effects of the blockade of Callao by Cochrane began now to be severely felt in Lima, and were greatly aggravated by the operations of bands of guerillas which San Martin had organized among the country people. An Argentine from Salta named Villar, who had been a prisoner in the casemates of Callao, was the commander of these guerillas. They infested all the roads leading to the capital, and frequently destroyed small detached parties of troops, or outposts of the Royalist army. From Huara, San Martin decreed a "provisional regulation," by which the territory occupied by the Patriots was divided into 4 departments, each under a president, who had under him governments of districts, while a court of appeal was established at Trujillo. This was the first attempt at constitutional administration in Peru, and prepared the way for a national government. In 3 months San Martin had achieved success as great as the winning of a pitched battle could have given him, a result which amply falsifies the accusations of inactivity or timidity which have been brought against him, for these successes were gained by an army of 4,000 men opposed to one of 23,000. Chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. The First Campaign in the Highlands, 1820 to 1821. Peru may be looked upon as a conglomeration of mountains, enclosed within a sort of triangle, whose base, on the 3rd degree of south latitude, measures about 800 miles. From which it extends southward for about 1,500 miles to the southern frontier of Upper Peru on the 18th degree of south latitude, where the width of the triangle is reduced to about 60 miles. This territory comprises 3 zones: the coast zone, the highland zone, and the mountain zone. Along the shores of the Pacific Ocean lies a belt of sand, never more than 60 miles in width, cut by 23 rivers, which flow from the highlands to the sea through fertile valleys, separated by deserts of sandhills, moved to and fro by the winds, on which sandhills there is no sign of vegetation, neither are there birds in the air, nor reptiles on the earth, a far-stretching series of deserts on which rain never falls. This is the region now in part occupied by San Martin and his army. On the east of this Tierra Caliente rises abruptly the western range of the Andes. Further still to the east stretches the huge line of the true Cordillera. Between these ranges there lies in Upper Peru a vast table land, but in Lower Peru the intervening space is intersected by numerous valleys and by the Andine lakes, which are sometimes as much as 16,000 feet above the level of the sea. Under the Viceroys, Lower Peru was divided into 8 intendencias. The most northern of these was that of Trujillo, which was also the largest in extent, and by geographical position formed a distinct country. Those of Lima and Arequipa extended along the coast, those of Cuzco and Puno lay further inland to the south, bordering upon Upper Peru, while in the centre lay the intendencias of Huancavelica, Huamanga, and Tarma. These 3 form the highlands of Peru. and are intersected in every direction by foaming torrents, passable only by suspension bridges hanging from cables of raw hide. Note: for a description of a similar bridge in Chile see Journal of Captain Basil Hall. "This bridge is curious from its simplicity, and from the close resemblance it bears to the iron bridges of suspension recently introduced into England, to which in principle it is precisely similar. It consists of a narrow roadway of planks, laid crosswise, with their ends resting on straight ropes, suspended by means of short lines to a set of thicker ropes drawn across the stream from bank to bank. These strong sustaining cords are 6 in number, 3 at each side of the bridge, and hang in flat curves, one above another, the short vertical lines supporting the roadway being so disposed as to distribute the weight equally. The main or suspending ropes are firmly secured to the angles of the rock on one side at the height of 30 feet from the stream, but the opposite bank being low, it has been found necessary to correct the consequent inclination in some degree by carrying the ropes over a high wooden framework, and attaching them afterwards to trees and to posts driven into the bank. The clear span, from the frame or pier on one side to the face of the rock on the other, is 123 feet. The materials being very elastic, the bridge waved up and down with our weight, and vibrated from side to side in so alarming a manner that, at the recommendation of the guide, we dismounted and drove our horses one by one before us, but it must be owned neither man nor horse appeared much at ease during the passage." The only roads from the coast into this region pass by deep gorges through the coast range of the Cordillera, and wind round the higher mountains along the edge of precipices, ever ascending till they reach the tableland lying between the range and the main Cordillera. General Arenales had already distinguished himself in mountain warfare, as is set forth in Chapter V, and was thus selected by San Martin at Pisco to command the flying column, which was to make its way through the Highlands and rejoin the main army in the north, which went by sea. The chief object of this expedition was to spread the revolutionary propaganda through the interior of the country, but it would also distract the attention of the enemy and possibly prevent the concentration of his forces at Lima. The column consisted of 2 battalions of infantry under Major Dehesa and Colonel Aldunate, 1 squadron of cavalry under Major Lavalle, and 2 guns. Colonel Rojas was chief of the staff. On the night of the 5th of October Arenales marched in a south-easterly direction upon Ica, where Colonel Quimper was stationed with 800 men. At his approach 2 companies of infantry passed over to him, and Quimper hastily retreated along the coast. He was pursued by Rojas with 250 men, and overtaken at the village of Nasca. The Patriot cavalry, led by Lavalle, charged at once, and taking the Royalists by surprise, utterly routed them, with a loss of 41 killed and 86 prisoners. On the following day, the 16th of October, Lieutenant Suarez, with 30 light horse, captured the baggage, so that the first force detached from the army of Lima against the expedition was totally destroyed. The movements of Arenales were so well masked by the manoeuvres of the main army that the Viceroy knew nothing of them until the 30th of October, and then allowed several days to pass before he sent off reinforcements into the menaced district. Thus Arenales ascended the mountain passes unopposed, and on the 31st of October occupied the city of Huamanga, after a march of 255 miles in 10 days. Here he gave his troops some rest, but sent out detachments under Lavalle and Rojas, who routed several parties of the enemy, very superior in number, and captured the city of Tarma, so that by the 21st of November he was in complete possession of the valley of Jauja, which is watered by the Rio Grande. After arming the militia and giving some political organization to the liberated districts, he marched on Pasco, which O'Reilly had occupied with a division of 1,000 men sent from Lima. On the morning of the 6th of December, during a heavy fall of snow, he occupied a hill in front of the town, but separated from it by a small lake and by marshes. O'Reilly, on perceiving him, drew up his men in front of the town, but the Patriot infantry, led by Aldunate and Dehesa, advanced resolutely under fire of the artillery, and drove them back into the town at the point of the bayonet, where they dispersed, while Lavalle, wading through the marshes, charged the enemy's cavalry and put them to flight. The trophies of this smart action were 343 prisoners, including General O'Reilly and Colonel Santa Cruz, a regimental flag, and 2 guns, but the most important effect of the victory was to open the road for communication with San Martin at Huara. Arenales had left a strong rearguard at Ica under 2 officers named Bermudez and Aldao, who, being attacked by very superior forces, were compelled to follow the main body up the mountain passes to Huancayo, and were much harassed on their way by hordes of Indian slingers. Meantime, the Spanish general, Ricafort, who was on the march from Arequipa to Lima with a detachment of the reserve, heard of the doings of Arenales and ascended from the coast into the highlands, where he was joined by a reinforcement from Cuzco, and having collected 1,300 men, marched upon Huamanga. Here he was met by a horde of Indians, who had broken out in insurrection, and having got possession of some guns and a few muskets, opened fire upon him from the high ground in front of their city. He had no great difficulty in defeating them and gave no quarter. The fugitives being joined by other parties of insurgents, then occupied the village of Cangallo with about 4,000 men. Ricafort marched against them with 400 infantry and 200 horse, and again routed them on the 2nd of December, killing 1,000 of them without losing 1 man. The village was sacked and burned. Ricafort then returned to Huamanga, and then learning that Bermudez and Aldao had put themselves at the head of the insurgents of Huancayo, marched against them with his whole force, dispersed the raw Indian levies, captured the town and sacked it. Aldao, who with a small body of horse had greatly distinguished himself in this affair, retired to Jauja, where, quarrelling with Bermudez, he put himself at the head of the insurrection in conjunction with Otero, an Argentine, who had been appointed governor by the Patriots. Then, learning that Arenales had marched to the coast, he retreated to Reyes, but afterwards hearing that Ricafort had withdrawn his force from the highlands and gone to Lima, he returned, reoccupied Huancayo, and raised an army of 5,000 Indians, to which he gave some rough sort of military organization. Arenales rejoined the main army on the 8th of January, 1821, after a triumphant march of 840 miles through the centre of the enemy's territory, with a hostile army on each side of him. Chapter 28. Chapter 29 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé Mitre, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. The Armistice of Punchauca, 1821. At the commencement of the year 1821, the Royalist cause appeared completely lost in Peru. Pezuela, at a council of general officers, declared without reserve, "the impossibility of continuing the defence of the country." This speaks highly for the political and military talents of San Martin, who in 4 short months had achieved this result. That the Spanish leaders, abandoned by the mother country, should raise up the fallen standard of the King, and with resources drawn from the country itself, should maintain the struggle for yet another 4 years, speaks quite as highly for their talents and energy. When Badajoz was besieged by the French in 1811, Colonel Menacho, who was the San Martin's first chief, was in command of the garrison. He died, and in a council of war then held, 1 officer only voted for holding out. The city surrendered. The following year the Regency, with the approval of the Cortes, declared that in such a case, "if 1 officer voted for resistance, even though he was a subaltern, the garrison should not capitulate, and the said officer should take the command." The leaders of the Spanish forces in Peru maintained that this decision gave them the right to refuse to surrender. The liberal ideas brought by late reinforcements from Spain, while they weakened political authority, strengthened the power of the military element. The ill-concerted measures adopted by the Viceroy to meet invasion, the timid prosecution of the war, and the successes of the Patriots, deepened the antagonism of the different parties into which the Royalist camp was divided. The idea of treachery on the part of the Viceroy became general; it was believed that he contemplated a shameful capitulation. Before adopting extreme measures, the Liberal leaders, headed by La Serna and Valdés, prevailed upon Pezuela to create a "Junta of War," which worked like a fifth wheel in a coach, and the inactivity of the Viceroy on the occasion when San Martin advanced to Retes precipitated matters. It was resolved to depose him. On the night of the 28th January 1821, La Serna withdrew from the encampment at Asnapuquio. The next day Canterac and Valdés paraded the army, and the officers being convened to a council of war, summoned the Viceroy to lay down the supreme command in 4 hours, "as the only means of preventing disturbances and preserving Peru to Spain." Pezuela resigned, and the power fell into the hands of the Spanish Constitutionalists, who were thus forced, in defence of the rights of the mother country, to fight in the cause of an absolute king, against their own principles as upheld by the Patriots of America. The first act of La Serna, now Viceroy, was to invite San Martin to send commissioners to a conference, and for the purpose of putting an end to the disputes between Spaniards and Americans. San Martin joyfully acceded, and named Guido and Alvarado representatives of the Patriot cause. La Serna on his side appointed Colonels Valdés and Loriga. The commissioners met at a farmhouse near Retes, when the Spanish officers presented a modification of the proposals of Miraflores, on the basis of the acceptance of the Spanish Constitution. The others declined to negotiate on any other terms than the recognition of the independence of Peru. Alvarado then asked Loriga to walk out with him, leaving the other two to discuss the question. The Spanish officer accepted the invitation, and during their promenade informed Alvarado that they thought of abandoning Lima and retiring to the more healthy Highlands, where, with abundant supplies at command, they could easily beat off any attack of the Patriots. This information was the only immediate result of the conference, but it gave rise to further negotiations on the basis of the establishment of the independent monarchy of Peru. The change of Viceroys in no way improved the position of the Royalists. On the contrary, fresh disasters befell the army of Lima, and the new general fell into the same errors as his predecessor. The scarcity of provisions became worse in the city, and yellow fever broke out in the army, while the arrival of a royal commissioner from Spain prevented La Serna from taking any decided step. The condition of the Patriot army at Huara was not much better. It also suffered greatly from fever, so that barely 1,000 men were fit for service. San Martin himself fell ill, but his guerillas cut off supplies from Lima, and expeditions along the coast or in the Highlands kept the enemy in continual alarm. On the 25th March the envoy from the new Government of Spain, a naval officer named Abreu, arrived at Huara, where he was well received. 4 days he remained there, holding long conversations with San Martin, for whom he conceived a great admiration. At his instigation La Serna attempted to negotiate privately with San Martin, but San Martin replied that he would listen to nothing which was not proposed officially, and about the same time sent a column of his sickly troops, commanded by Miller, to act under Cochrane's orders against Callao, and another under Arenales into the Highlands. Then, leaving a strong rear guard in charge of the hospitals and park at Huara, he embarked the rest of his troops in transports, and dropped down the coast to Ancon, whence his cavalry, aided by guerillas, scoured the country and shut up the Royalists within a small triangle formed by the encampment at Asnapuquio, Lima, and Callao, and there awaited the opening of a formal negotiation. After the Liberal movement in Spain in 1820, the revolutionists of South America were no longer spoken of as rebels or insurgents, but were recognized by the home government as belligerents, and were now invited by King Ferdinand by a proclamation to treat for peace with their brethren of the old country "as their equals," but they were offered only the Constitution of 1812, which they had already rejected by declaring themselves independent, and were threatened with forcible compulsion in case of refusal. This olive branch of peace, wafted across the seas, only supplied fresh fuel to the flames of war. Envoys from Spain, bearing this message of peace, had reached the northern part of the continent in December 1820, during an armistice between Bolívar and Morillo. They had persuaded Bolívar to send Columbian commissioners to Spain, but in April 1821, before anything could be known as to their prospects of success, hostilities recommenced, and there were no further attempts at negotiation. To Mexico also the same message was sent, a message apparently one of peace and conciliation, which, when looked into, was seen to mean submission or war, and to which, in Mexico as elsewhere, answer was given in one formula: independence or war. When in 1820 the revolution broke out in Spain, the revolution in Mexico was crushed. General Vicente Guerrero, with a handful of men, alone upheld the flag of insurrection in the rough country to the south. In Mexico the movement was chiefly the work of the indigenous element of the population, and assumed the character of a rising of the proletariat against the superior classes, thus arousing a spirit of resistance in the country itself, which powerfully aided the efforts of the Royalist troops for its suppression. But amid this discord of opinions, a sentiment for independence was latent in the hearts of all, so that the defeat of the insurrection combined with the liberal movement in Spain to bring about a pacific evolution. The proclamation of a liberal regime in the mother country produced in Mexico a split among the various parties who had upheld the colonial system. While Spaniards became absolutists or constitutionalists, the natives became republicans or monarchists. Apodaca was at that time Viceroy. He put himself at the head of a reaction, and is said to have been incited thereto by the King, who, fearful of the fate of Louis XVI, proposed withdrawing from Europe to Mexico, there to reign with absolute power, free from the trammels of a constitution. This reaction could not triumph without the aid of the native monarchists. Among the Creoles who had served in the Royalist ranks, and had distinguished himself by cruelties to his own countrymen, was a man named Agustin Iturbide, then 37 years of age. Unscrupulous in the pursuit of wealth, of life either dissolute or ascetic as best served his interests, and with some natural talent, he was possessed by a secret ambition, in which race patriotism had a place. His sleep was broken by envious dreams of the laurels gained by Bolívar and San Martin, and though lacking the great qualities of either of them, he aspired to be the liberator of Central America. This was the man selected by Apodaca to aid his plans of reaction, by leading the natives to support his policy. He appointed him Commandant General of the South, and sent him with a division of native troops to stamp out the embers of insurrection kept alive by Guerrero. Iturbide soon came to an understanding with Guerrero, and threw off the mask. On the 24th of February 1820, in the town of Iguala, 127 miles from the city of Mexico, Iturbide published a document known to history as the Plan of Iguala. In it he proclaimed the independence of Mexico, and at the same time hoisted a flag symbolic of the new revolution, a tricolour, white, red, and green, white signifying religious purity, red signifying friendship with Spain, and green signifying the hope of emancipation. The plan was in three parts, from which it took the name of the plan of the Three Guarantees, a name which was also applied to the army which upheld it. The first part stipulated the establishment of the Catholic religion to the exclusion of every other. The second part declared Mexico an independent state under a monarchical government tempered by a constitution. The third part stipulated the union of Americans and Europeans. King Ferdinand was recognized as Emperor of Mexico, if he would come and swear to the constitution, and after him his brothers in natural succession. in default of whom Congress should name a prince of one of the royal houses of Europe. Further, the equality of all the races, indigenous, African, and European, was proclaimed, without other distinction between them than that given by individual merit or virtue. The leaders of the insurrection, with Guerrero abjuring for the moment their republican principles, placed themselves under the orders of Iturbide for the sake of national independence. The Creoles who had opposed the revolution gave in their adhesion to the new plan. The clergy adopted it in hatred of the reforms of the Spanish Liberals, the Spanish Absolutists in hatred of the Constitution, and the Constitutionalists for the sake of peace. The whole country pronounced in favour of the Plan of Iguala. The Royalists, conquered without fighting, held only the capital, the port of Vera Cruz, and the fortress of San Juan de Ulua. In July 1821 Iturbide was acclaimed liberator of the country. By this means a solution was found for the dilemma, submission or independence and war. The bond with the mother country was untied, but was not broken. Thus it was understood by O'Donoghue, the successor to Apodaca, who subscribed to the Plan of Iguala by treaty in August 1821. In Brazil, about this time, took place an evolution similar to the plan proposed by Iturbide, while in Columbia the armistice was broken, and in Peru negotiations based on ideas similar to those enunciated in the Plan of Iguala came to an end. We have nothing more to do with the history of Mexico. Suffice it that the Spanish Government rejected the treaty signed by O'Donoghue, that Mexico was lost forever to Spain, that Iturbide seated himself on the vacant throne and was crowned Emperor, only to be deposed soon afterwards and banished. On attempting to recover his dignity he was shot. The negotiations initiated confidentially by the Viceroy of Peru were more formally carried forward by an official invitation from him. La Serna appointed Don Manuel de Llano y Nájera and Don Mariano Galdiano, both of whom were Americans, as colleagues to Abreu. San Martin appointed Guido, Garcia del Rio, and José Ignacio de la Rosa, formerly Governor of San Juan, to represent the Patriots. The farmhouse of Punchauca, 15 miles from Lima, was made the meeting place of the commissioners. Neither party made any preliminary stipulation. Both professed to be anxious for peace and union. The Royalist commissioners were instructed to propose the acceptance of the Spanish Constitution, with some concessions in detail, in accordance with the spirit of the proclamation of King Ferdinand. Those of the Patriots were instructed by San Martin to reject the Spanish Constitution as a bond of union, and to insist upon the recognition of the independence of Chile, of the provinces of River Plate, and of Peru, without consenting to any armistice except on this basis. In case it were proposed that the Patriots should send commissioners to Spain to treat of this matter, they were to demand, as a preliminary, the evacuation of Lima, and were to refuse to enter into any treaty for the conduct of the war, which had been spoken of, as it had up to then been carried on in accordance with the laws of nations. The Royalist commissioners opened the discussion by presenting a note on the 4th May 1821, stating that in regard to the suggestion made by San Martin at Miraflores, that independence should be secured by the establishment of a monarchy with a sovereign from the royal house of Spain, they had no power to make any such arrangement, and recommended the adoption of the Spanish Constitution, since it was a proof of the liberal sentiments of the Spanish Government, and of their desire for reconciliation. Further, they proposed an armistice, while commissioners were sent by both parties to Spain, as had been done by Bolívar in Columbia. To this the Patriot commissioners replied, on the day following, that no negotiations could be entertained except on the basis of the recognition of independence, but in view of the inability of the Spanish commanders to make this recognition, they were willing to consent to a suspension of arms with some guarantee, and that they hoped no further mention would be made of the Spanish Constitution, the very name being obnoxious to the liberties of the New World. To this no answer was given, but an armistice of 16 months was proposed by the Royalist commissioners. Then the Patriots demanded that the fortifications of Callao should be handed over to them intact, as a guarantee to be delivered up if hostilities should again break out, and their note concluded as follows: "If Don José de San Martin be determined to achieve the independence of America by arms or by negotiation, he is no less desirous of uniting this part of the New World to the mother country by those bonds of friendship and commerce which would redound to the prosperity of both." To the surprise of the Patriot Commissioners themselves, the Viceroy acceded to the terms of the proposed armistice, only stipulating that he should withdraw 12 heavy guns from Callao. It then became easy to arrange the terms of a provisional armistice of 20 days, during which it was stipulated that La Serna and San Martin, accompanied by their respective commissioners, should meet on the 23rd of May. Neither party seems to have acted in good faith on this occasion. La Serna had written, on the 4th of April, to his generals in the Highlands, that he did not believe that the negotiation would lead to any result, and instructed them to occupy advantageous positions which they might hold during a possible suspension of hostilities. San Martin afterwards declared, in a confidential letter to O'Higgins, that the division of Arenales required a rest after passing through the Highlands, and that he himself had 1,200 sick. He knew very well that arrogant Spain would never admit a recognition of independence, which was forced upon her. On the 2nd of June the interview between San Martin and La Serna took place at Punchauca. The two leaders met very cordially, with expressions of mutual esteem. San Martin proposed the appointment of a regency for the independent government of Peru until the arrival of a prince of the royal house of Spain. The said regency to consist of La Serna as president, with two colleagues, one named by the Royalists, the other by the Patriots, and offered to go himself to Spain as a commissioner to arrange matters with the home government. Abreu expressed himself warmly in favour of the proposition, and the Viceroy appeared willing to accept it, but desired to consult the various corporations of the Viceroyalty before concluding so important an arrangement, and promised an answer in 2 days. They then discussed, informally, the mode in which the troops of both armies should unite in a public square of Lima to solemnize the declaration of the independence of Peru. To the interview succeeded a banquet, at which the most friendly toasts were exchanged. In all this the policy of San Martin was fundamentally wrong. He had no authority to make any such proposition. It was not in accordance with the principles for which he fought, and the applause with which it was received by the monarchists of the Holy Alliance implies its condemnation by the Republicans of America. La Serna was more clear-sighted. Instead of consulting the corporations, he consulted his officers, who, without absolutely rejecting the proposition, declined to accept it immediately, as it was in direct contravention of their orders, which forbade them to treat on the basis of colonial independence. On this, La Serna sent Valdés and Camba to arrange, if possible, with San Martin for a suspension of hostilities, until he had time to consult the home government. On the refusal of San Martin to listen to this proposal, the commissioners again met at Miraflores, and as neither party was ready to resume hostilities, the armistice was prolonged for 12 days, and San Martin consented to relax the blockade of Lima so as to permit the entrance of supplies sufficient for the daily wants of the citizens, "as he did not make war upon the people." This measure greatly increased the power of the partisans of the Patriot cause in the capital, and they prevailed upon the Cabildo to make a representation to the Viceroy in favour of peace, to which representation he paid no attention, and it produced great irritation in the army. At this time San Martin received a visit from Captain Basil Hall of the British Navy, who in his journal has given a very graphic account of the policy of the great general. How far his professions were sincere, or if sincere his plans were wise, it is now very difficult to say. They certainly appeared to many people very judicious at the time, and they were uniformly followed by the success which he anticipated. On the 25th of June I had an interview with General San Martin on board a little schooner anchored in Callao roads. There was little at first sight in his appearance to engage attention, but when he rose up and began to speak, his great superiority over every other person I had seen in South America was sufficiently apparent. He received us in a very homely style, on the deck of his vessel, dressed in a surtout coat and a large fur cap, seated at a table made of a few loose planks, laid along the top of 2 empty casks. Several persons came on board privately from Lima to discuss the state of affairs, upon which occasion his views and feelings were distinctly stated, and I saw nothing in his conduct afterwards to cast a doubt upon the sincerity with which he then spoke. The contest in Peru, he said, was not of an ordinary description, nor a war of conquest and glory, but entirely of opinion. It was a war of new and liberal principles against prejudice, bigotry, and tyranny. People ask why I don't march to Lima at once. So I might, and instantly would, were it suitable to my views, which it is not. I do not want military renown. I have no ambition to be the conqueror of Peru. I want solely to liberate the country from oppression. Of what use would Lima be to me if the inhabitants were hostile in political sentiment? How could the cause of independence be advanced by my holding Lima, or even the whole country, in military possession? Far different are my views. I wish to have all men thinking with me, and do not choose to advance a step beyond the march of public opinion. I have been gaining day by day fresh allies in the hearts of the people, the only certain allies in such a war. Public opinion is an engine newly introduced into this country. The Spaniards, who are utterly incapable of directing it, have prohibited its use, but they shall now experience its strength and importance. When all was quiet in the capital, I went to Callao, and hearing that San Martin was in the roads, waited on him on board his yacht. I found him possessed of correct information as to all that was passing, but he seemed in no hurry to enter the city, and appeared, above all things, anxious to avoid any appearance of acting the part of a conqueror. "For the last 10 years," said he, "I have been unremittingly employed against the Spaniards, or rather in favour of this country, for I am not against any one who is not hostile to the cause of independence. All I wish is that this country should be managed by itself and by itself alone. As to the manner in which it is to be governed, that belongs not at all to me. I propose simply to give the people the means of declaring themselves independent, and of establishing a suitable form of government, after which I shall consider I have done enough, and leave them." Journal of Captain Basil Hall. During the rest of the armistice the commissioners kept up appearances by still continuing to meet, while both parties actively prepared for the resumption of hostilities. La Serna detached Canterac with the most healthy of his troops to occupy Huancavelica, thus to be ready to meet the advance of Arenales into the Highlands. San Martin returned with all his army to Huacho. On the 4th July, the armistice having run out, La Serna publicly announced his determination to abandon Lima, and delegated the supreme authority to the Marquis of Montemira. He left a garrison of 2,000 men in the fortifications of Callao, 1,000 sick in the hospitals, and on the morning of the 6th he marched off with barely 2,000 men by the valley of Cañete. The city was panic struck. The leading Spaniards fled with their families to Callao, the women rushed to the monasteries. San Martin hastened to reassure the people by a letter to the Archbishop, and, faithful to his declared policy, made no attempt to occupy the city. A deputation of the inhabitants waited upon him, asking his protection, whereupon he ordered the guerillas, of whom they were most afraid, to retire from the neighbourhood, and surrounded the city with a cordon of regular troops, placing them under the orders of the civil governor. Still the citizens could not believe that he was acting in good faith, till an order from the governor to a regiment of cavalry, which had encamped a mile and a half from the city, to retire to a great distance, was at once obeyed. When confidence was restored, and at the invitation of the authorities, at sundown on the 9th, a division of the army entered the city amid the shouts of the populace. The next day, after sundown, San Martin, accompanied only by an aide de camp, rode quietly through the streets of the city to the palace of the Viceroys, where the citizens thronged to give him welcome, and the members of the Cabildo, hurriedly convened, presented him with an address. He soon wearied of their enthusiastic protestations of regard, and remounting his horse at 10:30, he rode out to the village of Mirones, half way to Callao, where he had established the headquarters of his army, as a preliminary step to laying siege to the fortress. On the 11th he issued various proclamations to the citizens, and the royal arms were torn down from over the doors of the public offices, the escutcheon of Peru being put in their place, with the inscription Lima Independiente. San Martin also issued a proclamation to the inhabitants of the liberated departments, calling them to arms and promising with their assistance to finish the campaign in 40 days. But he took no active measures in furtherance of this project. Apparently he attached too much importance to the possession of Lima, for, with the exception of Trujillo, the country had as yet made no effort to second him, and remained passively watching the course of events. The Viceroy, with his dispirited army, was allowed to retreat almost unmolested, though his loss by desertion was very great. Canterac was already securely established in the Highlands. San Martin here repeated the mistake he was guilty of after Chacabuco. Again he showed want of energy in following up a victory. He attached too much importance to the success which had so far attended his political combinations. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. The second campaign in the Highlands, 1821. When Arenales rejoined the main army at Huara, and Ricafort descended by the mountain passes to Lima, Aldao and his Indian hordes were left in possession of the greater part of the Highlands, opposed only by a division under Carratala, who held Huancavelica and Huamanga. Aldao had given his Indians some sort of organization, styling the cavalry the Mounted Grenadiers of Peru, and the infantry the Loyalists of Peru, under which names they figured as the two first Peruvian regiments on the muster roll of the liberating army. San Martin had small faith in such troops; nevertheless, as a step towards forming a native army, he appointed Colonel Gamarra, a Peruvian, Commander General of the Highlands, and in February sent him, with a number of officers of all ranks, to take the command. About the same time Ricafort returned to Huancavelica, and one of the first measures of La Serna, after he became Viceroy, was to send Valdés with 1,200 men to support him. The united forces of the Royalists numbered 2,500 men, but on advancing against Aldao they found that the suspension bridges over the Rio Grande had been cut by the Indians. Nevertheless they found a place at which they could ford the stream and easily put to flight the raw levies opposed to them. Before they could reach Gamarra, they had retreated from Jauja and Pasco with 600 of Aldao's men, by the pass of Oyuna, where his men dispersed. Carratala remained watching the pass, while Valdés and Ricafort returned by Canta to Lima, but were so harassed on the march by the Vidal's guerillas that an entire company of light infantry were taken prisoners, and Ricafort, badly wounded, was carried into Lima on a stretcher. It was then that Arenales marched from Huara on his second expedition to the Highlands. The purpose of this expedition was to hasten the evacuation of Lima and to occupy such positions as would prevent the Royalists from re-establishing themselves in the Highlands. Then to open communications at Ica with another expedition, which was sent along the coast southward, under Miller. For the first of these purposes the guerillas, guarding the passes from Lima, were instructed to obey all orders received from Arenales. In case of disaster Arenales was instructed to retire on the reserve stationed at Huaylas. The division of Arenales consisted of 2,200 men. the column under Miller of 600, thus San Martin was left with about 3,000 sick and convalescent in front of the Royalist army of 7,000. The troops sent with Arenales, worn out by the epidemic fevers of the coast, were more like spectres than men, so that the first movements of the expedition were very slow. The Cordillera was crossed by the Oyon Pass on the 6th May. The heights were covered with snow and the cold was intense. Aldao with the remnants of his division led the van. Pasco was occupied on the 11th, and Carratala retired precipitately. Tarma and Jauja were taken on the 20th and 23rd, and Carratala continuing to retreat, the valley of Huancayo lay open to the Patriots on the 25th. Arenales now prepared for a vigorous attack upon Carratala, when advice reached him of the signing of the Armistice of Punchauca, which put a stop to operations for the present, retired to Jauja and employed himself in reorganizing his force, now swelled by recruiting to over 4,000 men. Arenales was a peculiar character. Austere and subtle, his military ideas were as conspicuous for foresight as for audacity, while his every act was inspired by a sense of justice and duty. He was very strict with his subordinates, who both feared and respected him. He went about attended only by an orderly, had only one spare charger and one baggage mule. He himself saddled and unsaddled his horse, and shod him also himself. He mended his own boots and uniform, and was so careless of dress that San Martin at times had his valise replenished for him unknown to him. On the march he carried his own provisions in his saddle bag, a cheese and a piece of cold beef. San Martin styled him "mi compañero," and was more familiar with him than with anyone else. He responded by exact obedience to orders, but did not scruple to criticise them whenever he thought proper. From Jauja Arenales wrote San Martin, earnestly impressing upon him the advisability of transferring his whole force to the Highlands, leaving Lima to be watched by the fleet, but at the conclusion of the armistice he resumed operations by marching against Canterac, who had passed the Cordillera, when on the 12th July he received a despatch from San Martin ordering him to retire on Pasco or on Lima if menaced by the enemy. Arenales saw clearly that this movement would entail the destruction of his division. He had heard of the evacuation of Lima, but knew nothing of the movements of La Serna. In his perplexity he called a council of war, at which it was decided to retire to Huancayo. This movement was the salvation of Canterac, who had lost so heavily on the march from Lima that he reached Huancavelica with only 1,500 starving men. La Serna, marching on Jauja, found the passes occupied by the mountaineers, who rolled great rocks down the mountain slopes upon his troops, so that after heavy loss he was forced to retreat, after throwing several guns into the river. Then, following the route previously taken by Canterac, he joined him on the 4th August, the united force numbering barely 4,000 men, of whom many were sick. At Huancayo, Arenales found that Vidal and his guerillas had withdrawn to Lima, on which he continued his retreat to Jauja. Thence he wrote again to San Martin, showing him how the occupation of Lima would be as disastrous to the Patriot as it had been to the Royalist army, but in obedience to orders continued his retreat, losing hundreds of his new recruits by desertion. Again he wrote to San Martin, proposing a new plan of campaign, which would compensate for the loss of the Highlands. The answer he received was an order to continue his retreat to Lima. The division entered the capital in triumph on the day set apart for the celebration of the independence of Peru, which by these mistaken measures was virtually postponed for another 4 years. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé Mitre, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. The Expedition to the South, 1821. Cochrane, having failed to persuade San Martin to undertake active operations against Lima, and not content with the role imposed upon him of simply blockading Callao, set his fertile brain to work to devise some means of capturing these fortifications. San Martin entered heartily into his plans, and by means of his secret agents opened communications with some of the subordinate officers of the fortress, and placed Miller with 550 men under the orders of the Admiral. Nails made in Lima for the purpose were distributed among the conspirators, who were to spike the guns when an attack was made on the northern forts. A part of the garrison was bought over, and false keys were made to open the gates. But the Viceroy, who seemed to be quite as well served by his spies as San Martin was by his, took measures to circumvent these plans, so nothing was attempted. Cochrane then proposed, with a small force of infantry, moving rapidly by sea from place to place, to wear out the Royalist army by continual marchings to and fro, and San Martin at last resolved to send an expedition to the south, to co-operate with the movements of Arenales in the Highlands. 600 picked infantry and 800 horse under Miller were placed at the disposal of Cochrane for this purpose. On the 22nd of March, Miller and his troops landed at Pisco, and took possession of the town of Chincha, under protection of the guns of the San Martin, O'Higgins, and Valdivia, an attack on an advanced party by Colonel Loriga being beaten off by Captain Videla. On the same day an insurrectionary movement took place in Cuzco, headed by Colonel Lavin, an Argentine, formerly an ardent Royalist, but at this time under arrest in that city on account of an abortive conspiracy at Arequipa. The insurrection was put down, all the insurgents, including Lavin, being killed. Leaving Miller at Chincha, the Admiral then sailed off to Cerro Azul, but being unable to effect a landing on account of the heavy sea, he wrote to San Martin again, advising an attack on Lima, and later on asked for a further reinforcement of infantry for an attack on Cerro Azul, which was the key to the provinces of the south. San Martin could spare no more men, whereupon he wrote to O'Higgins, asking for a contingent which would enable Miller to penetrate into Upper Peru. San Martin also wrote in support of this suggestion, but the Chilean Government replied that they could do no more, which was the simple truth. Meantime the Spaniards at Pisco and their adherents suffered heavily from forced contributions, to the great discredit of the expedition. The Viceroy, on hearing of the landing at Pisco, despatched a division under Camba to watch the movements of the Patriots. Inland from Pisco lay two beautiful valleys, the Chincha Alta and the Chincha Baja. Camba encamped in the first of these valleys, while Miller moved up from the town and encamped in the second. For a month the two parties sat watching each the other, doing nothing. Then an enemy more to be feared than either came down on both of them, the endemic fever of the coast, the tertian ague. Both those beautiful valleys became hospitals, where officers and men lay prostrate. Cochrane's idea of wearing out the Royalist army by fruitless marchings to and fro was by no means easy of accomplishment, yet still he persevered. On the 22nd of April the expedition was re-embarked, Miller being carried on board, while most of his men were barely able to hold their muskets. Cochrane then sailed away for Arica, where there was a 6-gun battery and a garrison of 300 men. After a fruitless cannonade, 250 men were landed higher up the coast in two divisions, one of which, led by Miller, marched on the city of Tacna, while Major Soler of the Grenadiers marched with the other upon Arica, which is the port of Tacna. Arica was evacuated by the enemy on his approach, and Soler, starting in pursuit, captured a string of mules on the road to Lima, which were laden with $120,000 in specie. Effects to the value of $300,000, the property of Spaniards resident in Lima, were also confiscated in the town and shipped on board the San Martin. Miller was received with enthusiasm at Tacna and was joined by many volunteers. The garrisons of both the city and the port passed over to him, and were embodied in a new battalion styled the Loyalists of Peru. Cochrane presented the new corps with a flag, a golden sun on a blue background. One of the volunteers was a Peruvian named Landa, a man of gigantic stature and well acquainted with the country, who had served in the ranks of the Royalists. To the service which he subsequently rendered to the Patriots much of the success of the expedition may be attributed. Another of the volunteers was Colonel Portocarrero, also a Peruvian, who was one of the secret agents of San Martin. Miller had now 900 men under his orders, of whom 400 were drilled troops, and determined to enter upon a formal campaign. Rumour had greatly exaggerated the number of his forces, and all the country about was in a ferment. General Ramirez, who was stationed at Puno, directed several detached corps to concentrate on the river Ilo, under Colonel Santos La Hera, to resist the invasion. Miller, who was kept well informed by Portocarrero and Landa, started to prevent this concentration of the Royalists. He reached the river Samba on the 20th of May, and at midnight, after a forced march of 18 hours across a desert, reached the Ilo, opposite to the village of Mirave, where La Hera was encamped. An advanced picket gave the alarm, but 2 Englishmen, named Hill and Hunn, with 20 men, forded the river and drew off the attention of the enemy, while Miller and the bulk of his force crossed unmolested in the darkness. At daybreak Miller attacked the village and carried it after a sharp struggle, in which young Welsh, Cochrane's physician, who accompanied the expedition as a volunteer, was killed. Hardly had the last fugitives of La Hera's party disappeared when Colonel Rivero came in sight, with another detachment from Puno, mounted on mules. A few rockets put them to flight. The same afternoon Miller started in pursuit, and on the 24th reached the city of Moquegua, where Portocarrero was deputy governor, who at once passed over to him. The remains of La Hera's force had been overtaken and made prisoners by Soler, and on the 26th Miller overtook Rivero, and either killed or made prisoners nearly all his party. In 15 days from landing, Miller, with his small force, had put more than 1,000 of the enemy hors de combat, and Cochrane wrote to San Martin, telling him that in 8 days more they would have Arequipa. La Hera, having met in his flight with other parties on the march to join him, now turned upon Miller and tried to cut off his retreat, but Miller reached Tacna in safety, and was there met by the news of the armistice of Punchauca. During the suspension of hostilities, Miller employed his time in drilling his raw troops, while Ramirez collected 2,000 men to oppose him. Cochrane returned to Callao, leaving only 3 small transports at Arica, which very soon followed him. Miller, left to himself, was at the expiration of the armistice compelled to retreat to Arica, where he seized 4 merchant vessels, and embarked with those of his partisans who were most seriously compromised, leaving his sick to the care of La Hera, who, grateful for the kindness shown by Miller to his prisoners, gave them every possible attention, a great contrast to the general procedure of the Royalist leaders. Miller, now raised to the rank of colonel, sailed from Arica on the 22nd of July, and being unable by reason of the heavy sea to land near Islay for an attempt on Arequipa, turned north and landed at Pisco. After destroying a Royalist force under Santalla, he established himself at Ica, and assumed command of the district. As a diversion, this expedition was more successful than could have been expected from the small force employed, thanks to the brilliant qualities displayed by Miller in separate command. Greater results might have been achieved by the employment of a larger force, but without reinforcements from Chile, that could only have been accomplished at the expense of more important objects. This campaign concluded with a disaster. The San Martin, already laden with booty, had, in defiance of the armistice, seized a cargo of wheat at Mollendo, and went to the bottom when discharging at Chorrillos, a fate ominous of that which was soon to overtake her great namesake. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé Mitre, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. Peru Independent, 1821. On the 6th of July, 1821, the Patriots entered Lima. On the 24th of June was fought the battle of Carabobo, the Waterloo of the Royalists of Columbia. San Martin's plan of a continental campaign was on the point of realization. He from the south and Bolívar from the north converged to a common centre. The only troops which now upheld the standard of the King were those which still held the highlands of Peru, the province of Quito, and one isolated fortress, soon about to surrender. On the ocean only 3 vessels, the remnant of the naval power of Spain, crushed by Cochrane on the Pacific, wandered to and fro like phantom ships. The definitive triumph was but a question of time. Never before was plan on so vast a scale carried out with such mathematical precision, a plan nevertheless sketched out in accordance with the designs of inevitable fate. As was said by the first captain of the age, and as was recorded by an American thinker, "All the great captains who have undertaken great emprises have carried them out in conformity with the rules of art, adapting the force employed to the obstacle to be overcome, knowing that events are not the work of chance, but obey those laws which rule the destinies of men." When the 2 liberators of South America violated these laws, one straying from the path, the other blinded by ambition, both fell. One deliberately, as he found himself wanting in strength to complete his mission, the other cast down by the irresistible forces which he had arrayed against himself. The emancipation of America was no longer in question. The independence of Peru was assured, whatever might be the errors of men or the vicissitudes of the struggle. But this, though clear to the superior minds which presided over the scene, was not perceived by those more immediately concerned. This was more especially the case in Peru, where the idea of the revolution had as yet taken no deep root. That spirit of nationality, which would secure the triumph at any cost, was not yet aroused. San Martin sought to awaken this spirit by a solemn declaration of independence. The position of San Martin was complex. Before America he stood as a liberator. He was the arbiter of the destinies of Peru. He was a general of 2 republics who had confided their arms to his care, and as a great leader he was responsible to his conscience. As he entered the "City of the Kings" in triumph, he was at the apogee of his glory, but as Rothschild the banker said, it requires 10 times more skill and prudence to keep a fortune than to make one. San Martin wrote to O'Higgins: "At last, by patience, we have compelled the enemy to abandon the capital of the Pizarros. At last our labours are crowned by seeing the independence of America secure. Peru is free. I now see before me the end of my public life, and watch how I can leave this heavy charge in safe hands, so that I may retire into some quiet corner and live as a man should live." His public declarations were also grave and moderate, but the exaggerated importance he gave to the possession of Lima led him to abandon the Highlands, where lay the decision of the question, and showed that, to some extent, his judgment was warped by success. At the time of the occupation of Lima, San Martin published in his camp a bulletin written by Monteagudo, which is a declaration of political principles, and gives a reason for the policy which he pursued. Treating of the war as almost at an end, he offers a restricted liberty for the establishment of order, but makes no profession of political faith, national independence being the only point which is definitely established. On the 14th of July, San Martin convened a meeting of the principal citizens of Lima, nominated by the Cabildo. At this meeting the following resolution was carried: "The general will is decided for the independence of Peru of Spanish domination or of that of any other foreign power," which declaration was sanctioned by the applause of the people. On the 28th of July the independence of Peru was solemnly proclaimed, with imposing ceremony, in the great square of Lima. San Martin, displaying the new flag of Peru amid the roar of cannon and the acclamations of the people, who, as the procession passed through the main streets of the city, showered flowers and perfumes upon it. Cochrane, who looked on from a balcony of the viceregal palace, was singled out for a special ovation by the populace. Medals commemorative of the occasion were afterwards distributed among the people. San Martin sent back to Chile the flags captured at Rancagua, and to Buenos Aires 5 flags and 2 Spanish standards as trophies of the victories of the united army. While these pompous ceremonies went on, the siege of Callao was vigorously prosecuted by Las Heras, who repulsed several sorties of the garrison, but as he had no siege train he could not venture an assault. Cochrane offered to lend guns from the fleet, but as the garrison had only provisions for 2 months, more reliance was placed on a strict blockade. The garrison, seeing their situation desperate, resolved to scuttle their ships, and commenced by the corvette San Sebastiano, on which Cochrane wrote again to San Martin urging an immediate assault. Then, perceiving a gap in the boom which surrounded the remaining ships, he on the night of the 24th July sent 8 boats under Captain Crosby, who cut out from under the batteries the 34-gun corvette Resolution, 2 smaller vessels and sundry boats, without any loss on his part. On the 14th August Las Heras made an attempt to capture the fortress by surprise. He had noticed that the gates of the castle Real Felipe was frequently left open, and the drawbridges lowered. The distance from his line to the walls was about 3,000 yards, which cavalry could cross at a gallop in 10 or 12 minutes. A body of horse supported by infantry made a sudden rush from Bellavista, the centre of his line, but in spite of their speed the enemy perceived them in time to raise the bridge leading to the inner fortifications. The cavalry galloped through the streets of the town, sabred stragglers, and made several prisoners, among the latter being the wounded General Ricafort. On the same day Cochrane made overtures to the Governor La Mar, very unworthy of his high renown. He had an idea that silver bullion, to the value of $30 millions, was stored up in Callao, besides much property belonging to the wealthy Spaniards of Lima. He proposed that La Mar should surrender the fortress to him and give him up 1/3 the treasure, engaging in return to furnish ships in which he, and any he chose to take with him, might escape with the rest of the treasure. Cochrane states in his memoirs that he required the money to pay his crews, and denies that he had any ulterior objective; but he himself acknowledges that if he had gained possession of the forts he would have forced San Martin to keep his promise to leave the Peruvians free to choose their own government. The logical sequence of the Declaration of Independence was the establishment of a national government in Peru, but it was of prime necessity that the new government should not only govern but should carry on the war. There was great difficulty in organizing any such government, as there was no social nucleus round which the heterogeneous population might gather, and Peru had not one citizen who possessed either prestige or moral authority. A deputation from the Cabildo of Lima waited upon San Martin, praying him to take the reins of government in his own hands. He answered somewhat enigmatically that circumstances had already given him the supreme power, and he should keep it so long as he considered it necessary for the public welfare. The Lautaro Lodge, in which the majority were officers of the united army, then addressed him to the same effect, declaring that the public safety required him to place himself at the head of an administration. On the 3rd August, 1821, he issued a decree, whereby he gave himself the title of Protector of Peru, uniting in his own person the supreme administrative authority, both military and political. No one in the world, except Cromwell, had ever taken upon himself this title with this authority. America, alarmed, thought he had done so from ambition, and saw in him a future despot, but she thought wrong. A dictatorship was necessary, and in taking it he ensured the speedy loss of all his power. The Protector named Dr. Unanue, a Peruvian of great reputed wisdom but of no experience, his Minister of Finance; Garcia del Rio, Minister of Foreign Affairs; and Monteagudo, Minister of War and Marine. Riva Agüero was named President of the Department of Lima, and Las Heras took command of the army. La Serna, on receiving official notification of this step, wrote to San Martin, telling him with some irony that he thought the title of Liberator suited him better than that of Protector, and that the people who had so spontaneously sworn to uphold the independence of Peru would just as readily swear to uphold the new Spanish Constitution. O'Higgins enthusiastically approved of it, seeing in it the only means of carrying the great work they had both at heart to a successful termination. The first official act as a Protector was to issue a decree against the Spaniards, drawn up by Monteagudo, and showing evidence of his intemperate spirit, but it was also in accordance with the calculating spirit of San Martin. On leaving Valparaiso, San Martin had published a proclamation to "the Spanish Europeans resident in Peru," declaring that he wished to behave generously to them, providing they made no opposition to the independence of the country. During the negotiations at Miraflores and Punchauca he had endeavoured to propitiate the Spanish civilians, but when hostilities had again broken out and he was master of Lima, the splenetic behaviour of the Spanish residents made him resolve to crush them. He now declared that the persons and properties of all Spaniards who would live in peace and swear the independence of the country should be respected; that those who would not trust to his promise should ask for passports and should leave the country with their movable goods; but that those who submitted to the Government and secretly worked against it would be prosecuted with the utmost rigour of the law, and their estates confiscated, and wound up by saying, "I know what passes in the most secret corners of your houses. Tremble if you abuse my indulgence. Let this be the last time that I have to remind you that your destiny is irrevocable and you must submit to it." Public safety in no way justified such rigour, which was a violation of promises given. But there was more in this decree than excessive severity and intemperance of language; it formed part of a financial plan. War is war, and the independence of South America was in great part paid for by Spanish fortunes, wrested from their owners by forced loans and by confiscations. It was now the turn of the Spaniards of Peru to contribute their share. San Martin had made use of this system in Mendoza, he had recommended it in Chile. Sentimental characters do not lead great causes to victory in the struggle of life. All the same, the measure was unjustifiable in the absence of any overt act on the part of the Spaniards. One result of this new system of persecution was the banishment of the Archbishop of Lima, a man of eminent piety and 80 years of age, who, though a Royalist, had aided San Martin in quieting the city on his arrival. He had authorized with his presence the municipal council which had declared the country independent. He had assisted at the Te Deum, which celebrated the declaration. Most of the Peruvian clergy were ardent patriots, but not so the high dignitaries of the Church. San Martin took advantage of a mere pretext to send him his passport and an order to leave the country in 24 hours. On the 4th of September 1821, when San Martin was, as Protector of Peru, in the apogee of his power, his old enemy, José Miguel Carrera, died cursing him in Mendoza. Associated with Artigas, Ramirez, Bustos, and others of the Gaucho chieftains of the Argentine provinces, Carrera had distinguished himself among them for rancorous hatred of Buenos Aires. Unfortunate in all his enterprises, he was at length captured and shot as a bandit, upon the same bench where his brothers had perished before him. Chapter 32. Chapter 33 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé Mitre, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is on the public domain. Recording by Piotr. The Protectorate of Peru, 1821-1822. Peru was independent, but she had not achieved independence for herself, neither did she know how to organize a government when she had one of her own. For everything she was indebted to outside help, principally to San Martin, who was now Protector of Peru, but whose power depended upon the help of Peru and upon the support of the two armies he had brought with him. But in Peru the national spirit which he had awakened had a latent tendency to turn against him as a stranger, and in the armies the spirit of discipline was relaxed in direct consequence of that act of disobedience of his own which had placed him at their head. The bond of union which still gave strength to these discordant elements was the Lautaro Lodge, over which his influence was still supreme. As Arenales had foreseen, Lima became the Capua of the liberating army. Everything appeared to be left to the slow action of time. The military officers murmured and conspired, while Cochrane strove in every way he could to preserve the fleet from the enervation which was Peruvianizing the army. Far otherwise passed their time the Royalist leaders in the Highlands, masters of a healthy country abounding in resources. A reaction had set in their favour, when the people found themselves deserted and bethought them of the sacrifices they had made. In 50 days La Serna was ready to assume the offensive. At Callao there was great provision of arms, much needed in the Highlands. The garrison, if left alone, must soon succumb to hunger. A carefully selected division of 2,500 infantry and 900 horse, with 7 guns, was put under command of Canterac, with Valdés as chief of staff, and sent to the relief of the beleaguered stronghold, while La Serna remained with the rest of the army at Jauja. Canterac marched on the 25th of August, crossed the Cordillera, and descended by the pass of San Mateo towards Lima without meeting a single foe. At Santiago de Tuna, 50 miles from the capital, he divided his force into 2 columns, with orders to concentrate at Cienaguilla, 18 miles to the south of Lima. Loriga, with the left column and nearly all the cavalry, went by the defile of Espiritu Santo, cutting to pieces a small Patriot force on his way. The main column, under Canterac himself, kept straight on for the valley of Rimac, to give the Patriots the idea that he was marching straight on the capital, but during the following night he turned off to the left, seeking the other road by Espiritu Santo. The way was across the slopes of the mountains, over an unknown country where there was no water, and which was so cut up by abrupt descents that horsemen and infantry alike lost their footing and fell over precipices. The unpopularity of the Spaniards was so great that they could not find one guide in all the transit. On the 4th of September they reached a barren stretch of sand over which, dying of thirst under a tropical sun, they plodded wearily along. 2 companies could have destroyed them all. The soldiers threw themselves on the ground utterly prostrate. Immediate promotion was offered to the first who should find water. Not a man stirred. Yet they were little more than a mile from the river Lurin. At last Canterac himself found water, and those who were strong enough to move filled flasks and carried the precious liquid to their dying comrades, only just in time to save the lives of Valdés, who commanded the rear guard. On the 5th they rejoined Loriga's column at Cienaguilla. San Martin was in the theatre when news of this invasion reached him on the 4th of September. From his box he called the people to arms. The new national hymn was sung by the officers present, the audience joining in the chorus, and the greatest enthusiasm prevailed. San Martin was ill prepared to meet such an emergency, and was equally ill informed. On the 5th he knew nothing of the concentration of the enemy in the valley of Lurin, and announced that 200 or 300 men were descending by the pass of San Mateo, but he calmly made such arrangements as he could. The unarmed militia flocked to their barracks, the walls were manned by volunteers, the gates were entrusted to the civic guard. These precautions sufficed to keep Canterac from attacking the city. His chief object was Callao. The united army was superior in number to the invaders, but was of very inferior quality. It consisted of 5,830 men, of whom 2,095 paraded under the Argentine standard, 1,595 under the Chilean, the rest were Peruvians. San Martin drew up his forces a mile and a half to the south of the city, on the banks of the river Surco, an affluent of the Rimac, which was crossed by 3 bridges. The position was a very strong one, and commanded the roads to the south and east of Lima. The cavalry was stationed on the right flank, and skirmishers were thrown out on the roads in front. Canterac did not dare to attack him, but drew up his army on the 9th in 3 parallel columns, cavalry, infantry, and baggage, with a squadron of cavalry in the rear, and marched by his left flank to the plain of San Borja, flanking the position occupied by the Patriots. San Martin drew back his right wing and took up a fresh position; then, as the enemy remained quiet, he moved further to the right, in his turn outflanking the enemy. Canterac then took up a fresh position, at right angles to the former and facing towards the city. During the night San Martin again moved forward his right wing. The next day Canterac retired under the guns of Callao, and San Martin, rubbing his hands, exclaimed to Las Heras, "They have not food for 15 days." Soon after this Cochrane rode up. Las Heras asked him to persuade the General to attack at once, which Cochrane attempted. San Martin answered him curtly, "My measures are taken." By and by, as San Martin was listening to the report of the countryman, Cochrane ordered the men away, saying, "The General has no time to listen to follies." San Martin frowned, and turning rein rode off to his quarters. Cochrane followed him and again urged him to attack, offering to lead the cavalry himself. The answer of the Protector was, "I only am responsible for the welfare of Peru." San Martin and Cochrane never met again. The Patriot army then advanced halfway on the main road from Lima to Callao, and a field battery was thrown up at La Legua, mounting 6 guns and 2 howitzers. The only way for the Royalists to save Callao was to supply the garrison with provisions, which were only to be obtained by taking Lima or by occupying the suburbs, neither of which was possible. Canterac could only retreat, leaving Callao to its fate. The joy of the garrison on welcoming the reinforcement was short-lived, they were only so many more mouths to feed. Canterac had instructions from the Viceroy in this case to destroy the fortifications and bring away the garrison, with as much of the armament as he could carry off, but La Mar refused to abandon the Spanish families which had taken refuge with him. Some English merchants offered to supply provisions by water for $100,000 in cash, and an order for $400,000 on the treasury of Arequipa. The treasury was almost empty, but the amount was made up by the private resources of the refugees, and by the officers and men of Canterac's division, who contributed the pay they had received. Instead of being able to bring away arms, Canterac found it necessary to leave behind 5 out of the 7 light guns he had brought with him. The situation of the Royalists was very critical. In 2 days 8 officers and 200 men had deserted, the rest were eating their horses. 3 days more of this, and even retreat would be impossible. On the 16th, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the division marched from Callao on the main road to Lima. Canterac, with some light troops and his 2 guns, made a feint against the battery of La Legua to hide his real intentions, while the bulk of his force moved to the left, crossed the Rimac and turned north. Canterac with his detachment covering the retreat under the fire of a Chilean brig of war, which caused some loss. Protected by the darkness, Canterac marched all night along the coast, and next day occupied the valley of Caraballo, 9 miles to the north of Lima, from which a road passes through the Cordillera to Jauja. Here he halted to rest and feed his weary troops. San Martin, in spite of the eagerness of his army, had watched the retreat in silence, and only on the 17th despatched Las Heras with a strong force in pursuit. But the inactivity of San Martin seems to have been communicated to Las Heras. He showed little of his wonted energy, and on the 19th gave up the pursuit to Miller with a detachment of 700 infantry, 125 horse, and 500 guerillas. Meantime the Royalist division was falling to pieces. Hundreds of the men and even some officers deserted. Miller was not dilatory in his movements, but erred on the side of rashness. He outmarched the enemy, trying to cut off his retreat, and was on 2 occasions dislodged with heavy loss from positions he had taken up. After that he contented himself with attacks on the rear guard, and followed right through the Cordillera, where, on the 27th, he found in a hut, abandoned by his comrades, the body of Colonel Sanchez, the hero of San Carlos and Chillán. On the 1st of March Canterac reached Jauja. He had lost 1/3 of his force, but had sustained his reputation as a gallant soldier and an able tactician. San Martin, after the retreat of Canterac, summoned La Mar to surrender, offering honourable terms of capitulation, to which, after some delay, La Mar acceded. The troops were permitted to march out with their arms and standards, the Spaniards being allowed to retire to Arequipa, while the militia dispersed to their homes. 3 months were given to the officers and the civil employees, in which to find the means of leaving the country if they did not choose to remain. On the 21st of September the Peruvian flag was hoisted on the castle of Callao. La Mar, who as a Peruvian sympathized with the Patriot cause, resigned his rank and honours into the hands of the Viceroy, and retired into private life. San Martin thus won another victory without risking his army. As a Peruvian historian says, "He overcame a powerful army by the simple force of public opinion and by skilful tactics." The strongest fortress in South America was now in his power, with several hundred guns of all calibres, thousands of muskets, and great stores of ammunition. He was now free to turn his arms to the north for the liberation of Quito in answer to a request from Bolívar, and could then return with reinforcements to put an end to the war. But the role of Fabius is one not generally appreciated. Prudence is often mistaken for timidity. The general who prefers the shield to the sword offends the pride of his soldiers. San Martin gained by his policy great fame as a tactician, but he lowered his renown as a resolute soldier. In the first 6 months of the Protectorate of San Martin, the foundations were laid of the administrative organization and the political constitution of Peru. One of his first measures was to create a national army. Under the name of the Peruvian Legion he organized a division, recruited among the natives, composed of a regiment of infantry under Miller, one of cavalry under Brandzen, and a company of artillery with 4 guns. He reorganized the finances and reformed the commercial system. He abolished the personal service of the indigenous races, the poll tax, and other oppressive customs. He manumitted all slaves who would join the army, and declared free all who might in future be born of slave parents. Corporal punishment was forbidden in the public schools, a national library was founded, the press was set free from all unnecessary restrictions, torture and excessive punishments were abolished. All which reforms and many others were carried out in pursuance of ideas brought by Monteagudo from the River Plate. San Martin also issued a decree defining his own powers, and recognized such debts of the late authorities as had not been contracted for war purposes, but he did not draw up any plans for the political organization of the country, leaving that question for future solutions. The Peruvian nobility were left with their titles and escutcheons. San Martin looked upon them as a social influence of which good use might be made. He also instituted a new order, the "Order of the Sun," in imitation of the Legion of Honour instituted by Napoleon, as had previously been done in Chile by the institution of the Legion of Merit, and also a special decoration for women who distinguished themselves by service in the Patriot cause. A gold medal with a suitable inscription, which however was distributed with more gallantry than discretion, and gave rise to much scandal, some of which has not even yet died out. All this was in preparation for the establishment of that monarchy, the idea of which was still in the air. San Martin also decreed to himself an annual salary of $30,000, of which he spent the greater part in presents and in public displays, but even so this brought much adverse criticism upon him, and contributed to give currency to a report, then commonly circulated about him, that he entertained the inane project of crowning himself king. The people in their ballads sang of him as their future emperor, and it became a habit among the officers of the army to speak of him as King Joseph. Up to that time the American spirit of independence and the love of glory had sufficed to bind together the units of the army. The alloy of gold had not yet destroyed the temper of their swords. Badly fed, badly dressed, with only half their pay when they had any, suffering from all sorts of privation and disease, they had never received any pecuniary rewards for their services. The Government of Chile had promised to give the victors of Maipó the land on which they had achieved that crowning triumph, but the promise was never fulfilled. The municipality of Lima now gave to San Martin $500,000, arising from the sale of the properties of Spanish residents which had been confiscated for distribution among his principal officers, and offered to the rest who should continue in the service grants of land in the provinces yet to be conquered. San Martin distributed the $500,000 among 20 officers, $25,000 to each one, which was in those days a fortune, but this, instead of binding them to his cause, produced resentments and jealousies, as is ever the case when self-interest enters into the relation between man and man, of which he was soon to have sad proof. In October he received information that a conspiracy to depose him existed among the higher officers of the army. He summoned them to a secret council and disclosed the matter to them, but received very unsatisfactory replies. That such a conspiracy existed appears certain, but it was not yet mature, and the inquiry was sufficient to dissipate it. Colonel Eres, of the Numancia battalion, was removed from his command, with many thanks for his distinguished services, and retired to Columbia, his native land. Las Heras and several other officers resigned their commands, and Alvarado, who appears to have been also one of the conspirators, was named general in chief. San Martin had thus the sad certainty that although the disaffection had not spread among the junior officers, nor among the rank and file, the sympathies of the army were no longer with him as they had been at Rancagua. The chief cause of the general discontent was his advocacy of monarchical principles. He sacrificed his own principles in favour of what he considered the most practicable system. In his own words, "The evils which affect the new States of America arise not from the people but from the constitutions under which they live. These constitutions should harmonise with their instruction, education, and habits of life. They should not have the best laws, but those most suited to their character, maintaining the barriers which separate different classes of society, so that the most intelligent class may preserve its natural preponderance." His ideal of legislation was based upon the precepts of Solon, an oligarchy of intelligence counterbalanced by a conservative plutocracy. He forgot that in his own country he had seen safety only in the establishment of a sovereign Congress, and that the advocacy of monarchical ideas had there only fanned the flames of anarchy; that he himself had been forced to disobey when he was called upon to support a monarch elected by a secret committee. He forgot that he himself had founded a republic in Chile, and had sketched out a republican constitution for Peru, and that, with the exception of Mexico, every one of these new states had adopted the democratic republican system as a necessity of the age. San Martin also failed to see that he must work in harmony with Bolívar, who had just established the Republic of Columbia, and with the great Democratic Republic of the United States. He also failed to see that it was in sympathy with these views that England had withdrawn from the Holy Alliance, and looked upon the republican form of government as the sine qua non of independence in America. He was led astray by his minister, Monteagudo, who was just as blind as himself to the inevitable tendency of the age. In order to educate public opinion, Monteagudo had established in Lima a literary society, styled the Patriotic Society of Lima, for the discussion of political questions, in which he openly advocated the establishment of a monarchy. The Protectorate of San Martin was based upon the express condition "that he should give place to the government which the Peruvian people should select." But before he had held office 5 months, he and his council decided to send a mission to Europe to negotiate an alliance with Great Britain, and to accept a prince of the reigning family as a constitutional monarch. In case this proposition was rejected, they were then to make a similar proposal to the Government of Russia. and that failing, then to any European prince, last of all to the Prince of Luca, the imaginary sovereign of the River Plate. This mission was confided to Garcia del Rio, who proceeded to Europe accompanied by Dr. Paroissien, but better instructed by subsequent events, Garcia took no step in prosecution of the ostensible object of his journey, contenting himself with a general advocacy in the European press of the cause of the Patriots in America. CHAPTER XXXIV. Chapter 34 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. San Martin and Cochrane, 1821–1822. History seeks in vain to blot from her pages the invectives hurled at each other by the two heroes of the liberating expedition to Peru. They themselves have perpetuated them in documents in which each appeals to the judgment of the world. Cochrane has insulted and calumniated San Martin by calling him a sanguinary tyrant, an incompetent general, a hypocrite, a thief, a drunkard, etc. etc. San Martin, through his ministers, accused Cochrane of depredations akin to piracy, and of being an embezzler of public property, who made traffic with the naval force placed under his command. The Admiral, who thought nothing great but his own deeds and his own hatreds, extreme in everything, who had spoken of his own country as a degraded nation ruled by a parliament of scoundrels, looked upon the South American revolution as a commercial transaction, carried on by a set of intriguing, cowardly rascals. San Martin, more prudent, returned him insult for insult by other hands, and he did not descend to calumny, and when the angry moment had passed, troubled himself no more about him. The antecedents of this quarrel we have already sketched. Though seeking to make common cause with him, San Martin never confided in Cochrane, had a very low idea of his merits as a leader of troops on land, and found reason to repent of such trust as he did place in him on such service. This the Admiral attributed to jealousy. In the squadron itself there was a party inimical to Cochrane. Guise and Spry drew up a protest against the new name given to the Esmeralda, and were tried by court-martial for breach of discipline, but San Martin, who saw in Guise a future admiral, took him under his protection, and made Spry one of his aides-de-camp. In the inscription on the medals struck in celebration of the Declaration of Independence, no mention was made of the fleet. At this Cochrane took umbrage, and would accept no excuse. From this time he became very pressing in his demands for the arrears of pay due to his crews, speaking clearly of the danger of a mutiny. These arrears dated from before the sailing of the expedition. The foreigners were only kept on board by an express promise from San Martin to pay everything and a year's pay as bounty when he took Lima. He also decreed a donation of $50,000 to the captors of the Esmeralda. Neither of these promises were fulfilled. On the 4th of August, 1821, Cochrane went himself to the palace to urge these claims, and alleges that San Martin refused any money except as part of the purchase money of the ships which should be sold to Peru. This is denied by Monteagudo and Garcia del Rio, who were present. It was then that he was informed by San Martin himself that he had assumed the title of Protector of Peru, upon which Cochrane, now looking upon himself as the representative of Chile, reiterated his claims. San Martin acknowledged his responsibility for the year's pay he had promised as bounty, and for the $50,000 promised to the captors of the Esmeralda, but denied that he was in any way responsible for the pay of crews in the service of Chile, and told Cochrane he might take his ships and go where he pleased. But regretting his hasty words, he then stretched out his hands to the Admiral, asking him to forget what had passed. "I will forget when I can," replied Cochrane. The Admiral seems also to have regretted his haste, for on returning on board he wrote to San Martin a letter in English, full of profuse compliments, to which San Martin replied in similar terms, but neither of them touched at all upon the question between them. The correspondence continued, but no money was paid, and Cochrane wrote to O'Higgins that he could not answer for the loyalty of his crews, who were in want of common necessaries, and hinted his fears that they would seize the ships and turn pirates. When Cochrane returned on board, after the refusal of San Martin to attack Canterac (see last chapter), he found his men on the verge of mutiny. On the approach of Canterac, San Martin had, as a measure of precaution, sent the coin and bullion from the mint and treasury on board a ship at anchor at Ancon, and had given permission to private individuals to embark their valuables on the transports, or on board neutral vessels. When Cochrane heard of this, he seized the whole of this treasure, under pretext that they were contraband shipments, but gave receipts for the packages. He received a peremptory order to return them to their owners, but wrote to San Martin that he could not obey the order, as he had no other means of preventing a mutiny than by paying his men with whatever money he could lay hands on. If the blockade were raised, Callao could not be captured, so San Martin was forced to temporise, and insisted only on the restitution of private property, to which Cochrane acceded. When Callao surrendered, the Peruvian Government ordered Cochrane to give up the rest of the treasure to an official of the War Office. Cochrane regretted that his duty to Chile obliged him to prevent by any means in his power insubordination and rebellion in the Chilean fleet. San Martin then gave way, and Cochrane distributed 1 year's pay to all his crews, but kept the rest of the money for the general use of the squadron. After this many of the seamen deserted to spend their money on shore, which occasioned so much disorder that San Martin ordered Cochrane to return to Chile and report to his own government. Cochrane denied the right of the Protector of Peru to give any such order, but some days after weighed anchor and left the harbour. San Martin then wrote to O'Higgins proposing to declare Cochrane an outlaw, but O'Higgins was too clear-sighted to commit any such folly, and acknowledged that they themselves were much to blame for what had occurred. Besides which, Cochrane's conduct gave great satisfaction to the Chilean people, and he himself had sent a despatch to the Chilean Government, informing them that he was sailing to Guayaquil to careen the O'Higgins, and to look for the 2 Spanish frigates, Prueba and Venganza. Cochrane was incapable of treachery to the cause he had adopted. He was the same hero as before, with all his defects and all his great qualities. His intention on leaving Callao was to complete his great work, by driving the last vestiges of Spanish domination from the Pacific. He sent the Lautaro and the Galvarino back to Chile, and with the rest of his ships reached Guayaquil on the 18th of October, where he spent 6 weeks in repairing them. On the 3rd of December he sailed again, looking into every bay and inlet along the coast as far as California for his prey. The 2 frigates had been employed on transport service by various Spanish authorities on the Pacific coast, and on the 4th of December had left Panama for Guayaquil, where they capitulated to Salazar and La Mar, who were there at the time as representatives of Peru. The Prueba was sent off by them to Callao, to give herself up to the Peruvian Government, but the Venganza remained at Guayaquil to make some necessary repairs, and she was still there when Cochrane returned on the 3rd of March. The Admiral sent an armed boat to seize her and hoist the Chilean flag. The people manned the batteries and threatened to sink her, upon which he consented to leave her with them until the question of ownership was decided by the governments of Chile and Peru. Cochrane then sailed south, and touching at one of the northern ports of Peru was refused either provisions or water by the authorities, who had special orders to that effect from the Protector. In great dudgeon he went on to Callao, where the appearance of his ships caused great alarm. The Prueba, now the Protector, under command of Captain Guise, was manned by troops from shore, and anchored under the batteries. Cochrane sent an angry missive to the Minister of Marine, complaining of the treatment he had met with, and again demanded payment of the debts owing to him. The Minister went off to see him, invited him ashore, and offered him the command of an expedition against the Philippine Islands. Cochrane was not to be appeased by words. A few days after that, the schooner Montezuma sailed close past him without saluting. He threatened to fire on her, and compelled her to cast anchor, then boarding her he hauled down the Peruvian flag and hoisted the Chilian. It seemed as though the quarrel would culminate in an actual fight, till on the 10th May Cochrane sailed for Valparaiso, where he was welcomed in triumph, and his conduct received official approbation. Soon after Cochrane left for ever the shores of the Pacific, whose waves will murmur the record of his glorious deeds to the end of time. Having now one ship of war, the Peruvian Government commenced to organize a navy, which they placed under the command of Blanco Encalada. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. The disaster at Ica, 1821-1822. After the return of the expedition from Callao, La Serna removed his headquarters to Cuzco, leaving the bulk of the army behind him in the valley of Jauja under Canterac. He strengthened the garrisons of Puno, Arequipa, and Tacna, and entrusted the defence of the southern coast to the army of Upper Peru. Canterac detached 2 light columns under Loriga against Pasco, where the insurrection had still a footing under Otero, who had 200 regulars with him and 5,000 Indians. On the approach of Loriga, Otero marched out to attack him, and fell upon him suddenly in the early morning on the 7th December, at the village of El Cerro, where the Royalists had halted to collect supplies. In the confusion a part of the ammunition blew up, and the troops in the darkness were seized with panic, but Loriga succeeded in rallying them, occupied the church and some neighbouring houses, and waited for daylight, when he in his turn attacked the Patriots, and completely routed them, killing 700 Indians. In Upper Peru, Lanza, the guerilla chief, maintained himself in the mountains between Cochabamba and La Paz. In Potosí a mutiny broke out among the troops, which was quelled by General Maroto. The Indians of Cangallo and Huamanga again rose in arms, but the former town was burned by Carratala, and the Viceroy issued a decree forbidding any attempt to rebuild it. The Government of Peru erected a monument to the memory of the unfortunate town, and Buenos Aires named one of her principal streets Cangallo, as a lasting record of this barbarous deed. But these transitory events had no effect upon the war itself. The Cordillera formed a barrier between the opposing forces, which neither of them could pass. The Royalists still outnumbered the Patriots 2 to 1, but the territory occupied by them, extending from Pasco to the Argentine frontier, was so enormous that they were nowhere strong. Bolívar was on the march against Quito. Success would enable him to assist San Martin to crush the Royalist forces in Peru, but no cordial alliance was possible with Bolívar until all these new nations had agreed upon one common form of government, and the unsettled state of Guayaquil, which was claimed as a province by both Columbia and Peru, threatened to produce discord between them. San Martin rose to the emergency. He sent a contingent of 1,500 men from Peru to assist Bolívar in his operations against Quito, and so secured his success. Then, settling on one side his monarchical ideas, he on the 27th December, 1821, issued a decree summoning a Congress "to establish a definitive form of government, and to give to the country the constitution best adapted to it." He at the same time appointed the Marquis of Torre Deputy Protector, while he himself went off to Guayaquil in the hope of obtaining an interview with Bolívar. Not daring to leave La Serna unmolested while he arranged with the Liberator of the North the plans for united and decisive action, he despatched General Tristan and Colonel Gamarra, both Peruvians, with 2,000 men, to occupy the valley of Ica, and spread a false report that Arenales was about to return with another expedition to the Highlands. La Serna was too well informed to trouble himself about reports, and knew well the quality of the 2 Patriots now in command at Ica. Early in April Canterac with 2,000 men and 3 guns marched from Jauja, and Valdés with 500 from Arequipa. The Patriot army evacuated Ica at their approach, but their retreat by night was intercepted, they were thrown into disorder and cut to pieces. The Royalists made more than 1,000 prisoners, including 50 officers, took 4 guns and 2 flags, and returned in triumph, after shooting 1 in every 5 of the officers of the Numancia battalion, whom they had made prisoners. Tristan and Gamarra were tried by court-martial and shown to be utterly incompetent for such a command, but the chief blame of the disaster fell upon San Martin himself, who had appointed them. This defeat was in some measure compensated the following month by the fall of Quito, which terminated the war in the north, and San Martin, not having been able to effect his proposed interview with Bolívar, who did not come to Guayaquil when expected, when he returned to Lima, left the civil administration in the hands of Torre Tagle, and devoted his attention exclusively to the army. He issued a proclamation in which he promised the Peruvian people that the war should be concluded in the year 1822, then current, and on the 4th July signed a provisional treaty with Columbia. At the same time he applied for help to the Government of Chile and to the governors of various Argentine provinces bordering the eastern slope of the Andes, now de facto independent states, an endeavour to unite all Spanish America in one grand effort to crush the Royalist cause in its last stronghold, the highlands of Peru. Still harping on the ideas he had disclosed at Punchauca and Miraflores, he also wrote to La Serna proposing a cessation of hostilities on the basis of the recognition of the independence of Peru. To this the Viceroy returned a curt answer, "that however beneficial independence might be to Peru, it could only be hoped for or established by decree of the nation, Spain." San Martin also wrote to the same effect to Bolívar, but found that their ideas did not at all coincide, and wrote to O'Higgins proposing a naval expedition to the coast of Spain. Torre Tagle was but the nominal head of the civil administration, the real ruler was his minister Monteagudo, an inveterate enemy of all Spaniards, who thought the true way to victory was to make the struggle one of race. On the 31st December he issued a decree that all Spaniards who had not been naturalized should leave the country, in January that they should also forfeit half their property, and in February that the infraction of these decrees should entail banishment and confiscation. After the disaster of Ica still more barbarous decrees were issued, and a commission was appointed to enforce them. Two great forces from the south and from the north were about to join hands in the great work in which they both engaged. We have sketched the progress of the revolution from the banks of La Plata, across the Cordillera, and by the Pacific, to Peru. It is now time to turn our attention to its progress from the Spanish Main, through New Granada and Columbia, to the frontiers of Peru at Quito. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé Mitre. Translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. The Revolutions in Quito and Venezuela, 1809 to 1812. Spanish America on the southern continent is divided geographically and socially into two great systems, which are nevertheless analogous, having the same origin and the same language. Simultaneously they felt the same impulse, simultaneously arose in both sections the spirit of independence. In each section one man took the lead, devoting his life to the cause which was at once his own and that of his race. Yet were these two men of character wholly different. The one, cool and calculating, was devoid of personal ambition; the other, whose dreams were of glory and of power, was its slave. Yet in each glowed the passion for emancipation, and each in his own way accomplished the task before him. The one, San Martin, gave liberty to the south; the other, Bolívar, gave liberty to the north. They joined, and the social equilibrium was established. The northern zone of the continent extends about 20 degrees north of the equator, from the frontiers of Peru to Panama and the Caribbean Sea. In 1810 this zone comprehended the Viceroyalty of New Granada, the Captain Generalcy of Venezuela, and the Presidency of Quito. Three political divisions marked out by geographical lines, and peopled by several heterogeneous races. At that date New Granada had 1,400,000 inhabitants, Venezuela 900,000, and Quito 600,000. Of these 1,234,000 were white, Europeans and Creoles, 913,000 were of indigenous races, 615,000 of mixed races, and 138,000 were Negro slaves. Santa Fe de Bogotá was the capital of New Granada, Caracas was the capital of Venezuela, the city of Quito, situate high above the level of the sea, had been the centre of pre-Columbian civilization. During the colonial epoch it was at times attached to the Viceroyalty of New Granada, at times to that of Peru. The district of which this city was the capital has been styled the Tibet of the New World. The two parallel ranges of the Andes which form the valley of Chile unite to the north of Argentine territory, but again separate in Peru, and running northward enclose Quito and the valley of Popayan, which forms the extreme south of New Granada. They then again diverge, this time into three branches, one of which forms the Isthmus of Panama, while the others extend to the north east as far as the Gulf of Mexico, wild valleys interposing between each range. To the east of the most easterly of these ranges lies a vast plain, drained by the great river Orinoco and its tributaries. Situate under the Tropic of Cancer, summer and winter are there unknown, but the season from March to September is one of constant rain. During the intervening months the rivers leave their beds and convert the vast plains into as vast a sea. When the waters retire the plains are covered with luxuriant pasturage, giving sustenance to millions of cattle and horses, which are herded by a semi-civilized race of horsemen, known as the Llaneros of Columbia, a race similar to the Gauchos of the Argentine Pampa. The Llaneros live in lonely huts and pass their days in saddle. Inured to fatigue and danger, they are sober and abstemious, dress in the most simple manner, are dexterous in the use of the lance, and are splendid swimmers. Endowed with such qualities, and led by men of their own race, their deeds eclipse those of the most renowned heroes of antiquity. The Colombian revolution broke out separately in each of the three great sections. The first outbreak took place at Quito in August, 1809. Almost simultaneously with similar movements in Mexico and in Upper Peru. The Captain General, Ruiz de Castillo, was deposed, and a Junta was appointed. The movement was crushed by the combined forces of New Granada and Peru, and the leaders were put to death in prison in August, 1810. They were the first martyrs in the cause of independence in South America. These outbreaks, simultaneous but unconnected, proceeded from identical causes. These causes not being removed, the consequent effects were naturally reproduced, and found echo all over the continent. On the 25th of May, 1810, the Star of Liberty arose in Buenos Aires, but previous to that date, on the 19th of April of the same year, the municipality of Caracas, joined by deputies from the people, deposed Emparan, the Captain General, denied the authority of the Regency of Cadiz, and appointed a Junta to rule over the "United Provinces of Venezuela," in the name of the King. The leader of this movement was a canon of the church, named Madariaga, by birth a Chilean, and a member of the secret society established by Miranda, whom he had met in London. His associates were Rocio and Ponte, men of noble character, whose political knowledge was more theoretical than practical. Most of the provinces answered the call of the capital by deposing their governors and appointing juntas. The Central Junta issued a manifesto to the other colonies of Spanish America, inviting them to form a continental league for mutual protection. No such league was formed, but the example was everywhere followed. The first act of the Junta was to summon a Congress, elected by the people, into whose hands they proposed to surrender their provisional authority. The northern provinces of Maracaibo and Coro had not deposed their governors, Generals Miyares and Ceballos. These two officers denounced the movement and commenced to raise troops to oppose it. The Junta took precautionary measures so as to be prepared against any attack, and meantime sent envoys to the United States and to England, looking to the latter power for protection in the event of an invasion of Venezuela by the French. Don Luis Mendez, Don Andrés Bello, and Don Simón Bolívar, a colonel of militia, were selected to this mission. Bolívar was at that time 27 years of age. There was nothing heroic in his appearance. He was short in stature, thin and narrow-chested, but his rugged, irregular features gave a look of energy to his sallow countenance. His hair was black and curly, his high, narrow forehead was deeply seamed with horizontal lines. He had thick, sensual lips and beautiful teeth. His large black eyes were sunk deep in their orbits, and sparkled with an unsteady light, indicative of his character. He looked like one possessed by a latent fire, a man of feverish activity, combined with duplicity and ignorance. His profile was that of a deep thinker. Altogether his aspect was that of a man of great ideas but of small judgment. His deeds do not belie that impression. At the age of 3 years he was left an orphan, heir to a rich patrimony, with hundreds of slaves. His tutor was a philosopher of the school of the Cynics. The ideas he learned from him were so extravagant as to verge on lunacy, but he carried them with him throughout his life, and they moulded his career. From him he learned to dream of an ideal form of government, neither monarchical nor republican, in which all offices should be held for life. This tutor was named Simón Rodriguez, and was born in Caracas, the natural son of a priest. Before he was 17 years of age, Bolívar went to Europe. He was in Paris when Bonaparte was named first consul, and professed enthusiastic admiration for his character. In Europe he married a daughter of the noble Venezuelan family of Del Toro, and then returned to Caracas. In the 3rd year after his marriage he lost his wife, and made a second voyage to Europe, where he again met his tutor. In his company he visited the scenes made immortal by Rousseau, whose Nouvelle Héloïse was his favourite book, and saw Napoleon crowned King of Italy at Milan. They went on to Rome, and from Mount Aventine looked over the ruins of the great city of the Caesars. In a moment of enthusiasm the acolyte seized the hands of his master and swore to liberate his native land. 6 more years passed, and the revolution broke out in Venezuela, without any open help from him. He was then leading the life of a feudal lord, in wealth and in luxury, produced by the toil of slaves. Yet, though he took no open part in this revolution, he had done something to prepare it. He was on intimate terms with the Captain General, and had betrayed his secrets to the conspirators. Soon after their arrival in London, the 3 envoys obtained a private audience with the Marquis of Wellesley, who was at that time Minister of Foreign Affairs. Bolívar, who talked French fluently, was the spokesman. Forgetting his rôle as a diplomatist, he made a speech in which he spoke harshly of Spain and of his desire, of his hopes for the absolute independence of Venezuela, and most indiscreetly presented not only the credentials of the envoys, but their instructions also. The British minister listened coldly, and glancing his eye over the papers, replied that the ideas he had heard expressed were in open contradiction to the documents. These credentials were conferred by a Junta ruling in the name of King Ferdinand, and the object of the mission was stated to be an arrangement with the Regency of Cadiz in order to prevent a rupture. Bolívar had read neither the credentials nor the instructions. As they retired he candidly confessed his negligence to his companions, and agreed that the instructions showed both foresight and wisdom. This is a true sample of Bolívar's character, both as a politician and as a soldier. Ever preoccupied by some idea of his own, he took no thought of the obstacles in his way, and gave no heed to the opinions of others. He blindly pursued his own dreams and his own designs. Victor or vanquished, he always persevered, reading with "his mind's eye," as he said himself, no other documents than those written on his brain by his master Simón Rodriguez. His ruling idea at this moment was independence, and he went straight for it. In spite of this diplomatic slip, The British Government answered the envoys according to the tenor of their instructions, and replied that they could not interfere in any question concerning the government of any country which recognised the King of Spain as its sovereign, but they offered their mediation for the reconciliation of the colonies of Spain with their mother country. They had previously forwarded instructions to the governors of British West Indies to protect the new governments in South America against French aggression. They now issued fresh circulars to the same effect, more especially recommending them to cultivate amicable relations with these new governments, whether or no they recognised the authority of the Regency of Cadiz. This was satisfactory, but the result was owing to British policy, not to the skill of the envoys. In London Bolívar became acquainted with General Miranda, and being initiated as a member of his secret society, renewed the oath he had made on the sacred hill of Rome to work for the independence and liberty of South America. Contact with the ardent spirit of the apostle of emancipation blew into a flame the embers lighted by the teachings of Rodriguez. Again Bolívar forgot his instructions, which forbade him to have anything to do with the plans of Miranda. He thought that his presence would give fresh impulse to the idea of independence, and invited him to accompany the envoys on their return. Miranda accepted the invitation, and they landed at Caracas in December. When news of the revolution in Venezuela reached Cadiz, the Regency proclaimed the leaders of the movement rebels, and declining the mediation of Great Britain, declared war against them and ordered a blockade of the coast. Cortabarria, a member of the Council of Indies, was charged with the task of subduing them, and Millares was appointed Captain General in place of Emparan. In the Spanish West India Islands preparation was made to sustain the decrees of the Regency by force. Thus the first link in the chain which bound the colonies of the Spanish Main to the mother country was broken. The Central Junta of Caracas responded by raising an army of 2,500 men, placed the Marquis del Toro in command, and sent him against Coro, the headquarters of the Royalist reaction. On the 28th of November the army attacked the town, but was beaten off. Its retreat was intercepted by a division of 800 men, but it forced its way on and reached Caracas with heavy loss, harassed on the way by a hostile population. When Miranda again landed on American soil he was 60 years of age. The people received him with ovations. Governments appointed him Lieutenant General of the army. Youthful citizens looked to him as the oracle of their future destinies. The soldiery regarded him as herald of victory, yet at first his influence was not felt in public affairs. Grave, taciturn, and dogmatic, with unflinching opinions formed in solitude, Miranda discussed nothing, though he sought to make proselytes. Government appointed him, with Roscio and Ustariz, republicans of the new American school, to draw up a plan for the constitution on the basis of the federation of the provinces. The old dreamer who mixed up classic traditions with modern theories sought to combine them with the worn-out institutions of the colonial epoch. According to his plan, the administration should be entrusted to 2 Incas, Roman consuls, appointed for 10 years. The rest of the plan was modelled on the municipal institutions of the colonies. He was far behind the day in which he lived. To propagate his doctrines, and to foment the spirit of independence, he with Bolívar organized a political club on the model of that of the Girondins, of which he had been a conspicuous member. The first Congress of Venezuela was convened on the 2nd of March 1811. 30 deputies from various provinces were present. Miranda was one of them. This Congress appointed the Executive Junta of 3 members, created a High Court of Justice in place of the Audiencia, and named Roscio, Ustariz, and Tobar commissioners to draw up a constitution. The question of independence was then discussed. Miranda, who was the leading advocate of an immediate declaration, carried the measure, by a majority, on the 5th of July. The same day the flag raised by Miranda in 1806, stripes of yellow, blue, and red, was adopted as the national ensign of Venezuela. Thus Venezuela was the first independent republic in South America. Many of the inhabitants of Caracas were natives to the Canary Islands. Among them the agents of Cortabarria found the leaders for a reactionary movement, which broke out on the 11th of July. The insurgents were quickly surrounded by the populace, aided by a part of the garrison, and compelled to surrender. The greater part of those taken in arms were banished, but the leaders were put to death and their heads were exposed on the public roads, sad presage of the war of extermination which was to deluge the soil of Venezuela with blood. On the same day a more formidable outbreak took place at Valencia. The inhabitants armed, as they said, in the cause of religion, and entrenched the city. An army corps under Del Toro marched against them, but was beaten off, on which Miranda was placed in command. A strong outwork was carried by assault, but the army was again repulsed in an attack on the great square. Bolívar and Del Toro were both present in this affair. Miranda, after receiving a reinforcement, again attacked the city. Proceeding more cautiously, he gradually shut up the Royalists in the great square, where want of water soon compelled them to surrender at discretion. This short campaign cost the Patriots 800 men, in killed alone, but Miranda did not sully his victory by bloodshed, and Congress released all the prisoners, an act of clemency which was severely blamed in view of the severity with which the Canarians of Caracas had been treated. The debate on the Constitution produced a lengthy discussion in Congress. A plan drawn up by Ustariz, which was an adaptation of the Constitution of the United States, was adopted almost unanimously, but Miranda voted against it, alleging that a federal constitution was not suited to the country. Valencia was declared the capital of the new republic. Congress, being in want of funds, had issued a paper currency for the payment of their employees of all classes. Its rapid depreciation in value brought about a state of misery and discontent which enervated the spirit of the revolution. Contrabarria recruited 1,000 men in Puerto Rico and sent them, under Cajigal, to reinforce the Royalists of the western provinces, where the reaction gained ground every day. Popular leaders rose up on every side in defence of the cause of Spain. Their successes served to display the strength of the country itself, and to prepare weapons for the revolution when its principles were understood and adopted by the people. In February 1812 a small detachment of 230 men, under a naval officer named Monteverde, marched from Coro, raised all the country as far as Barquisimeto, and at Carora defeated a Patriot force of 700 men. The town of Carora was sacked, and many Patriots were shot without trial. In the east of Venezuela, Spanish Guayana had declared against the revolution. Colonel Moreno marched with 1,400 men to rescue the province from the Royalists, and being joined by various scattered detachments of the Patriots, collected a flotilla of 28 gunboats on the Orinoco, and threatened the town of Angostura, which stands on the northern bank near to the mouth of that river. On the 25th of March, 1812, the Royalists, with 9 schooners and 8 gunboats, attacked the Patriot flotilla in the Bay of Lorondo, and after 2 days' fighting, completely destroyed it. Moreno retreated and eventually fled, while the remnant of his force capitulated at the town of Maturin. On the 26th of March, 1812, in the afternoon of a calm day, a great roar was heard under the hills of Mérida. The ground commenced to rock to and fro in violent oscillations. In less than a minute the cities of Mérida, Barquisimeto, San Felipe, La Guaira and Caracas were nothing more than heaps of ruins, under which 20,000 people lay entombed. In the capital almost all the garrison perished. At Barquisimeto the great part of a division of 1,000 men, which was on the march to arrest the progress of Monteverde, with a large amount of military stores, were buried. Under these ruins the first Republic of Venezuela found a grave. This earthquake was felt only in territory occupied by the revolutionists. The provinces of Coro, Maracaibo and Guayana, which were faithful to the King, suffered nothing. The clergy, who were for the most part Royalists, made use of the fact, pointing to it as a chastisement of Heaven upon impious men and upon rebels. Fear entered into the hearts of the people, and dismay into those of the Patriots. Monteverde dug 7 guns and much war material from beneath the ruins of Barquisimeto, armed the people, and raised his force to 1,000 men. At San José a division of 1,300 raw recruits sallied out to meet him, one squadron passed over to him, the rest were cut to pieces. The prisoners were butchered, and the neighbouring town of San Carlos was sacked and burned. The cities of Mérida and Trujillo declared for the King. The common people and deserters from the Patriot armies flocked to Monteverde. He marched upon Valencia. 45 days after his departure from Coro he entered the federal capital in triumph. Affairs were now in so critical a state that Miranda was appointed Dictator. He established his headquarters at Victoria, between Valencia and Caracas, and advanced with 4,000 men against the former city. During a skirmish between outposts an entire company passed over to the Royalists, and Miranda retreated to a position which he strengthened with field works. The hero of Valmy and Jemappes, whose name is inscribed on the triumphal arch at the Barrière d'Étoile, seems to have disappeared under the cloak of the Dictator, and the irresolute general of Maestricht and Nervinde reappeared on a new scene. Colonel Antonianzas, detached by Monteverde to the plains of Caracas, took the town of Calabozo by assault and put the garrison to the sword. Then, being joined by a Spaniard named Tomas Boves, he attacked San Juan de los Morros, where not only the fighting men, but the old men, women and children were butchered. The province of Barinas declared for the King, and Monteverde, being now secure in his rear, twice attacked Miranda in his entrenchments, but was each time repulsed with heavy loss. Having received reinforcements from Coro, he made a third attack, and was again repulsed, but undismayed he made a flank movement and turned the position of the Patriots, whereupon Miranda, though with a force greatly superior in number to the adversary, set fire to his stores, and retired precipitately on the night of the 17th June to Victoria. Monteverde, at the head of a small detachment, again attacked him in his new position, and caused great confusion in the encampment, but was eventually beaten off. The Royalist leader now had more than 3,000 men under his orders, and being joined by Antonianzas, made a general attack on the entrenchments thrown up by Miranda at Victoria on the 29th June, but was repulsed with heavy loss after expending all his ammunition. Miranda made no attempt to pursue him, and in a council of war it was decided to retreat to Valencia. A Spaniard prevailed upon Monteverde to disregard the decision of the council, and to remain where he was for 3 days. These 3 days were the last of this revolution. On the 24th June a general insurrection of the slaves broke out in the valleys to the south east of Caracas. Miranda had decreed liberty to all slaves who would join the Patriot armies. Their Spanish owners preferred to arm them themselves to fight against the Patriots. The Negroes committed all manner of excesses, attacked several towns, maltreated the white inhabitants, and came so near to Caracas that Miranda was compelled to detach troops against them. Bolívar had been placed in command of the city of Puerto Cabello. During a temporary absence of his, the Spanish prisoners, who were numerous, gained over the garrison of the citadel and took possession of it. Bolívar attempted to retake it with the troops quartered in the city. His advance posts went over to the enemy. On the 4th July Monteverde approached. Bolívar sent out 200 men against him. They were beaten, and only 7 men with 1 officer returned. On this the rest of his troops disbanded, and with 7 officers he fled by sea to La Guaira. When Miranda heard of this he exclaimed, "Venezuela is stricken to the heart." The Royalists had now the whole of the west and the plains. They dominated both banks of the Orinoco and the sea coast. The Patriots held barely a third of the territory of Venezuela. The army still numbered 5,000 men, mostly recruits, but the general had no confidence in them, nor had his subordinates any longer faith in him. Everyone accused Miranda of having caused the miseries they suffered. Some called him a traitor. In despair he summoned a council, and by their advice opened negotiations with the enemy. In order to be in a better position to treat, Miranda made an attack upon the enemy's lines, and routed several detached parties of the Royalist troops, after which he proposed a suspension of hostilities. The proposition was accepted by Monteverde on condition that the Royalist troops should be permitted to advance on Caracas. Miranda then made further proposals, and authorized his commissioners to sign a capitulation, which should guarantee the freedom and properties of the insurgents. Some of his officers protested against this and advised him to risk everything on the chance of a battle, but in reality all wished for peace, and he knew it. A capitulation, though a defeat, would do more for Venezuela than would a passing victory. Public opinion had veered round and was master of the situation. It was necessary that Venezuela should suffer the yoke of the victorious reaction in order that she might know what it meant, and might gather up her forces for the decisive struggle. The capitulation was agreed to by Monteverde and by the commissioners appointed by Miranda on the basis of the complete submission of the Patriots and a general amnesty. Miranda, after some hesitation, acceded to these terms and withdrew to Caracas. The troops either joined the Royalist forces or dispersed. On the 30th July Monteverde entered Caracas in triumph, while Miranda, with Bolívar and several of his principal officers, trusting not at all to the capitulation, left for La Guaira, intending to fly by sea. The captain of an English ship had offered a passage to Miranda and urged him to embark at once. Bolívar and the others prevented him from going on board, saying that he required rest. They dined together, and after Miranda had retired, 12 officers formed themselves into a sort of secret tribunal, and decided that he, as the author of the capitulation, ought to share the fate of the rest. Bolívar accused him of receiving bribes from the Spaniards, and voted for his death as a traitor to the cause of independence, but it was resolved to detain him. Before dawn Bolívar went to his room, removed his sword and pistols, and then awoke him. He was made prisoner by his own friends and shut up in the castle of San Carlos. Monteverde paid no attention whatever to the terms of the capitulation. The prisons were filled with citizens. Bolívar hid himself, but all except 2 of the other members of the secret tribunal were among the prisoners. Many died in the dungeons, and the Canarians had their revenge in the open plunder of all who had taken part against them. Miranda was sent to Puerto Cabello and loaded with chains. From his dungeon he addressed a memorial to the Supreme Court, demanding, in the name of the new Spanish Constitution, the liberty of his comrades as guaranteed by the capitulation, but he asked nothing for himself. His protest was unheeded, and he, being sent to Spain, languished for 3 years in a dungeon at Cadiz, where he died miserably on the 14th July 1816, and was buried in the mud banks over which the waters of the Mediterranean ebb and flow in front of that city. Bolívar, after remaining for some days in hiding, was presented by a Spanish friend of his to Monteverde, who gave him a passport, "in recompense for his service to the King in the imprisonment of Miranda." End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. The Revolutions in New Granada and Quito, 1809-1813. The events in Spain in the year 1808 produced great excitement in New Granada, which was increased in the following year by receipt of advices of the revolution in Quito, mentioned in the last chapter. On the 9th September 1809, Amar, the Viceroy, summoned an assembly of the corporations and of leading citizens of the capital, and sought counsel from them. Men of American birth, who were members of this assembly, not only spoke in favour of the Junta of Quito, but asked for the establishment of a similar government at Santa Fe de Bogotá. Spaniards advised the immediate dissolution of the revolutionary government. Amar followed the counsel of the latter, and sent a column of 300 men to dissolve the Junta. At the same time the Viceroy of Peru sent 800 men on the same errand. The Junta of Quito had already raised 3 battalions of infantry, and sent 2 companies with 3 guns against the detachment from New Granada, but these troops, while on the march were completely routed by the inhabitants of the province of Pasto on the 16th October. The revolutionists, dismayed at this disaster, on receiving promise of an amnesty, replaced Castillo, the late Captain General, in command. When the two expeditions reached Quito the amnesty was set aside. The leaders of the revolution were arrested, some were sentenced to death, others to penal servitude. The indignant populace attacked and captured one of the barracks, but were promptly driven out again by soldiery and dispersed. The soldiers then proceeded to the public jail, where the prisoners were confined, and killed 25 of them, after which they spread about the streets and killed 80 citizens, among the victims being 3 women and 3 children. The butchery was only stopped by the intercession of the bishop. Castillo, horrified at these excesses, hastily convened an assembly of the civil and ecclesiastical authorities and of leading citizens. With their concurrence he proclaimed a general pardon, and sent the Peruvian troops, who had taken the lead in the massacres, back to Lima. Word of these atrocities reached New Granada at the same time that news arrived of the revolution in Venezuela, and produced an immediate effervescence throughout the country. In New Granada, according to one of their own writers, "all the races of the world had come together to mingle their blood, their traditions, their strength and their character, and united in the work of civilization." 2/3 of the population were white, residing mostly in the towns and cities, hence the revolution took here a civic form, and was greatly hampered by local jealousies and by divergencies of opinion among the leaders. The first revolutionary movement occurred at Cartagena, where the people, headed by their Cabildo, demanded a Junta. With the intervention of an agent of the Regency of Cadiz, then in the city, a Junta of 3 was appointed, of whom the actual governor was one; but as he openly showed his dissatisfaction with this arrangement, he was banished to Havana on the 11th June, 1810. To the east of the most easterly range of the Cordillera lie the wide plains of Casanare. Here 2 youths raised the standard of insurrection. They were joined by some small groups of the country people, which were dispersed by troops sent against them by the Viceroy. The leaders were put to death, and their heads were sent to the capital. On the 4th July a Junta was set up by the Cabildo of Pamplona. At Socorro 2 companies of the line and some militia were quartered. In a moment of false alarm they fired upon an assemblage of the people. 8,000 citizens arose in arms and besieged them in their barracks. A Junta was formed of 8 deputies elected by the people, and the government was placed in their hands. At Bogotá everything was ripe for a revolution. Several attempts had been made without result, but the news from Venezuela and from the provinces, and above all the expectation of the speedy arrival of commissioners from the Regency of Cadiz, decided the Patriots to make another attempt, which was precipitated by an accident. On the 20th July a Spaniard spoke contemptuously of Americans. The people rushed tumultuously to the great square, demanding an open Cabildo and a Junta. They were supported by the municipal authorities. The Viceroy declined to accede to their wish. The bells of the church were rung, and 6,000 or 7,000 armed men assembled in front of the public offices. The Viceroy had 1,000 troops. A conflict seemed imminent, when at last he gave way and sanctioned the summoning of a special Cabildo. At 6 o'clock the same evening the Cabildo met. The debate was stormy, Dr. Camilo Torres taking the lead. The Patriots demanded a Junta, the Spaniards sought to gain time by resisting the proposition. One of the popular orators declared that any man who left his place before a Junta was appointed was a traitor to the country. The speech was applauded by the people outside. A Junta was named, with the Viceroy, who was very popular, as President, and was installed in office at 3 in the morning on the 21st July. The Junta drew up a constitution on the basis of a federal union of the various provinces. The sovereignty of King Ferdinand was recognized, and also the authority of the Regency of Cadiz, as long as it should exist. This was a compromise on all sides, and the Junta, being overawed by the popular leaders, had no real power. Later on the Viceroy was deposed, and the Junta was instructed to govern in the name of the King in complete independence of any other authority in Spain. 2 days afterwards Montufar and Villavicencio arrived as commissioners from Spain, but were powerless to do more than accept what was already done. Montufar, who was entrusted with a special mission to Quito, continued his journey to that city, where we shall presently find him at the head of the revolutionists. Anarchy and reaction were not slow to follow on these hasty steps. Local jealousies, which had been kept in check by the colonial system, divergence of opinion between the leaders of the movement, the antagonistic interests of Americans and Spaniards, and the instincts of the masses who grouped themselves on geographical lines, all combined to bring on complications in which the strength of the country was wasted without any good result. The Junta sent a circular to the provinces inviting them to send deputies to a Congress. Nearly every province followed the example of the capital by appointing a Junta, but some of them refused to send deputies to a Congress, preferring to consider themselves independent republics. Cartagena refused to acknowledge in any way the authority of the Junta of the capital, and invited the other provinces to send deputies to a Congress in that city. One province only acceded to this proposition, but it sufficed to prevent the assemblage of the Congress at Bogotá, and postponed the formation of a central government, which was the urgent necessity of the moment. The revolutionary leaders in the capital then tried a new plan. They formed the province of Santa Fe, of which Bogotá was the chief city, into a monarchical republic, which they called the State of Cundinamarca, its ancient name, with a legislature of 2 chambers, and Dr. Lozano was named president during the captivity of the king. Lozano, after several fruitless attempts to bring about a general understanding, succeeded at last in assembling a Congress, but the want of a central government had produced such anarchy that the people, inflamed by the writings of Don Antonio Nariño, who advocated a centralized government, deposed Lozano, and on the 19th of September 1811 appointed Nariño dictator. Congress continued the debate on the Constitution, and adopted the federal system by a majority, but had no power to establish it, and withdrew from the capital, where it was overawed by the popular leaders, to the small city of Ibague, in the province of Mariquita. On the 11th of November 1811, the province of Cartagena declared itself an independent state, and the eastern provinces endeavoured to join the Confederation of Venezuela. Meantime the Royalists made no attempt to oppose the revolution in the great centres of population, but secured all the country to the south of the province of Santa Fe, and established their base of operations at Quito, with Guayaquil as their port on the Pacific. To the north they held the provinces of the Isthmus of Panama, with the fortress of Portobello, and also the city and province of Santa Marta on the western bank of the Magdalena, and the province of Rio Hacha, also on the Magdalena, but further inland. The insurgent province of Cartagena, lying on the coast, was thus isolated from the other provinces which had declared for the revolution. The Royalists established a second base of operations at Santa Marta, where they raised an army of 1,500 men, besides militia, and were reinforced by a battalion of Spanish troops from Cuba, while 3 Spanish ships of war guarded the coast, and either sank or captured a Patriot flotilla sent against them from Cartagena in March 1812. Dr. Torices, a young man 24 years of age, being named Dictator by the Constituent Conventions of Cartagena, fitted out another flotilla, which he placed under the command of a French adventurer named Labatut, and sent it against the Royalists, who had crossed the Magdalena. Labatut drove them from the lower part of the river, and then returned and captured the city of Santa Marta in January 1813. At this time Don José Domingo Pérez, who had been appointed Viceroy of New Granada by the Regency of Cadiz, reached Portobello, but his authority was not recognised by the insurgent provinces. On the outbreak of the revolution, Colonel Tacon was governor of Popayan. By his energy he prevented the installation of a Junta in that city, but the Patriots set one up in the small town of Cali. The governor sent troops against them. Santa Fe sent 300 men under Colonel Baraya to their assistance, on which basis they raised an army of 1,100 men, mostly Indians, armed with lances. Tacon led another army, 1,500 strong, against them, but was attacked and defeated by Baraya on the 28th of March 1811. This was the first victory gained by the Patriots of New Granada, and Tacon was forced to retire to the valley of Pasto, where he stood at bay in the passes leading to Quito, while Popayán fell into the hands of the revolutionists. Meantime a fresh insurrection had taken place at Quito, and Tacon, after raising the Royalist population of the valleys, marched upon that city with 1,600 men. The new government sent against him Don Pedro Montufar, the envoy from the Regency of Cadiz, and Tacon, being deserted by the greater part of his men, retreated to the coast, where he received help from Guayaquil, but was again defeated and withdrew to Peru. Montufar easily dispersed the Royalist levies in the valley of Pasto and returned to Quito, but the Royalists soon reassembled, and, incited by the priest, attacked the city of Popayán, but were beaten off, and were totally dispersed on the night following by a sortie of garrison which was headed by a young North American named Macaulay. A portion of them, aided by fresh levies, captured the city of Pasto before Macaulay could reach the place, but he prevailed upon them to give up their prisoners, and then marched away by night to join a column advancing from Quito. Being again attacked by these men of the valleys, he arranged a truce with them, which they made use of to surprise his camp, killing 200 men and making 400 prisoners, he himself being among these latter, with Caicedo, the late commandant of Pasto. These valleys of Pasto and Patia were the Vendée of the revolution of New Granada, and the reaction was now there triumphant. Don Pedro Montufar, in the capacity of commissioner from the Regency of Cadiz, had reached Bogotá after the pacific triumph of the revolution in that city. He had acceded to the new state of affairs, and had afterwards gone on to Quito, where he was received with enthusiasm. Under his auspices a Junta was there installed on the 19th September 1810, under the presidency of Ruiz de Castillo, the late Captain General, but the authority of this Junta was not recognized by the southern provinces, where Peruvian influence was supreme. The Junta then raised an army of 2,000 men, which it placed under the command of Montufar, with orders to reduce these provinces to submission. At the same time Molina, who had been appointed by the Viceroy of Peru Captain General of Quito, in place of Ruiz de Castillo, reached Guayaquil, where he raised an army for the defence of these provinces. Neither Molina nor Montufar had much confidence in their troops, and confined their operations to desultory skirmishes, until, on the 11th December, the citizens of Quito deposed Ruiz de Castillo from his post as President of the Junta, summoned a Congress, and declared Quito to be an independent state. Ruiz retired to a convent, from which he was dragged by a mob and brutally murdered. In the following year Marshal Montes arrived from Peru to take command of the Royalist forces, and on the 2nd September 1812 defeated the Patriots at Mocha, giving no quarter. Montufar raised a new army and took up a position on some precipices which covered the road to the capital, but Montes, marching for 9 days by a circuitous road over the rugged slopes of Chimborazo, gained his rear and obliged him to retreat. The Patriots then fortified the city of Quito, and declared they would hold out to the last extremity, but it was taken by assault on the 3rd November. Montufar retired northwards with the remnants of his force, but was pursued by Colonel Sámano, who beat him twice and captured all his guns. Sámano, following out his instructions, shot all superior officers who fell into his hands, and going on to Pasto, where the prisoners of Popayán were confined, he shot 1 in every 5 of the officers and 1 in every 10 of the soldiers, the victims being chosen by lot. Caicedo and Macaulay were among them. Thus was crushed the second revolution in Quito. While the reaction closed in upon New Granada, the interior of the country was a prey to anarchy. Federalism struggled against centralization, Cundinamarca against the provinces, Nariño against Congress, till all was chaos. Nariño pursued his policy of centralization by sending troops into the districts around the capital and annexing them to what he called "the legal province." Congress protested from its retreat at Ibague. Baraya, with the district of Tunja, pronounced in favour of Congress, and defeated a force sent by Nariño to reduce the province of Socorro. Nariño was forced to come to terms, and resigned, but was reinstated by the citizens of the capital, who on the 11th of September again proclaimed him Dictator, with absolute powers. Congress, with 11 deputies who represented 7 provinces, met soon after at Leiva and named Dr. Torres President. Torres, who was an enemy of Nariño, soon found a pretext for an open rupture with him. Civil war broke out. Baraya, in command of the Federal troops, defeated Nariño and laid siege to Bogotá, but was repulsed and totally defeated in an ill-planned attack upon the city. At this time Marshal Montalvo, a Cuban by birth, arrived as Viceroy in place of Pérez. Patriotism, enervated by civil strife, revived. On the 16th of July, 1813, Cundinamarca declared itself an independent state, and the province of Antioquia followed the example. Nariño came to an arrangement with Congress, and offered troops to reinforce the army which was sent against the Royalists now advancing from the south. General Sámano had occupied the city of Popayán with 2,000 men, and now menaced the province of Antioquia. Congress placed the Federal army under the command of Nariño, giving him the rank of Lieutenant General. Nariño then abdicated the dictatorship and marched against the enemy. His first operations were successful. He defeated the main body under Sámano, occupied Popayán on the 31st of December, and on the 13th of January, 1813, again defeated the Royalist army, which fled to Pasto, but he made no attempt to follow up his victories. General Aymerich, who then replaced Sámano in command, was allowed 2 months in which to reorganize his scattered forces. Then Nariño again advanced with 1,400 men, and made his way through the guerillas, who swarmed in the valley of Patia, to the Juanambu river, where he found that the fords were defended by batteries. He forced a passage by one ford, but was driven back by Aymerich, who afterwards retreated. This river Juanambu is an impetuous torrent, rushing westward between precipitous cliffs from the slopes of the eastern Cordillera. The few fords are only occasionally passable, and the river is generally crossed by means of baskets or troughs of raw hide slung upon cables stretched from bank to bank, which are called taravitas. The Patriot army was delayed 20 days in crossing by means of taravitas established by themselves, and then advancing again encountered the enemy strongly posted on the hills of Chacabamba. The position was carried with heavy loss after 4 hours of desperate fighting. Again the Royalist army retreated, but the country people rose en masse in defeat of their homes and drove back the Patriot vanguard, which was led by Nariño in person. Fugitives from this skirmish reported that he was taken prisoner. The main body was seized with panic, spiked with guns, and fled precipitately. Only 900 reached Popayán. Nariño, returning with 13 men to his encampment, found himself without an army. Deserted by his men, he wandered alone for some days on the mountains, living on such wild fruits as he could find. Then, giving himself up, he was sent in irons to Spain. Bolívar, after leaving Caracas, resided for some time at Curaçoa, and then offered his services to the independent government of Cartagena. He was appointed military commandant of the district of Barrancas on the Upper Magdalena, and resolved to make a campaign of his own against the Royalists of Santa Marta, who obstructed the navigation of the river. Here the future Liberator first showed his genius for enterprise. At the head of a small party of militia he attacked the fortified town of Tenerife, drove out the garrison, capturing their guns and boats, and then took the town of Mompox. Labatut, who commanded the Patriot flotilla acting against Santa Marta, complained of this to the Dictator as an intrusion upon his sphere of operations, but Torices reinforced Bolívar with some regular troops and 15 armed boats, with which he ascended the river, and after sundry successful skirmishes entered the city of Ocaña in triumph in January, 1813. In March Labatut was driven from Santa Marta, and the coastline was occupied by the Royalists. Torices himself then led an expedition against them by sea, but was defeated with the loss of his artillery on the 13th of May, Colonel Chatillon, who commanded the infantry, being killed. The Royalists, being reinforced from Venezuela, then collected an army of 2,600 men in the province of Barinas, under command of a naval officer named Tiscar, sent Colonel Correa with 1,000 men against Pamplona, and 700 men by another route to cooperate with him. Colonel Castillo Rada, an officer of New Granada, who was raising troops in the province of Pamplona, applied to Bolívar for help. Bolívar then conceived the daring plan of attempting the reconquest of Venezuela, and wrote to Torices and to Dr. Torres, showing them the advisability of carrying the war into the enemy's territory. Without waiting for an answer from either of them, he marched with 1,400 men by a stony pass across the mountain range in front of Ocaña, drove in the outposts of the enemy, and spreading the report that he was followed by a large army, crossed the river Zulia in one canoe, and on the 28th February fell upon Correa. After 4 hours' sharp fighting, the fight was decided by a furious charge with the bayonet. The Royalists were totally defeated, with the loss of all their artillery, and Bolívar was soon after joined by Castillo Rada with the troops he had raised in Pamplona. Bolívar's idea of reconquering Venezuela was looked upon as folly, just as San Martin's idea of reconquering Chile was when he first broached it. Happily Bolívar also found a Pueyrredon to believe in him. He had published a memorial, which produced a profound sensation in New Granada. In it he disclosed, for the first time, his peculiar ideas on the organization of a republican government, and on the proper mode of conducting the war. Explaining the causes of the fall of the Republic of Venezuela, he said, "Our rulers did not consult codes which would teach them the practical science of government, but those drawn up by dreamers who built republics in the air on the basis of the perfectibility of human nature. We had philosophers as leaders, philanthropy for legislation, arguments instead of tactics, and sophists for soldiers." He also denounced the federal form of government as contrary to the interests of young societies in face of a foreign war, and the folly of placing trust in raw levies in place of devoting all their energy to the organization of regular troops, and wound up in insisting that the safety of New Granada lay in the reconquest of Venezuela. President Torres read this memorial with great attention, and though it clashed with his ideas as a federal, he saw that it was the work of a deep thinker, who was also a man of action, and the language used appealed both to his reason and to his heart. The successes achieved by Bolívar in his first daring attempt decided him. He resolved upon the reconquest of Venezuela. Chapter 38 Part 1 of The Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. The Reconquest of Venezuela, 1813, Part 1. By the surrender of Miranda, Monteverde was left unopposed in Venezuela, and was made Captain General with the title of Pacificator. He commenced his work of pacification by deeds from which the warmest partisans of Spain now turn away their eyes in horror. He violated the capitulation by imprisoning so many citizens that the jails could not hold them. Many died of hunger and suffocation in filthy dungeons. In the provinces his reign of terror assumed forms still more barbarous. The whole country seemed given up to hordes of banditti. Colonel Cerveris, proconsul of Cumaná, acted with such inhumanity as even disgusted the hard hearts of his superiors, who replaced him by Antonianzas, and the Audiencia complained of his misconduct to the Home Government. All this was but the prelude to a war of extermination, which was provoked by the Royalists by murders, by mutilations, and by torture. The people, cowed in spirit by their sufferings, by their political calamities, and by the natural catastrophes which had befallen them, were only too anxious for rest on any terms under the domination of the colonial system. Clemency would have kept them peaceful, but the reign of terror drove superstitious fears from their minds and changed weakness into strength. They fled from their persecutors into woods and mountains, the leaders emigrated. Misery and despair created a desire for vengeance in the breasts of the most timid. A handful of exiles gave the signal from a rock in the Antilles, and the whole of the eastern part of the territory rose in rebellion. Famous in the history of the New World is the gulf called Triste, discovered by Columbus on his third voyage, when he, without knowing it, landed for the first time on the continent of which he was in search. At its mouth, between the eastern extremity of the peninsula of Paria and the island of Trinidad, there lies a smaller island called Chacachacare. On it the fugitives from Cumaná took refuge. Though only 45 in number, they resolved to renew the war and to raise the country against the Spaniards. A gallant youth of good family from the island of Margarita, Santiago Mariño by name, put himself at their head. Manuel Piar, a handsome mulatto, two brothers, José Francisco and Bernardo Bermudez, and the engineer Ascue formed his staff. With no other arms than 6 muskets and some pistols, they landed on the coast on the 13th of March, 1813, surprised a guard, captured 23 muskets, and marched resolutely on the fortified town of Güiria. The garrison, who were all natives, joined them. On the 16th of March they had 200 well-armed men. With 75 men Bernardo Bermudez took the town of Maturin, where there was a deposit of military stores. His brother fortified Irapa on the Gulf, and Mariño made this place his headquarters. Cervéris had a small flotilla on the Gulf and 400 men, but did not dare to act on the offensive until, being reinforced by a Basque named Zuazola with 300 men, he sent him to retake Maturin. Zuazola easily overcame a small Patriot force which opposed his march, slaughtered them without mercy, and sent boxes full of human ears to Cumaná as trophies of his victory. He then tried to induce those of the country people who had fled to the woods to return to their homes, by giving them assurances of safety, but all who presented themselves were either killed or mutilated, men, women, and children. Some were flayed alive. Some were tied 2 and 2 together by the shoulders and thrown to a lake. Colonel Fernando de la Hoz, governor of Barcelona, having joined Zuazola, they attacked Maturin with 1,500 men. In the absence of Bermudez, Piar was in command, and had 500 men with him. By a sudden attack upon them with his cavalry, he threw the Royalists into such disorder that they were forced to retreat. In April they again advanced, and were this time completely routed. Monteverde, who had looked upon the invasion as the escapade of a wild boy, now became alarmed, and marched on Maturin with 2,000 men, but his troops were thrown into disorder by the heavy fire of cannon and musketry which was poured upon them from the town, and a charge of cavalry led by Piar completed the rout. Monteverde escaped with difficulty, leaving 400 dead upon the field, and lost all his guns and baggage. Marshal Cajijal, who was now placed in command of the district, remained strictly on the defensive at Barcelona, while the Patriots threatened Cumaná. The island of Margarita lies in the Caribbean Sea, off the mouth of the Gulf of Cariaco, on which the city of Cumaná is situate, and is about 35 miles from the mainland. It is divided by a range of mountains which run down the centre from east to west. The north and south coasts are thus completely separate, the only communication between them being by a narrow defile, easy of defence. Asuncion, the capital, lies inland on the south side, and is dominated by the fortress of Santa Rosa, but has a port on the coast, which is defended by the castle of Pampatar. The north side of the island is known as the district of Juan Griego, and has a good port on the Caribbean Sea, which is defended by a blockhouse. The possession of Margarita was of great importance to both parties, not only by reason of its situation, but also because the inhabitants, being mostly sailors and fishermen, would be of great assistance in naval operations along the coast. At that time Colonel Pascual Martinez, a petty tyrant of the Cervéris type, was governor of Margarita. The Audiencia reproved him for his conduct, and ordered certain prisoners on the mainland who had been accused by him to be set at liberty. Furious at this, he declared that if any one of these men set foot on the island he would shoot him. Among the prisoners so set at liberty was a man of mixed race, who from being a fisherman had risen to be one of the largest proprietors on the island. This man, Juan Bautista Arismendi by name, was a sort of chieftain among his fellows, a rude hero of the people, a man of vehement passions combined with innate sagacity, and of an adventurous spirit. On the fall of Miranda he was accused of treason and hid himself. Governor Martinez seized his wife and children and threatened to shoot them if they did not disclose his hiding place. Arismendi gave himself up, his property was confiscated, his family reduced to poverty, and he himself was sent as a prisoner to La Guaira. He swore vengeance. Being released, he returned to the island and was thrown into a dungeon. The populace rose en masse. Martinez shut himself up with a garrison in the castle of Pampatar, but was forced to surrender. Arismendi was made governor and kept his vow of vengeance. Martinez and 29 Spaniards who were with him were shot. Arismendi immediately opened communications with Mariño, offering to assist him in any way in his power. Mariño, who was now besieging Cumaná, asked for a flotilla to blockade the place. Arismendi sent him 3 armed schooners and 11 boats under an Italian named Bianchi, with a supply of arms and ammunition for the Patriot forces. Cumaná was thus speedily invested both by land and sea. Cumaná was well fortified, and was defended by a garrison of 800 men with 40 guns, under command of Governor Antoñanzas. The Patriots dared not attempt an assault, but their blockade soon reduced the city to extremities. Antoñanzas, taking advantage of the careless watch kept by the Patriot flotilla, shipped a portion of his force on some small craft and sailed away, as he said, in search of help, leaving the fortress in charge of a subordinate officer. This officer, seeing his position hopeless, entered into arrangements for a capitulation, but while the negotiation was in progress, spiked his guns, embarked the remainder of the garrison in such boats as they could lay hold of, and followed Antoñanzas, who had not succeeded in escaping from the Gulf. After rejoining him, a fresh breeze sprang up, and the fugitives again set sail in 8 small vessels, but were attacked by Bianchi as they left the Gulf. Only 3 vessels escaped, on one of which was Antoñanzas, who soon after died of a wound received in the action. The city was occupied by the Patriots, and 25 prisoners of distinction were shot at the instigation of José Bermudez. Mariño then marched against Cervéris, who retreated after shooting Bernardo Bermudez, who was lying in a hospital dangerously wounded. Piar, with a strong column, occupied Barcelona, which was evacuated on his approach by Cajigal, who retired to Guayana. When he reached the Orinoco, a man named José Tomás Boves, who had served under Antoñanzas and Zuazola, and a Canarian named Morales, asked to be left behind, in order that they might raise the Llaneros against the Patriots. Cajigal gave them permission to make the attempt, and also left with them 100 men and some supplies. This small force became the nucleus of a powerful army, which was destined to crush the Republic of Venezuela for the second time. José Bermudez, with another column, captured several towns on the coast of the Gulf of Paria, and furious at the death of his brother, killed every Royalist who fell into his hands. In 8 months all the eastern part of Venezuela was thus reconquered by the Patriots, who named Mariño Dictator of the provinces of the Cumaná and Barcelona, and of the island of Margarita, with Piar as his second in command, at the same time that Bolívar entered Caracas in triumph and was acclaimed Dictator of the South after one of the most extraordinary campaigns of the epoch, which in some aspects resembled the first campaign of Bonaparte in Italy. While Bolívar, after his victory over Correa, was awaiting due authorization from the Government of New Granada to proceed with his scheme of reconquest, a young lawyer named Briceño, who had been a member of the Congress of Caracas, maddened at the excesses of the Monteverde, presented to him a plan he had published in Cartagena, which he with others had sworn to carry out. His design was to make a general massacre of "the cursed race of European Spaniards and of the Canarians." Bolívar and Castillo Rada, who shared the command with him, assented to it with the proviso, "those found with arms in their hands." Briceño started off on his campaign of murder with 140 sworn assassins, and a few days after sent back 2 heads as a trophy, a present which excited the horror of the 2 commanders. Briceño was soon after defeated and made prisoner by a very superior force, and was shot at Barinas, which execution was afterwards used by Bolívar as a pretext for cruel reprisals. The Government of New Granada adopted the idea of Bolívar. The Republic of Venezuela should be restored under its auspices, and the federal form of government should be re established under the previous authorities. The invading army was to be a liberating army only, and should take no part in the internal affairs of its sister republic, which should be called upon to pay the expenses of the expedition. Bolívar accepted these conditions and swore to carry them out faithfully. His first step was to detach Castillo Rada with 800 men against Correa. Castillo defeated the Royalist army in a sharply contested action, and drove it back to Trujillo, but then withdrew his forces and resigned his command through jealousy of Bolívar, thinking that his fellow countrymen would prefer him as a leader to a Venezuelan. But Torres did not hesitate. He chose Bolívar to command the Granadian contingent, conferred the rank of brigadier upon him, and ordered him at once to drive the Royalists out of the provinces of Mérida and Trujillo, after which he was to await instructions, which would be conveyed to him by commissioners from Congress, who would accompany him in all his future operations as those of the Convention accompanied the armies of revolutionary France. Bolívar had barely 600 men, while he was opposed by 6,000, who were so posted that wherever he attacked them they were always 2 to 1. The first invasion of Bolívar along the western slopes of the eastern range of the Cordillera, which crosses the territory of Venezuela, was a series of flashes of lightning which ended in a thunderbolt. On the 30th of May he took Mérida unopposed. The city raised a battalion of 500 infantry and a squadron of cavalry to reinforce his army. His vanguard, under Girardot, then occupied Trujillo, and a strong detachment under D'Eluyar forced Correa to take refuge in Maracaibo. The garrison of Trujillo retreated to Carache, a town devoted to the Royalist cause, but were driven out by Girardot, who shot all the Spaniards who were taken prisoners, and the town was declared "infamous" by Bolívar in a proclamation. In 50 days there was not an enemy left in either province. From this time Bolívar assumed a new attitude as the independent representative of the Republic of Venezuela, and became a sort of dictator. In contravention of the express orders of the Government of New Granada, he, on the 15th of June, fulminated in a proclamation an order for the extermination of all Royalists, which he established by decree on the 6th of September as a fundamental law of Venezuela. The atrocities committed by Monteverde and his myrmidons produced their natural effects. "Every Spaniard who does not conspire against tyranny in favour of the just cause, in the most active and efficacious manner, shall be held to be an enemy, shall be punished as a traitor, and shall be put to death." A new system of dates was also adopted by him, "3rd year of independence and 1st of the war to the death." This decree of extermination has found many apologists. With the exception of some Spaniards, no one has condemned it as an act of personal atrocity. Only 2 men have utterly censured it. One of them, an historian of Venezuela named González, says, "It created thousands of enemies to the Republic in the interior, and alienated exterior sympathy. It was the fury of a storm, a stain upon our history." The other who condemned it was Bolívar himself, who in his last days spoke of it as a "delirium." This struggle did not assume a ferocious character until the indigenous races took part in it. The Spanish leaders, Miyares, Ceballos, and Cajigal, always acted with humanity and repressed the excesses of their subordinates, as also did Cortabarria, the agent of the Regency. Nothing that the Royalists had yet done could in any way justify this decree as a measure of retaliation. At Trujillo, Bolívar received orders from the Government of New Granada to proceed no further. As his ambition was to encircle the brow with the civic crown as liberator of his native land, to pause was to endanger the advantage he had already gained. From the east came echoes of the success achieved by Mariño and his comrades, but he aspired to be the man who should rescue the ruins of Caracas, the city of his birth, from the enemy. They might forestall him; on his own responsibility he went on. Tiscar, the Spanish general who occupied Barinas with 1,300 men, had done nothing to prevent the capture of Mérida and Trujillo, but at last determined to cut off the retreat of the invaders, and detached Colonel Marti with 700 men for that purpose. Bolívar at once crossed the mountains in his front with a strong vanguard, after detaching Rivas and Urdaneta with 500 men by a more southerly route in the same direction. On the 1st July Rivas found himself confronted by the entire column under Martí in a very strong position, from which he drove the Royalists to another, stronger still, where he on the next day completely defeated them after 5 hours fighting, capturing a gun and 400 prisoners, all the Spaniards among whom were at once shot. Tiscar retreated on the approach of Bolívar, who occupied Barinas on the 6th July, taking 13 guns and a large quantity of military stores, while Tiscar was so actively pursued by Girardot that his men dispersed and he fled to Guayana. At Barinas, Bolívar raised some new battalions and several squadrons of cavalry, and separated this increased force into 3 divisions under Urdaneta, Girardot and Rivas, which he dispersed in such a manner as must have ensured defeat in the face of an active enemy. But his manoeuvres, imprudent as they were, resulted in the most brilliant success. Rivas, with 600 men, totally defeated 1,000 Royalists under Colonel Oberto on the 22nd July, and then, recrossing the mountains for the 3rd time in 1 month, rejoined Bolívar and Girardot. Bolívar, who had now 1,500 men, marched rapidly against Colonel Izquierdo, who was encamped on the plain of Taguanes. Izquierdo, who had only 1,000 men, retreated in close column on Valencia, hotly pursued by the Patriots. After 6 hours marching, the Patriot cavalry headed the column, which was at once charged by the infantry and totally destroyed, Izquierdo himself falling mortally wounded. Monteverde, on hearing of the fall of Barinas, had gone to Valencia, but seemed perfectly bewildered by the rapid movements of Bolívar, and did nothing to assist his scattered divisions. Tardily he left Valencia with some infantry and cavalry to support Izquierdo, but was met by the news of his defeat, and fled to Puerto Cabello, while Bolívar entered Valencia unopposed, capturing 30 heavy guns and large quantities of military stores. The garrison of Caracas, composed of civic guards and volunteers, for the most part dispersed, and General Fierro, who was in command, made overtures to Bolívar for a capitulation. Bolívar granted honourable terms, guaranteeing the lives and properties of the inhabitants, on condition that all the province, including the fortress of Puerto Cabello, was given up. Fierro, without waiting to make a formal surrender, fled to La Guaira and escaped, but Monteverde refused to ratify the capitulation. If Bolívar, with his usual activity, had marched on Puerto Cabello, he must have captured it, as the fortifications were dismantled. Instead of this he vaingloriously marched to receive the ovation which awaited him in Caracas, and gave Monteverde 20 days in which to prepare for defence. In this campaign Bolívar showed that though he had had no military education, he possessed the talents of a great revolutionary leader, and the inspiration of genius. At one step he gained a place among the celebrated captains of his time. He drew out his plans quickly and executed them with daring resolution, while he lost no time in securing the fruits of his victories. With 600 men, in 90 days, he had fought 6 battles, defeated and dispersed 4,500 men, captured 50 guns and 3 deposits of war material, had reconquered the whole of western Venezuela from the Cordillera to the sea, and had restored the Republic. Never with such small means was so much accomplished over so vast an extent of country in so short a time. End of chapter 38, part 1. Chapter 38, part 2 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE, Translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. The Reconquest of Venezuela, 1813, Part 2. Bolívar entered Caracas in triumph on the 6th of August. The bells rang, the cannon roared, and the people shouted in applause of their liberator. His path was strewed with flowers, blessings were showered upon his head. Beautiful girls, belonging to the principal families of the city, dressed in white and wearing the national colours, led his horse by the bridle and crowned him with laurels. The prison doors were opened and the captive Patriots set free, and he did not sully his triumph by one act of vengeance, in spite of his terrible decree of extermination, which had been ruthlessly carried out on every field of battle. 2 days later he announced the re-establishment of the Republic, but he did not restore the federal system, to which he was opposed on principle, and which was not consistent with the public safety. He proclaimed himself dictator with the title of "Liberator," and in this he showed both foresight and patriotism. The restoration of the old system would have certainly entailed anarchy and defeat. There were thus two dictators in Venezuela, Mariño in the east, Bolívar in the west. Mariño sent commissioners to Bolívar to treat concerning the form of government which should be adopted. Bolívar hesitated. He saw the necessity of establishing a firm central authority, and meanwhile Mariño, who had by this time a powerful army, did nothing against the common enemy. On the 25th of August Bolívar laid siege to Puerto Cabello. His Granadian troops stormed the outer defences and drove the garrison into the castle. Then batteries were erected on the coast, which beat off 3 Spanish brigs of war, whose fire had raked the lines of the besiegers. On the night of the 31st an assault was made, but the only result of it was that Zuazola, who commanded an outwork, was made prisoner. Bolívar offered to exchange him for one of his own officers who had been captured. Monteverde refused, whereupon Zuazola was hanged on a gallows in front of the walls. The Royalists were defeated, but they were not conquered. They soon recovered from their stupor, and reports of reactionary movements came from all sides. Then, on the 6th of September, the Dictator fulminated another decree, his last thunderbolt in this war to the death, which produced one of the most dreadful hecatombs of which history bears record. He declared that all Americans who should even be suspected of being Royalists were traitors to their country. This extreme and ill-advised measure greatly contributed to the defeat of Bolívar in the campaign now commencing. Such is the logic of destiny. On the 16th of September the frigate Venganza arrived at Puerto Cabello from Spain, accompanied by an armed schooner and 6 transports, with the Granada regiment, 1,200 strong, under command of Colonel Salomón. Bolívar raised the siege and retired to Valencia. Monteverde, encouraged by the retreat of the Patriots and by the reinforcements he had received, took the field on the 26th of September with 1,600 men, but he had no fixed plan and committed the grave mistake of dividing his forces. He himself took up a position on the road to Valencia at a place called Las Trincheras, and detached 500 men by another road to the heights of Barbula. Bolívar remained quiet for 4 days, unable to divine his intentions, and then sent Girardot and D'Eluyar with the Granadian troops against the enemy at Barbula, while a column under Urdaneta went in support. On the 30th of September the Royalists were driven from this strong position, but Girardot fell, shot through the head in the moment of victory. His troops in revenge asked permission to attack the main body at Las Trincheras by themselves. Bolívar acceded to their request, but supported them with 1,000 of his own troops. Monteverde was driven out of the entrenchments he had thrown up, with heavy loss, on the 3rd of October. He himself, being wounded, returned to Puerto Cabello, leaving Salomón in command till he should recover, and the Patriots under D'Eluyar again laid siege to the fortress. Bolívar, eager for fresh ovations, decreed sumptuous funeral honours to the memory of Girardot, to whose valour both New Granada and Venezuela owed their greatest victories. The citizens wore mourning for a month. His heart was taken out and carried to Caracas to be deposited in the cathedral, his body was sent to Antioquia, his native province, and his pay was secured to his posterity. Bolívar himself accompanied the funeral procession to Caracas. On the 14th of October, the day of the obsequies, 20 of the civic functionaries of the capital assembled and decreed that Bolívar should be appointed Captain General of the armies of Venezuela, with the title of Liberator, which he had already bestowed upon himself, and the inscription "Bolívar, Liberator of Venezuela" should be inscribed over the gateways of all the public offices. Posterity has confirmed this title to him, but its acceptance at that time, when the reaction was gaining ground every day, was a symptom of inordinate personal vanity. In return for this compliment Bolívar instituted the military order of the Liberators, a star with 7 rays, symbolical of the 7 provinces of the Republic, given as a decoration to those who should merit it by deeds of arms, and which carried with it certain privileges. This order was more democratic than those instituted by O'Higgins and San Martin in Chile and Peru, as it was for lifetime only, and was less aristocratic than the order of Cincinnatus, created by Washington. The time which Bolívar wasted in theatrical displays, the Royalists made good use of for their own purposes. Boves was a Spaniard by birth, whose real name was Rodriguez. In his youth he was condemned to 8 years' penal servitude at Puerto Cabello for piracy, but was released chiefly through the intervention of a man whose name he then adopted in gratitude. He joined the revolution when it first broke out, but being looked upon as disaffected, he was thrown into prison at Calabozo, till that town was retaken by Antoñanzas, when he joined the Royalists and took part in the butchery at San Juan de los Morros. Morales, his companion and second in command, had served as a volunteer with the Royalists at Barcelona, and was made a sub-lieutenant of artillery by Monteverde. These 2 men were both endowed with the warlike instinct, were both distinguished by indefatigable activity and by an iron will. They were just the sort of men to act as leaders of semi-barbarous troops. But Boves, with all his ignorance and brutality, had something of a moral elevation about him. He fought for a cause, not for rapine. Morales took an actual pleasure in cruel deeds, and was of insatiable rapacity. These 2 men were the first to discover the latent strength of the people, which the revolution later on assimilated to itself. Up to this time the revolutionary movement had been confined to the cities and towns. Bolívar, with all his perspicacy, never suspected that the main strength of the country lay on the plains around them. When these 2 men were left on the north bank of the Orinoco by Cajigal, they adopted Bolívar's plan of rousing the country by proclamations. They called the Llaneros to arms, offering them bloodshed and booty in the cause of the King, with pain of death to all who disregarded the summons. Each man presented himself on horseback with a lance. In each district a squadron was formed which took its name. Boves taught them the secret of victory, which was to have no fear of death, to go straight on and never look behind. In a very short time they had 2,500 men embodied, an army of horsemen, such as had never yet been seen in America. Colonel José Yañez, a Canarian, was a man of the same stamp as Boves and Morales, but of greater military skill. After the dispersion of the column by Tiscar, he had retreated to San Fernando on the Apure river, and with some help from Guayana, had there organized an infantry corps of 500 men, which he named the Numancia battalion. He also raised 2 regiments of Llanero cavalry, each 500 strong. With this force he invaded Barinas in September, before the waters had retired from the plains. Boves opened his campaign by surprising a column of 1,000 men, which had been sent against him, near Calabozo, on the 20th of September. The cavalry passed over to him, the infantry he routed. He murdered all the prisoners, and then took and sacked the small town of Cura. Now there appeared upon the scene another singular character, of the iron temperament of Boves, with all his ferocity and courage, who raised a barrier to his impetuous onslaught. Nothing was known of him except that he was a Spaniard who had come to America very young, and had married an American wife. When Bolívar opened his campaign of emancipation, this man had headed the rising in Mérida. Then, leaving wife and children, he raised a battalion and devoted himself body and soul to the cause of independence. Throughout the campaign he distinguished himself by his indomitable valour, and by his cruelty to prisoners, to whom he gave no quarter. The cause of his hatred to his fellow countrymen is unknown. He was accustomed to say, "When the Spaniards are all killed, then I will cut my own throat, so that there shall not be one left." The name of this man was Vicente Campo Elias. At Las Trincheras he was raised to the rank of lieutenant colonel for conspicuous bravery. This was the man to send against Boves. He marched from Valencia with 1,000 infantry and 1,500 cavalry. Boves with 2,500 horse and Morales with 500 infantry waited for him at a place called Mosquitero, at the entrance to the plains. On the 14th of October the armies met. Boves charged the left wing of the Patriots with his usual impetuosity and carried all before him, but Campo Elias, caring nothing for this, rushed upon the main body of the Royalists and routed them completely in 15 minutes. Morales escaped badly wounded, but nearly the whole of his infantry were butchered, and the Llanero horse were cut to pieces. Boves and Morales fled with 20 men beyond the Apure, and the state of the plains rendered pursuit impossible. Campo Elias contented himself by retaking the town of Calabozo and killing every man in the place for having given assistance to Boves. Unarmed Venezuelans were butchered by Venezuelan troops at Calabozo in the name of liberty, on the same day on which Bolívar was greeted in Caracas as the liberator. This cruel deed decided the Llaneros. Seeing that there was no mercy for them, they abandoned their homes and looked to Boves for their revenge. The decree of extermination began to bear fruit. Ceballos, who commanded at Coro, on hearing that reinforcements had reached Puerto Cabello, drew up a plan for the concerted action on the scattered bands of Royalists. With such men as he could collect, he sallied forth, and after routing 2 detachments of Patriots, took Barquisimeto, where he was attacked by Bolívar and Urdaneta. Bolívar captured the town with a handful of horse, but his main body was totally routed by the Spanish infantry led by Ceballos, who, after his victory, crossed the Cordillera and at Araure, in the valley of Caracas, effected a junction with the column under Yañez. Salomón, instead of joining him, marched with 1,000 men to the heights of Vigirima, to the west of the city of Caracas, and there entrenched himself. Bolívar was then at Valencia with the Granadian contingent. He collected what other troops he could. Rivas brought up the garrison of Caracas with a battalion of 500 students from the university. After 2 days' fighting, Salomón was on the 25th of October driven back to Puerto Cabello with the loss of 4 guns. Bolívar then turned his attention to Ceballos, and by drawing 1,500 men from the force under Campo Elias, he had by the 1st of December collected a force of 3,000 men. Ceballos had 3,500 men and 10 guns posted in a strong position on the slopes of the mountains, at the town of Araure. Here Bolívar attacked him on the 4th of December. One Patriot battalion advancing incautiously was cut to pieces, but Bolívar, nothing daunted, brought up the rest of his troops, and ordered a charge with the bayonet, which was his favourite manoeuvre. He was no tactician. He hurled his men in masses upon the enemy and trusted to their valour. Yañez attempted to take the attacking column on the flank with his cavalry, but was himself taken in flank by the Patriot cavalry and utterly routed. Ceballos, after a stubborn resistance, was completely defeated, losing 500 killed, 400 prisoners, and all his guns. He fled to Guayana, 800 of his infantry escaped in the same direction, and Yañez fled to the Apure with 200 men. This was the first pitched battle won by Bolívar. After the rout of Barquisimeto, Bolívar had formed the fugitives into a battalion, which, in punishment of their cowardice, he called the "Nameless Battalion," telling them that they should have no flag till they did something to merit one. This corps greatly distinguished itself at the battle of Araure. Bolívar now presented it with the flag of the Numancia battalion, which had been captured in the fight, and renamed it the "Victor of Araure." Salomón had again taken the field with 1,300 men, but on hearing of the defeat of Araure, he again retired to Coro, harassed on his way by detached parties of the Patriots, and losing 2 guns and more than half his men. Bolívar then marched to assist D'Eluyar in the siege of Puerto Cabello. The moment was propitious. The Spanish ships of war had left for the Havana, and Piar, with the flotilla from Cumaná, had established a blockade, cutting off the garrison from all supplies. Monteverde had been dismissed in disgrace from his command. Ceballos, who had been appointed to succeed him, was a fugitive in Guayana, where also was Cajigal, who had been appointed by the Home Government Captain General of Venezuela, and had as yet done nothing. Still the garrison, which was only 600 strong, held out. Meantime the dual dictatorship brought forth its natural fruit. The victories of the West were sterile without the concurrence of the army of the East. Mariño refused to combine operations with Bolívar until he was recognized as the supreme ruler of the territory he possessed. The Liberator modestly entreated him to march upon the plains, where Boves and Yañez were recruiting. Far from doing this, though such action was necessary to his own security, he even recalled his flotilla from Puerto Cabello, but Piar listened to the appeals of Bolívar and continued the blockade. The result was that Bolívar, being unable to attend to the siege of Puerto Cabello and to the war upon the plains at the same time, Boves and Yañez were speedily in a position to assume the offensive. Boves more especially, with that wonderful energy which hesitated at no means, however terrible they might be, to the end before him, again took the field, 2 months after his defeat by Campo Elias. On the 1st of November he summoned all able-bodied men to join him, proclaimed war to the knife against the Patriots, decreed that their goods should be distributed among his troops, liberated all slaves who would enlist under the banners of the King. The Llaneros, irritated by the massacre of Calabozo, and eager for plunder, flocked in masses to his standard. From Guayana came 100 infantry and 1 gun. By the middle of December he had 3,000 cavalry, the blades of whose lances were forged from the spikes torn from the railings of windows. With this horde he descended to the lower plains. On the 14th of December he routed a division of 1,000 men at San Marcos, and occupied Calabozo, slaughtering without mercy and enriching his troops with booty. He then overran the whole plain, lying between the windward coast range and the Gulf of Paria. For further operations he needed infantry, and set to work to make some. At the same time Yañez, with some help from Guayana, organized a force of 2,000 men on the Apure and captured the city of Barinas, while Cajigal and Ceballos raised another army on the leeward coast. Bolívar was reduced to Caracas and the neighbouring valleys, with a feeble reserve in Valencia, and was constantly harassed by Royalist guerillas. Urdaneta, who had marched on Coro, was forced to return to his assistance. Mariño, with 3,500 men distributed along the coast of Barcelona and Cumaná, and in the adjacent valleys, did nothing. All the rest of Venezuela was occupied by Royalists. The country people were everywhere in favour of the reaction, and the Patriots were forced to seek refuge in the cities. The Patriot armies were entirely without guides. No one would give them any information. Despatches to the various commanders could only be forwarded from headquarters under strong escort. At times only 4 men out of an escort reached their destination. Public opinion had returned to the state in which it was left by the earthquake of 1812. Colombian historians attribute this revulsion of feeling to Bolívar's decree of extermination and to the excesses authorized by him. Bolívar was to fall as Miranda had fallen before him, but from different causes. Ever the logic of destiny. End of Part 2 of Chapter 38. Chapter 39 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé Mitre, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. The Second Fall of Venezuela, 1814. A dictatorship was a necessity of the time, but the powers of a dictator, to be efficient, must be united in one person. Bolívar shared his power with Mariño. The alleged rights of both rested upon force only. To put an end to this anomaly, Bolívar determined upon an appeal to public opinion. It was impossible to summon a Congress, he therefore convened an assembly, composed of the civil corporations and of the heads of the families of the city of Caracas. Now was disclosed another phase of his complex character. Never in any public man were seen greater contradictions between word and deed. A prey to insatiable ambition, he was eager for uncontrolled power, but repudiated it in theory. In South America he was the inventor of the system of resignations, which has had great vogue since his time. He had supreme power in his hands and resigned it, protesting that he would never again accept it, but took it back on conditions imposed by himself. Throughout his career he ever invoked the high authority of congresses as the representative of public opinion; sometimes he gave way to them, more frequently he imposed his will upon them, but he always sought their sanction for his acts, and so compelled them to share responsibility with him. To the Assembly he now convened at Caracas, to which by a convenient fiction he attributed representative authority, he gave an account of his administration, and into its hands he abdicated the power he had bestowed upon himself, only to receive it back again intact. He made 3 speeches. In the first he abdicated the dictatorship and pronounced a warm eulogium upon his own deeds. In the second he gave a biographical sketch of his own life, and showed from it that it was impossible for him to continue in the exercise of unlimited power. In the third he again accepted the dictatorship, which was bestowed upon him without conditions by the acclamations of the Assembly. His next step was to endeavour to secure the co operation of Mariño by recognising his authority in the eastern provinces, and in January 1814 a treaty was signed between them. But it was too late now, their union merely prolonged the struggle. Yañez was advancing with 1,000 men by the eastern slopes of the Cordillera. Urdaneta crossed the range, and on the 2nd February met him with 700 men at Ospino. Yañez led a charge of the Llanero horse upon the Patriot infantry, but was killed, and his troops dispersed. His body was cut into fragments, which were sent as trophies to the scenes of his atrocities. Calzada, who took the command, in revenge burned the town of Ospino and then retreated. Campo Elias was detached with 1,500 men against Boves and his hordes of Llanero horse. He marched to the town of Cura, where it was arranged that he should be joined by Mariño, but Mariño never came. Boves detached Rosete with 1,200 men to Ocumare, a town lying to the west of Caracas, which was feebly defended, and the inhabitants, men, women, and children were all butchered; even those who had taken refuge in the church found there no safety. On the 3rd February Campo Elias and Boves met at La Puerta. The Patriots were crushed by overwhelming numbers, and all the infantry perished, but Boves was badly wounded. Campo Elias, with the remains of his force, retreated to the narrow pass of Cabrera in front of Valencia, where he threw up entrenchments. Morales, who now took command of the Royalists, advanced with 1,000 horse and 300 infantry by the valley of Aragua to Victoria, which city he attacked on the 10th February. Here Rivas was in command of the Patriots, but had hard work to hold the position against the superior number of the Royalists, till Campo Elias suddenly appeared at the head of 220 horse, and Morales was beaten off with the loss of all his artillery, and retired to Cura. Rivas then marched with 800 men upon the town of Charavaye, then occupied by the column under Rosete, and cut the Royalists to pieces, giving no quarter. He then retook Ocumare, and finding the streets strewn with dead bodies, swore an oath of vengeance, in which oath he was joined by Arismendi, who held the command at Caracas in his absence. This vow was most fearfully fulfilled. Arismendi, finding the prisons of La Guaira full of Spaniards, wrote to Bolívar, who was at Valencia, asking instructions, and stating that their presence was a danger to the capital. The answer was an order for the immediate execution of all of them, except such as had taken out letters of naturalization. "The secretary of the Liberator is a fool," said Arismendi. "He has put with the exception instead of including." Then, with a refinement of cruelty, he set the prisoners to work to erect a great funeral pile on which their bodies should be burned. When the pile was ready, the massacre commenced. The prisoners were brought in groups from the dungeons. To the sound of the trumpet, the soldiers fell upon them with bayonet, axe, and poniard, and cast their quivering bodies into the flames. Very little powder was burned on the 8 days during which the slaughter lasted. 866 victims perished, among them being many who had saved the lives of the Patriots at the risk of their own. These horrible massacres were the natural fruit of Bolívar's decree of extermination. They utterly failed to accomplish their purpose, that of stamping out the spirit of reaction, and only served as a pretext for the perpetration of equally brutal atrocities by the Royalists. Bolívar, who had only 1,500 infantry and 600 cavalry, could not advance into the open country against Boves, who had at least 4 times that number of resolute horsemen. But the capital was safe against an assault by such troops. He fortified Valencia and armed a flotilla on the lake, strengthened the pass at Cabrera, occupied Victoria, and threw up field works at San Mateo, where he established his headquarters, while he waited for Mariño. The position was well chosen. On the heights which surrounded it stood a country house which was his own property, to the east of which lay one of the most valuable of his patrimonial estates. But in place of Mariño, Boves, whose wound was by this time healed, appeared in his front on the 25th of February, at the head of 2,000 light infantry and 5,000 horse. Morales was completely routed in an attack on his right flank, and Boves himself was repulsed in an attack on the centre, but captured some outworks on the right. Bolívar sent a reinforcement under Villapol and Campo Elias. Both these leaders were killed, but the son of the former, Captain Villapol, restored the day, drove the Royalists from the positions they had captured, and though badly wounded, held his ground till nightfall. Boves, who was again severely wounded, was carried off the field by his men, and Morales resumed the command. In this desperate fighting the Royalists had exhausted their ammunition, and were for 15 days compelled to remain inactive, till on the 11th of March Morales again attacked the entrenchments, but was again repulsed. On the 17th Boves again took command, and was on the 20th beaten off in a third attack. The Patriot magazine was established in the country house to the rear of the position. On the 25th of March, Boves detached a column of infantry to make its way by the heights beyond the Patriot lines, to capture this magazine, while he himself led a general attack in front. The magazine was in charge of a young officer, a native of New Granada, named Ricaurte, who had only 15 men with him. When this young officer saw the infantry column rushing down upon him from the heights, he knew that it was hopeless to attempt to defeat the house. He sent off his men, and remaining alone, he waited till the enemy burst in upon him with shouts of triumph, when he fired the magazine, and he himself and the greater part of the Royalist column were blown into the air together. When Bolívar saw the flight of the small garrison, he thought that all was lost. He dismounted from his horse and ran into the ranks, calling to his soldiers that he would die with them, but the Royalists were so terrified by the sudden destruction of their column of infantry that they desisted from the attack and withdrew, leaving 800 dead and wounded behind them. While attacking the lines of San Mateo, Boves had detached a strong column under Rosete to make an attempt upon the capital. Rivas was ill in bed, and 800 of the youth of the city sallied out under Arismendi to meet the enemy on the open plain, but were cut to pieces on the 11th of March. Bolívar sent 300 picked troops under Colonel Montilla to the assistance of the garrison. With this reinforcement Rivas managed to organize a column of 900 men, and leading them out in person, lying on a stretcher, he totally defeated Rosete on the 20th of March at Ocumare, and the capital was saved. Cajigal, the new Captain General, had established his headquarters at Coro, and had formed a column of 1,000 men from the remnants of various shattered battalions. These troops he placed under command of Ceballos, who drove Urdaneta before him out of Barquisimeto. Urdaneta then endeavoured to hold San Carlos, but was driven thence by Calzada, and took refuge in Valencia, where the war material of the Patriots was stored. Here he received orders from Bolívar to resist to the last extremity, and to send 200 men to aid D'Eluyar in the siege of Puerto Cabello. Urdaneta obeyed orders, but was left with only 280 muskets to make head as he could against the united forces of Ceballos and Calzada, who now attacked Valencia with 3,000 men. The Royalists had no artillery, but by dint of numbers they drove the Patriots from the outworks and cut off the supply of water from the garrison. Urdaneta called a council of his officers, when it was agreed that if the inner line of defence was forced, the garrison should retire to the artillery barracks and blow the place up. The example of Ricaurte had inflamed their hearts. Boves for some time made no further attempt on the lines of San Mateo, and the dispirited Llaneros began to desert, but the situation of Bolívar was desperate. His only chance lay in the speedy arrival of Mariño, who was at last advancing by forced marches from the east, and was sweeping the plains in the rear of the Royalists. Then Boves, after one more desperate assault upon the lines, which was repulsed, retreated to La Puerta, to stop the advance of Mariño from the plains. But Mariño succeeded in turning this position and established himself at the Boca Chica. Here he was attacked by Boves on the 31st March, but forced him to retreat with a loss of 500 killed, and occupied the city of Victoria. Ceballos then, fearing an attack on his rear by the united forces of Bolívar and Mariño, raised the siege of Valencia and retired to San Carlos, to await reinforcements which Boves was collecting on the plains. Here he was attacked by Mariño on the 17th April. Mariño was so destitute of military capacity that the troops under his immediate command dispersed at the first volley, but Urdaneta rallied the infantry and retired to Valencia. Cajigal then brought up a strong reinforcement and took command of the Royalists. Bolívar, after being joined by Rivas with 800 men from Caracas, advanced against him. After some manoeuvring, the armies met on the plain of Carabobo, and Bolívar won a complete victory. The Royalists lost 300 killed and all their guns and flags, while the Patriots had only 12 killed and 40 wounded. Bolívar was victorious over the Spanish generals, but the strength of the people was against him. The indefatigable Boves had received large supplies of arms and ammunition from Guayana, and again rushed upon him from the plains with about 7,000 men, of whom more than 2,000 were infantry. Bolívar, instead of massing his troops to make head against this new danger, detached Mariño against Boves with only 2,300 men, while he sent Urdaneta with 700 men off westward, and another division of 1,100 in pursuit of Cajigal and Ceballos. But this latter corps joined Mariño, who then, in complete ignorance of the superior strength of the Royalist leader, determined to wait for Boves at La Puerta, in a most unfavourable position. Bolívar joined him too late to remedy the evil. The Patriots were overwhelmed by a desperate charge of the Llanero horse on the 14th June, and were slaughtered without mercy. At least 1,200 were left dead upon the field. Boves himself reported that 2,800 were killed. Bolívar fled to Caracas, but instead of making some attempt to reunite his shattered forces, maintained the siege of Puerto Cabello and instructed the garrison of Valencia to hold out to the last extremity. A small detachment of 250 men, defending the pass of Cabrera, was overwhelmed, every man was killed, and Valencia was forced to capitulate to Boves, who, in spite of his oath to spare the lives of the garrison, butchered them all, and many of the inhabitants of the town also. D'Eluyar, being isolated, spiked his guns and embarked his troops on the flotilla. Urdaneta was left alone in the west. Bolívar evacuated Caracas and withdrew to the east, carrying with him all the jewels and specie he could find in the churches, and embarrassed by the multitude of fugitives who fled with him. He reached Aragua with 2,000 men, and at once commenced to throw up entrenchments. Mariño sent him 1,000 men under Bermudez from Cumaná, and some supplies of war material. On the 18th August, the position at Aragua was attacked by Morales with a horde of 8,000 negroes, mulattoes, and Indians. The Patriots defended themselves with the resolution of despair, but after 2 hours' fighting, in which entire battalions had perished, Bolívar retreated with a part of his force on Barcelona. Bermudez still held the position for 2 hours longer, and then fled to Maturin with the remnant of his cavalry. The butchery which followed was frightful. More than 3,000 were killed in cold blood. Even the townsfolk who sought refuge in the church had their throats cut in the sacred edifice. The loss of the Royalists was nearly 2,000 in killed and wounded. Bolívar, Mariño, Rivas, Piar, and D'Eluyar met at Cumaná and resolved to concentrate the resistance at Güiria, a position easily defended, while the flotilla kept open their communications by sea. Bolívar had shipped the treasure brought by him from Caracas on board of these vessels. Bianchi, who was still in command, determined to seize it. Bolívar and Mariño, hearing of his intention, embarked with him as he sailed for the island of Margarita. He gave 2 vessels up to them with all the jewels and 2/3 of the specie, retaining the rest as payment for the prizes he had made, upon which the 2 dictators returned to the mainland. On the 3rd of September they landed at Carúpano, where they found that they had been proscribed as traitors who had deserted their comrades, while Rivas and Piar had taken the command. Piar had the intention of treating Bolívar as he had treated Miranda, but Rivas set him at liberty and arrested Mariño. At this juncture Bianchi returned, and by threats saved them both. Bolívar gave up the treasure to Rivas and retired to Curaçoa, leaving behind him an address to the people in which he disdainfully left his justification to the future. "I swear to you that this title, Liberator, which your gratitude bestowed upon me when I broke your chains, shall not be in vain. I swear to you that liberator or dead, I shall ever merit the honour you have done me. No human power can turn me from my course." When he had gone, Rivas took the supreme command, but the genius of Bolívar was wanting. On the 26th of August, Cumaná pronounced for the Royalists. Bermudez, entrenched at Maturin, was attacked by Morales with a greatly superior force, but sallying out, utterly routed him, killing 2,000 of his men. He was then joined by Rivas; between them they assembled nearly 5,000 men. Piar, disregarding the orders of Rivas to join him, marched on Cumaná, which he retook and collected 2,000 men, but was then attacked by Boves and totally defeated. Boves then retook Cumaná and put every man to death who fell into his hands. It is said that more than 1,000 victims perished in this massacre. Cumaná was left a desert. Boves was then joined by Morales, who had reorganized his army, and together they marched on Maturin at the head of 7,000 men. The Patriots sallied out to meet them under the command of Rivas and Bermudez. With very inferior numbers they met the Royalist army at Urica, to the west of Maturin, on the 5th of December. Boves drew up his men in 2 lines and awaited their onslaught. An impetuous charge of the Patriot cavalry broke the right wing of the Royalists, and Boves, ever foremost in a melee, was killed by a lance thrust. Morales, with the left and the reserve, restored the combat and gained a complete victory. No quarter was given, and the last army of the Republic was destroyed. Morales was by acclamation named General in Chief of the Windward Army, which was the name which had been given to this Royalist force by its late commander, and lost no time in marching upon Maturin, which city was well fortified and had a good supply of artillery, but the garrison, only 600 in number, was but poorly armed. After an obstinate defence, which caused severe losses to the Royalist army, this last bulwark of the Patriots was captured on the 11th of December. Bermudez escaped with 200 men, but Rivas, flying alone, was overtaken and killed, and his head, covered with the Phrygian cap of liberty, was exposed in an iron cage on the road from Caracas to La Guaira. According to contemporary writers, more than 3,000 victims were slaughtered by Morales after his victory. The peace of the tomb reigned in Venezuela. 3 popular leaders still kept up the flames of insurrection at the headwaters of the Orinoco and its tributaries, Zaraza, Monagas, and Cedeño, who afterwards became celebrated as guerrilleros. In the west all was quiet after the rout of La Puerta. The column under Urdaneta, so imprudently detached by Bolívar after Carabobo, was cut off when Boves occupied Valencia. Urdaneta retreated with 1,000 men, and being hotly pressed by Calzada, crossed the frontier into New Granada. He then detached 200 infantry and some cavalry officers to defend the province of Casanare. This small detachment became the nucleus of the famous Army of the Apure, which changed the destinies of Venezuela by leading the people to embrace the cause of the revolution. Among these cavalry officers was one named José Antonio Paez, a man till then unknown, who was soon to become the Achilles of Venezuela, and was to eclipse by his deeds the fabulous prowess of the heroes of Homer. There now only remained one spot of Venezuelan territory over which still floated the flag of the Republic, the island of Margarita, where Arismendi and Bermudez, with some few followers, had found asylum. Chapter 39. Chapter 40 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. The Dissolution of New Granada, 1815 to 1817. The second fall of the Republic of Venezuela was coincident in point of time with the fall of constitutional government in the mother country, and the absolute King of Spain and of the Indies, after subjugating his vassals in the Peninsula, turned his attention to subduing by force of arms his insurgent colonists beyond the seas. Up to that time, with the exception of New Granada and Venezuela, none of the colonies of Spanish America had declared themselves independent or had adopted the republican form of government. They made war on those who upheld the royal standard, but they were governed by rulers of their own choosing in the name of the captive king. Thus, naturally, Venezuela and New Granada were the first of these colonies to receive attention. In the year 1813, these two colonies had been united by the Spanish authorities under one nominal government, Marshal Montalvo being appointed Viceroy. The peninsular troops had made but a poor show in the war in Venezuela. The two restorations had been achieved by native troops under the command of Monteverde, Boves and Morales, who looked with contempt upon the Spanish generals as they condemned their excesses, and who refused all obedience to colonial authorities. Thus Montalvo looked upon the preponderance of the native element as a source of danger and as a dishonour to the cause of royalty, and had applied to the home government for reinforcements. New Granada was now to be the theatre of war, and thither went Bolívar, either to take part in it or to seek help for another reconquest of Venezuela. He presented himself to the Congress assembled at Tunja. Camilo Torres, the President, thanked him for his distinguished services, saying that Venezuela was not lost so long as Bolívar lived. He was at once put in command of a corps of 1,800 men, of which Urdaneta's column formed a part, and was sent to reduce Cundinamarca, which still held aloof from the Federal Government. In view of the danger which now threatened the Republic, Congress had appointed a Supreme Junta, whose authority was recognized by all the provinces except Cartagena and Cundinamarca. Santa Fe de Bogotá was the arsenal of the Republic, the subjugation of Cundinamarca was therefore necessary. Bolívar prosecuted his campaign with his usual activity. At his approach all the towns of Cundinamarca declared in favour of Congress. Bogotá, the capital, where Alvarez, who had been left in command by his nephew, Nariño, when he had marched for the south, had entrenched himself, alone offered any resistance. Bolívar laid siege to the city, and by a series of vigorous assaults shut up the garrison in the principal square, and cut off their supply of water. Alvarez was forced to capitulate. Congress then changed the seat of government to Bogotá. The Republic had at last possession of its own capital, and the government was greatly strengthened. Bolívar was named Captain General of the Confederation. His title of Liberator was recognized, and another was bestowed upon him, that of Illustrious Pacificator. Of course Bolívar made a speech on this occasion, and prophesied that the army of New Granada would break the chains of all the oppressed peoples of South America. The new plan of Bolívar was to advance by the coast to Coro. Government gave him 3 battalions of infantry and a squadron of cavalry, in all 2,000 men, with orders to seek supplies of arms and ammunition at Cartagena. Colonel Castillo, who was governor of this province, prompted by his old jealousy of Bolívar, and listening to the counsels of Mariño and Montillo, who had taken refuge at Cartagena, refused these supplies. Bolívar established his headquarters at the beautiful city of Mompox, and remained inactive, passing his time in feasts and parades, and in intrigues against the local government, till his money was spent and he had lost half his troops by sickness and desertion. Then, with only one gun, he laid siege to Cartagena, the strongest fortress in South America, till a powerful Spanish expedition landed on the coast and brought him to his senses. On the 8th May 1815 he handed over the relics of his army to Castillo, and took leave of his men in a sentimental address, in which he expressed his sorrow at not being able to share in the triumphs which awaited them. He then withdrew to Jamaica, but ere he went fired a parting shot, declaring: "Cartagena prefers her own destruction to the duty of obedience to the Federal Government," a shot which recoiled upon itself, for he also had preferred his own destruction to obedience, and had inoculated the Granadian Republic with a new germ of dissolution. In Jamaica he published a memorial in his own defence, which rather strengthens the case against him. Soon after that, under the signature of "a South American," he published another memorial upon the revolution in South America, and upon the future organization of the new republics, which is a refutation of the chimerical plan of a continental monocracy which he attempted to establish later on. In this memorial he advocated the absolute independence of each separate colony. "But New Granada shall unite with Venezuela, and this nation shall be called Columbia," a prophetic vision. The reinforcements applied for by Montalvo reached Cumaná early in April. One ship of the line, 3 frigates, and 21 smaller ships of war came in convoy of a fleet of 60 transports, carrying 10,600 men and a siege train. This was the greatest effort which had as yet been made by a mother country to crush the insurrection in South America, and it was the last. The troops were selected from regiments which had fought against the armies of Napoleon, and had been educated in the school of Wellington. They were under the command of Marshal Morillo, the best of all the Spanish generals of that time. Originally a sergeant of marines, he had won his way by distinguished valour to his present high position. He had seen hard service among the Spanish guerillas, and had learned the art of war in the Anglo-Spanish armies. He was no great military genius, but he had respectable talents and was a good fighter. He was popular among the soldiery, but was a strict disciplinarian and tenacious in his enterprises. He was cruel by system, not from inclination, but was also of a suspicious and passionate temperament. He knew nothing of the country he was sent to pacify, and his instructions gave him no information of any value, being drawn up in complete ignorance of the actual state of South America, and were instinct with contempt for the Creole inhabitants, a contempt in which he also shared. This expedition were originally intended for the River Plate, but on the fall of Montevideo its destination was changed. At the same time, as Panama was considered to be the key to the continent, another expedition of 2,500 men was sent, under command of General Miyares, to Vera Cruz, for the purpose of securing the Isthmus. Morillo was instructed to overrun the mainland from Guayana to Darien, first of all reducing the island of Margarita. He was then to take Cartagena, subdue New Granada, and re-establish order in Venezuela. All this was thought so easy that he was further instructed to send his spare troops to Peru and Mexico. Vast as was his plan, Morillo accomplished it in the time given him for the purpose. In the course of the year 1815, all the insurgent colonies of Spain were reduced to submission, with the exception of the provinces of River Plate. The rest of the instructions were drawn up in terms of benevolence towards the Americans. The atrocities committed under the royal flag were severely censured, and the troops who had taken part in them were directed to be withdrawn from the theatre of action, but ample power was given to Morillo to deviate from these instructions when he thought it necessary, and he had also permission to suppress the tribunals of justice. Thus everything was left to his discretion. The first man with whom Morillo spoke in the New World was Morales, who was now master of the east of Venezuela, and had fitted out a flotilla for the attack upon the island of Margarita. Early in April the expedition was sighted from the coast of Cumaná, Morales sailed out to meet it with 3 brigs, manned by a division of infantry, to place himself at the orders of the General. Camba, the historian, who was present, says that his European soldiers gazed in astonishment upon the decks of these 3 small vessels as they sailed through the Spanish fleet. They were crowded with dark skinned men, wearing straw hats, a waistcloth with a cartridge box buckled over it, and in general no other raiment. If these were the victors, what must the vanquished be like? An unfortunate first impression to receive, which gave them a false idea of the work before them. "Venezuela and Caracas were lost after the arrival of first-class troops, who were well commanded." In accordance with his instructions, Morillo went on to the island of Margarita with all his army, reinforced by 3,000 of Morales' troops, shipped on the flotilla. The Patriot cruisers had captured one of the vessels of the convoy, so that the strength of the expedition was known. Bermudez proposed to resist to the last extremity, but finding no support, fled to Cartagena. Arismendi gave himself up, and was kindly received by Morillo, who seated him at his own table, apparently forgetting his massacre of 800 Spaniards. On the 9th April, 1815, the island was occupied without resistance. Morillo issued a proclamation offering an amnesty to all insurgents who would give themselves up, and kept his word, but 15 men who gave himself up to Morales were slaughtered. The first success and the first disaster of the expedition came together. The ship of the line, San Pedro, the most powerful vessel of the squadron, caught fire and was a total loss, the military chest and a great quantity of warlike stores being burned with her. The generous behaviour of Morillo at Cartagena procured him a favourable reception at Caracas, where he arrived on the 11th May, but his first act was to levy a forced loan to replace the treasure lost on the San Pedro. He then proceeded to confiscate the properties of all who had taken part in the revolution, and of those who were absent or who were suspected, the amount so taken being estimated at $15 millions. General Moxó, a man of cruel and rapacious character, was made Governor of Venezuela. The Audiencia and all the civil tribunals were suppressed, and were replaced by councils of war. A military despotism was established. Morillo had now 16,000 men under his command, including the native troops. He sent a battalion of light infantry to Puerto Rico, a division of 1,700 men to Peru, 3,000 men were told off as garrison of Venezuela, and Calzada's division in Barinas was reinforced by European troops. Then, with 5,000 Europeans and 3,500 native troops under Morales, embarked in 56 ships, he sailed on the 12th July for the leeward coast to commence operations against New Granada. The employment of native troops was in accordance with his instructions, but the measure produced discontent in his ranks. These troops were despised by the Spaniards, and had no wish to leave their native country. More than 1,000 of the llaneros deserted rather than embark. The way in which they were treated aroused in them the native instinct for independence, of which they soon became the most doughty champions. Morillo landed at Santa Marta, intent upon the capture of Cartagena. The garrison was weak, was short of arms and of provisions, and was cut off from help either by sea or by land, but was nevertheless resolute to resist to the last extremity. The ground was cleared for 3 leagues round, outlying posts were called in, a flotilla was armed for the defence of the bay, 60 guns were added to the 84 already mounted on the batteries, martial law was proclaimed, and all men capable of bearing arms were compelled to serve. The garrison was thus increased to 3,600 men, of whom 1,300 were regular troops. The command was at first given to Castillo, but he was soon after replaced by Bermudez, and Montilla was named Major General. Cartagena was then the strongest fortress in America. It was captured by the French in 1697, but when the English, under Admiral Vernon, attacked it in the year 1741, they were beaten off, although they had 9,000 soldiers, in addition to a powerful fleet. It was built upon a promontory running into the sea, and is so separated from the mainland by marshes that it may be considered an island, a sort of military Venice. The city proper is situate to the north west of this promontory, and to the west of it lies a suburb called Getsemani, which communicates with the city by a fortified bridge thrown across a deep canal, and is closed at each end by a stockade. Getsemani is also joined to the mainland by another bridge of similar construction. The fortress, the city, and the suburb were all enclosed on the land side by high walls and bastions. To the east, beyond the swamps, and about half a mile from the walls, stood a castle on a hill, called San Lázaro, whose fire swept all the city, but was itself under the fire of a fortified hill, called La Popa, which commanded all the approaches. The most accessible part of the city was the bay, which runs from north to south, and is nearly a mile in length. This bay is shut in from the Gulf of Mexico by two islands, which leave only two practicable entrances, the Boca Grande, by which Admiral Vernon penetrated, and which was afterwards closed by orders from Spain, and the Boca Chica, which was defended by two castles on the island and by batteries on the coast. The flotilla consisted of a corvette, 7 schooners, and some gunboats, aided in shallow water by a sort of armed rafts called bongos. Morillo detached Morales with his division across the Magdalena to blockade the city by land, while he blockaded it by sea, his idea being to starve out the garrison. The heavy rains of the season and frequent tempests made the work of the siege very arduous to the Royalists, filling their hospitals with sick. On the 25th of October the city was bombarded, with no other effect than to kill a few women and children. Several assaults were made upon various outworks, which were repulsed, but in November the larger island was captured by Morales. 2 batteries were placed upon it and upon the adjacent shore, the first from which swept the bay and prevented fishing, thus destroying one great resource of the city, where hunger soon proved more formidable than shot and shell. Fevers broke out, rats and hides were eaten by the starving garrison, sentinels were found dead at their posts, when parties were sent to relieve them, but no one talked of surrender. At last it was determined to drive from the city 2,000 useless mouths, old men, women, and children. It was a procession of spectres. Only 1/3 of them reached the advanced posts of the besiegers, the rest sank down and perished on the way. The survivors were kindly received by the Spaniards, but Morillo wrote to the Patriot leaders that if they did not surrender in 3 days he would drive the fugitives back into the city. On that day, the 4th of December, 300 persons died of hunger in the streets. It was impossible to hold out longer, but still they would not surrender. On the night of the 5th, the guns on the hill of La Popa and on the castle of San Lázaro were spiked. At dawn on the day following, a remnant of 2,000 men embarked on the flotilla, crossed the bay under the fire of the Royalist batteries, took on board the garrisons of the batteries at the Boca Chica, and on the 7th put to sea in a storm which dispersed the blockading squadron. Morillo entered the city on the 6th of December, and found it a hospital of dying men and a cemetery of dead bodies, which lay all about the streets. The very air was poisoned. The siege had lasted 108 days. It was calculated that 6,000 had died in the city of hunger and disease, besides those who were killed in the various attacks. The loss of the besiegers was nearly 3,500 men. The victory was stained by an act of barbarism. Morales, who had occupied the batteries at the Boca Chica, on their evacuation by the Patriots, offered an amnesty to all fugitives who would present themselves. 400 old men, women, and children, and some fishermen who had hidden in the brushwood covering the island, presented themselves. The throats of every one of them were cut on the seashore by his orders. Morillo was more humane, but Castillo, who had hidden himself, was put to death by his command, and his body was exposed on a gibbet. The same fate was meted out to 6 of the principal citizens, among them being Garcia Toledo, who had headed the revolution in 1810. At the same time the Inquisition was re-established. Calzada, advancing from Barinas to aid in the subjugation of New Granada, attempted first to clear the plains of Casanare of the Patriot light horse, but being beaten by them on the 1st October, he crossed the Cordillera with 1,800 infantry and 500 cavalry, routed various detached parties of Patriots who came in his way, and totally defeated their main body at Balaga on the 25th November. He then occupied Pamplona, where he found the streets strewn with the corpses of Spaniards, who had been barbarously murdered by the Patriots when they evacuated that city. Congress now again made Torres President, with dictatorial powers, and appointed Torices Vice President. Torres raised an army of 2,500 recruits, with which he forced Calzada, who was advancing on the capital, to retreat to Ocaña. But Calzada, after receiving some reinforcements, turned upon him and completely routed him on the 25th February. The three provinces of Pamplona, Socorro, and Antioquia were then occupied by the Royalists, and the capital lay defenceless. Torres resigned, and a physician named Madrid was appointed in his place. He called for volunteers; only 6 men offered themselves. Cundinamarca, which had been forced into the Union, had remained disaffected, and now became openly Royalist. The rest of the country was worn out and was only eager for peace. Congress authorized Madrid to negotiate with Morillo, and dissolved itself. The new President retired to the south with the remnant of the army, and joined the division of Popayán under Mejia, who then marched against the Royalist force under Sámano, which was advancing from Quito, and was totally defeated. Morillo left a strong garrison at Cartagena, and divided the rest of his diminished force into 4 light columns for the complete subjugation of the country. Bogotá fell without a shot being fired, but while he was at Ocaña with his reserve, news reached him that Venezuela was again in commotion, that a fresh insurrection had broken out in the island of Margarita, and that the emigrants, headed by Bolívar, were preparing an expedition to rekindle the flames of revolution on the mainland. Seriously alarmed, he sent Morales with a division back to Venezuela to secure his base of operations. Morillo now for the first time appreciated the magnitude of the enterprise he had undertaken, and with rare perspicuity foresaw its fatal termination. He wrote to the Home Government that, in spite of his success, he could not, without reinforcements, bring the Llaneros into subjection, and that it was necessary to establish a military government, and so crush the rebellion by the use of the same means which had been employed at the time of the conquest. He then published an amnesty to all officers of the revolutionary armies, from captain downwards, who would lay down their arms, but he put to death all superior officers who fell into his hands, quartering their bodies and exposing their heads in cages. General La Torre, who commanded at Bogotá, published a similar amnesty to civil officials, for which step he was severely censured by Morillo, and in May 1816 the prisons of the capital were full. Morillo then went there himself, avoiding a public reception and entering the city by night. La Torre and Calzada were again censured for receiving presents from rebels. The first was, as a punishment, sent off to the plains, and the second to Cúcuta. The amnesty was then annulled, and severe decrees were published against all who should either write or speak on forbidden subjects. On the 30th May, which was the birthday of the King, the women of the city presented themselves imploring mercy for their fathers, sons, and husbands. Morillo received them roughly and sent them off with insults. The prisons being insufficient to accommodate the multitude of prisoners, some were confined in the convents. He searched the city archives for pretexts to increase their number, and a military tribunal was established to try them. Villavicencio, Montufar, Lozano, Camilo Torres, and Torices were executed, being shot in the back as traitors, and their bodies were hung on gibbets. Baraya and Mejia shared the same fate. Caldas, the philosopher, whose scientific labours had won him worldwide fame, was sentenced to death, and when Morillo was entreated to spare the life of so illustrious a man, he answered savagely, "Spain has no need of sages." 125 victims perished on the scaffold, of whom a fifth part were graduates of the university. The properties of all victims were confiscated, their families were reduced to misery, the entire male population was classified as convicts, and gangs of them were forced to work on the public roads. Truly the system adopted by the Spaniards at the conquest was now re-established in America in the cause of Spanish absolutism, and for a king who was spoken of by his own mother as "tiger heart and mule head." Bloodshed and absolute power clouded the mental faculties of Morillo. He dreamt of destroying the Argentine Republic, and of then returning in triumph to Mexico to repeat there the cruelties of Cortés, but the course of events in Venezuela soon opened his eyes. He left a garrison of 3,800 men at Bogotá, Venezuelans and Pastusos, and with 4,000 Spanish troops crossed the Cordillera in November, 1816, taking some prisoners with him to shoot on the frontier line. This march convinced him for the second time of his impotence to prosecute his enterprise. By his own confession he could neither pass the rivers nor procure supplies without the help of the Llaneros who went with him. General Sámano remained in command at the Bogotá. His first act was to erect a gallows in the great square, in front of the windows of his palace, and to set up 4 execution posts, banquillos, on the public promenade. One of his first victims was a beautiful young woman, convicted of sending information to the Patriot guerillas on the plains of Casanare. She was shot in the back, with 7 men implicated in the same affair. She died encouraging her companions to meet their fate like men, and prophesying that her death would soon be revenged. Under the name of La Pola, her memory is still preserved in the songs of her native land. Morillo, finding Sámano so apt a pupil in his school of terrorism, made him Viceroy in place of Montalvo, whose more humane nature shrank from the perpetration of such cruelties. Chapter 40. Chapter 41 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. The Third War in Venezuela, 1815 to 1817. In none of the colonies of Spanish America was the struggle for emancipation so stubborn, so heroic, and so tragical as in Venezuela. In the north of the continent she was the nucleus of the revolution, gave it both its military power and its political basis, and supplied to it the genius of Bolívar. Twice conquered, she yet arose a third time against her oppressors. After the rout of Urica and the catastrophe of Maturin, the remnants of the Republican Army of the East were dispersed as guerillas along the banks and about the headwaters of the Orinoco, and on the plains of Barcelona, while the insurrection was still unquelled on the plains of Casanare. A fresh signal for a general revolt was given by the island of Margarita immediately after the departure of Morillo on his expedition against New Granada. The Royalist governor, Colonel Urreistieta, to assert his authority, ordered the arrest of Arismendi. 1,500 of the islanders rose in arms. The governor ordered the troops to give no quarter to the insurgents, gave them permission to pillage as they chose, and burned 2 towns in accordance with instructions received from General Moxó. The insurgents accepted the challenge of war to the knife. Arismendi put himself at their head and took possession of the northern half of the island, captured by assault the fort at the Villa del Norte, and put to death the whole of the garrison, who numbered 200 men. Then, on the 15th of November, 1815, he laid siege to the capital and shut up the government in the castle of Santa Rosa. His army numbered 4,300 infantry and 200 cavalry, badly armed, but all resolute men. On the plains of Casanare, the scattered groups of guerillas were organized by Paez into an army. José Antonio Paez was a native of Barinas, and was at this time 26 years old. He had served bravely throughout the campaign of the Reconquest, but had never attracted special notice. Now he was to show his great talents as a leader. He was a genuine Creole, of Caucasian race, with some mixture of native blood, a man of Herculean strength, a breaker in of wild horses, and an untiring swimmer. Skilful in the use of lance and sword, In moments of danger he was ever in the front rank, and had great influence over his men, both by his personal and by his moral qualities. They were accustomed to calling him "uncle" when addressing him. If any soldier committed a crime or showed unwillingness to obey orders, it was his custom to challenge him to single combat. Whether the challenge were accepted or not, he was always the victor, either physically or morally. After the excitement of a battle, his nervous system would frequently give way, and he would fall to the ground apparently lifeless. His plans were always carefully thought out and rapidly executed. He at this time knew neither how to read nor write, and was in no sense a politician, but was of a kindly, generous nature, and of very superior intelligence. In times of peace he was easily led, but in times of danger he led every one. His usual dress was a blouse of blue cloth, with a cloak thrown over his shoulders, a slouched hat, the front rim turned up and decorated with the cockade of Venezuela, and the gaiters of a llanero. He wore a Toledo sword and invariably carried a long lance. Paez was serving as a simple captain with a small corps of Patriots which held the town of Guadalito, when news was brought of the approach of the Spanish governor of Barinas, with 1,100 horse and 300 infantry. The officer in command proposed to retreat. Paez requested permission to remain with one squadron to defend the town. Most of the other officers present approved of the proposition, on which the commander said angrily, "Then let Paez command you, and those who choose may follow me to Casanare." Paez, left with 500 men, marched out to meet the enemy, whom he found on the 16th February, 1816, near to the sources of the Apure. Paez, advancing alone to reconnoitre the position, had his horse killed under him by a musket ball. It was near nightfall. Some advised him to wait for daylight. "It is as dark for them as it is for us," said Paez, and shouted to his men, "Comrades, they have killed my horse. If you will not revenge his death, I will revenge him alone, and will die in the enemy's ranks." The men shouted back that they would go wherever he would lead them. He formed them in two lines, and led them on under a heavy fire. Such was the fury of the charge that 2/3 of the Royalist cavalry were driven in confusion from the field. As he led an attack upon their second line, his horse was wounded, and burst the girths of the saddle with his plunges. The attack was beaten off. Springing on to the first horse he could catch, Paez rallied his men and again charged at full speed upon the rest of the Royalist cavalry, and bore them down in the rush. While the Patriots pursued the broken cavalry, the Spanish infantry retreated through the woods. 400 killed and 200 prisoners were the trophies of the day. Paez treated his prisoners so well that they all voluntarily took service with him. This brilliant affair attracted the attention of the Llaneros, who were weary of the brutal rule of Boves and Morales, and won them over to the cause of independence. Paez became at once the first general of cavalry in America. He was the bond of union between the Llaneros and the Patriots. He was proclaimed the chieftain of the plains, and from the recruits who poured in to join his standard he organized the famous Army of the Apure. On taking command he told his men that he would do his best to merit the confidence they had placed in him, but exhorted them above all to put faith in Divine Providence. In September, 1816, he invaded the province of Barinas. While the Army of the Apure was thus gathering itself together, the parties of guerillas, scattered along the banks of the Upper Orinoco and on the eastern plains, also collected, forming divisions of as many as 1,500 men, under Monagas, Saraza, and Cedeño. The Governor of Guayana sent a strong column against Cedeño, which was completely routed by him on the 8th March, 1816. A second expedition of 1,500 men, sent in boats up the Orinoco, had no better fortune, and was forced to retire to Angostura, the capital of Guayana. While Bolívar, in exile at Kingston, Jamaica, was turning over in his mind many plans for renewing the War of Independence, he had a narrow escape from assassination. A slave of his, who had followed his fortunes, went one night into his room, when all was dark, and seeing a man asleep in his hammock, gave him 2 stabs with a poniard, killing him on the spot. The dead man was found to be a poor emigrant named Amestoy, who, knowing that Bolívar would not sleep at home that night, occupied his room. The slave was caught, and confessed that it was his intention to kill Bolívar, but said not a word about accomplices. He was hung, but it was generally believed that an emissary of General Moxó had paid him to do the deed. From Jamaica Bolívar crossed to the island of Santo Domingo, hearing on his way of the fall of Cartagena, where, too late, he had been offered the command. The famous mulatto, Alexander Petion, was at that time President of Haiti. He was an ardent partisan of the emancipation of Spanish America, and not only supplied Bolívar with arms for another expedition, but opened a credit for him for the necessary expenses with the house of a wealthy English merchant named Robert Sutherland. Bolívar also met here a Dutch shipbuilder named Louis Brion, who, becoming deeply interested both in him and in his designs, placed 7 armed schooners at his orders, with 3,500 muskets, and offered his life and fortune in the same cause. Bolívar commenced his preparations early in 1816 at the port of Cayos de San Luis, which has given its name to this famous expedition. There the refugees from Cartagena and many officers from New Granada and Venezuela had collected. Among them were Piar, Mariño, Bermudez, Montilla, Sublet, the English Colonel MacGregor, who had served with Miranda, Du Coudray Holstein, and Francisco Sea. There was anarchy among them, many of them refused to recognize the authority of Bolívar. Petion interposed his influence, and Brion declared that he would entrust his ships and armament to no one but to the Liberator. He was at length accepted as leader of the expedition, from which Montilla, who had challenged Bolívar, and Bermudez, who had led the opposition, were excluded. Brion, with the title of Admiral of Venezuela, took command of the squadron, which sailed from Cayos on the 16th of March, 1816. The expedition consisted of 300 men, whom Bolívar afterwards compared to the 300 Spartans of Leonidas, as he compared his reconquest of Venezuela to the redemption of Jerusalem by the Crusaders. They reached the island of Margarita early in May, finding there the Spanish brig Intrepido and the schooner Rita, which Brion boarded and captured, after a desperate resistance in which 3/4 of their crews were killed. The expedition then disembarked at the port of Juan Griego, the Royalists concentrating their forces at Pampatar and Por la Mar. Bolívar and Arismendi then conjointly convened a meeting of the officers of the Patriot army and of the principal inhabitants in the church at La Villa del Norte, in order to name the supreme ruler of the Republic they were about to restore. In accordance with his custom, Bolívar immediately renounced all pretensions to so important a post, which, as he had already arranged the matter with Arismendi, was merely one way of securing his own appointment. On the 7th of May he was named Supreme Chief, with power to do whatever he might find necessary for the salvation of the country. Mariño was named second in command. On the 8th of May Bolívar published a proclamation to the people of Venezuela, announcing that the National Congress would be reinstalled, and authorizing the free towns to elect deputies, who should have the same sovereign powers as in the former epoch. The expedition, reinforced by 4 ships from the island, then went on to Carúpano, on the coast of Paria, capturing 2 armed vessels of the enemy and the fort, which was abandoned by the garrison. Here Bolívar established his headquarters on the 1st of June. Rumour had greatly exaggerated the strength of the force he had brought with him, but Bolívar made small use of the stupor into which the Royalists were thrown. He detached Piar to Maturin and Mariño to Güiria, but remained himself at Carúpano, issuing pompous bulletins, in which he renounced his former system of a war of extermination as a mistake. Also, in fulfilment of a promise to Petion, he published a decree giving liberty to all slaves, and called the people to arms, but no one joined him. He then convened an assembly of the townsfolk, who at his suggestion decreed the centralization of the powers of government. The federal system was abolished in Venezuela. But a month of precious time was thus lost. 20 days after the disembarkation his advanced posts were driven in, and he was besieged by a division of 1,300 men, while a Spanish squadron threatened his communications by sea. Mariño sent him a strong reinforcement, but Brion refused to risk his ships in an unequal fight with the Spanish squadron. Meantime the guerilla leaders of the East proclaimed him general-in-chief and desired his presence. Rejecting the advice of Piar to occupy Guayana as a base of operations, he re-embarked his small force and again landed on the 5th July at Ocumare, between Caracas and Puerto Cabello. This step can only be explained by his anxiety to rescue his native city from the Royalists, a preoccupation which was to cost him the loss of 3 campaigns. Again rejecting the advice of his officers, who wished to effect a junction with the guerillas and so form an army, he detached Soublette with the bulk of his men to occupy the pass of Cabrera, and a smaller force along the coast in search of recruits, while he landed a printing press and issued more bulletins, and Brion went off on a cruise, leaving him 1 armed brig and 2 small schooners. On the same day on which Bolívar landed at Ocumare, Morales reached Valencia, with the division detached by Morillo, after the surrender of Cartagena. In the face of such a superior force, Soublette was compelled to retire to a strong position on the heights of Ocumare. Bolívar went to his assistance with 150 recruits, but the combined force was completely routed by Morales on the 13th July. MacGregor was then sent off with a detachment southwards, while Soublette protected the retreat of Bolívar with the artillery to Ocumare, where he intended to re-embark. While engaged at night in this operation he received word that the enemy were entering the town. It was a false alarm, Soublette still held his ground, but his men were panic struck, and Bolívar, without inquiring into the truth of the report, abandoned his sick and wounded and fled on board the brig, where his stores of war material were already in safety. He sailed at once and reached the island of Bonaire on the 16th July. Here he was joined by Brion, and sailed with him to Choroni, where he learned that Soublette and MacGregor had marched inland and had taken refuge in the valleys of Aragua. Returning to Bonaire, he there met Bermudez, and with him sailed off to join Mariño at Güiria. Soublette and MacGregor had joined forces at Choroni, the latter taking the command. 2 days he waited for news of Bolívar, and then marched off for the plains with 600 infantry and 30 horse. Dispersing a Royalist detachment which attempted to bar the passage of the hills, he occupied Victoria and routed another detachment under Rosete. On the 1st August he was met by a squadron of Saraza's guerillas, who were in search of him, and on the 2nd August routed another division of 1,200 Royalists at Quebrada Honda. The next day he was joined by Saraza and Monagas with their divisions of guerillas, and was master of the plains of Barcelona, while Cedeño held his ground on the upper Orinoco. So was formed the army which was afterwards known as "the Army of the Centre," which in conjunction with that of the Apure decided the destinies of Venezuela. Of this army MacGregor was recognized as general-in-chief. At Güiria Bolívar met with but a sorry reception. The troops of Mariño refused to obey him, and the island of Margarita declined to recognize his authority. Bermudez charged him with cowardice for deserting his soldiers when in danger. Amid threats and jeers he was forced to re-embark and returned to Haití, where he was coldly received by Petion. The people were incensed against him and had lost all faith in him. Nevertheless, Bolívar was the man not only for the revolution in Columbia, but for the emancipation of South America. None so well as he could rise superior to adverse fortune. None had such power as he over the petty chieftains. None but he could organize the discordant elements of the revolution into the strength of a warlike nation. In spite of his ignorance of military tactics and of his puerile vanity, he was the genius of the revolution in the north of the continent. The sacred fire of liberty and of patriotism burned within him and inspired him. As he himself said, he would yet merit the title of Liberator. History owes to him this justice as she turns this disgraceful page. After the departure of Bolívar, Mariño was named general of the army at Güiria, with Bermudez as his second in command, but his authority did not extend beyond the peninsula of Paria. After occupying the plains of Barcelona, MacGregor marched upon the city. A Royalist force, which under the command of Colonel Lopez occupied the town of Aragua, sallied out to meet him. The action was hotly contested, but was decided by desperate charges of the Llanero horse, led by Saraza and Monagas, and by a bayonet charge led by MacGregor in person. The Royalists lost 500 killed, 300 prisoners, and 1 gun. Barcelona was evacuated by the Royalists on the 12th September, after they had murdered many of the townsfolk and plundered many of the houses, but MacGregor was now threatened by Morales, who had advanced to Aragua with 3,000 men. He sent to Arismendi, Mariño, and Piar for assistance. Piar, who was then besieging Cumaná, came at once with all his troops and took the command. On the 27th September the two armies met at the Playón del Juncal, near to Barcelona. MacGregor, supported by the fire of Piar's artillery, led a bayonet charge which decided the day. The Royalists were totally routed, with a loss of 300 killed and 400 prisoners. After this victory MacGregor, worn out with fatigue and unwilling to brook the domineering ways of Piar, withdrew to Margarita. Paez, by skilful manoeuvres, forced his old opponent, Colonel Lopez, to retreat to the line of the Apure in October. The town of San Fernando on this river was the key to the plains. He resolved to seize it, but he had no boats in which to cross the river. The Royalists had a flotilla of 4 flecheras and 7 long boats manned by 400 men. Note: a flechera is a flat-bottomed boat capable of carrying 1 or 2 guns and is very swift. Managed by Venezuelan boatsmen, they rendered great service in this war. End of note. An officer named Peña had committed some fault. Paez ordered him as a punishment to get himself killed by the enemy. He crossed the river in a canoe with 8 men at midday and threw the Royalist camp into confusion. In the skirmishes which followed, Colonel Lopez was killed and the Patriots seized 7 boats. Paez then crossed the river and in December laid siege to San Fernando. There he received news that La Torre and Morillo were on the march from New Granada to the plains watered by the Arauco and Apure. Mariño and Bermudez were engaged in the siege of Cumaná, aided by the flotilla from Margarita. The Spanish garrison was about to evacuate the city when the Royalist force on the island abandoned it and came to their assistance. The Patriots were forced to raise the siege. At the close of the year 1816 the Patriot armies had gained many advantages, but they felt the need of a head to give cohesion to their efforts. With the army of the centre were many of the partisans of Bolívar. Backed by Arismendi, they induced the army to demand his recall. Assisted by Pétion and by Brion, he organized another expedition, sailed from Haiti on the 21st December, and reached Barcelona at the same time as Arismendi, who brought a strong reinforcement from the island of Margarita. But the army of the centre was no longer there. Piar had seen from the beginning that descents on the coasts and incursions onto the plains would lead to no satisfactory results, that the Orinoco was the true line of action, and that Guayana was true base of operations. Bolívar, without any plan, had hovered round Caracas like a moth round a candle, and had burned his wings. Even Cedeño, the rude guerilla, had seen more clearly, as was shown by his success on the upper Orinoco. Morillo himself had seen the same thing, and ere leaving New Granada had written to the Home Government, impressing upon them the importance of preserving the line of the Orinoco. Piar, after the victory of Juncal, found himself in command of an army, and at once proceeded to carry out his idea, thus saving the Patriot cause by forcing Bolívar to give up his pursuit of a phantom at Caracas. He left a small garrison at Barcelona, left the guerillas to defend the plains, and marched for Guayana. The Royalists had a powerful flotilla on the Orinoco, and had fortified Angostura, which was the capital of Guayana. Piar cut down trees in the woods and made small boats, captured 2 boats from the enemy, and forced the passage of the Cauca in front of the Royalist camp. The guerillas under Cedeño swam the river on horseback, fighting with the crews of the Royalist gunboats as they passed, and on reaching the opposite shore charged upon the encampment, driving out the enemy before them. Piar then marched upon Angostura, but was repulsed in every attempt to take the city by assault. Desisting for a time, he passed behind the city to the mission station at Coroní, where supplies were plentiful. One of his officers cut the throats of 21 friars who were given into his custody, and received no reprimand for this barbarity. In fact, this cruel deed greatly increased the popularity of the Patriots in the country round about, as these friars were hated by their Indian neophytes. At Coroní, Piar established a regular administration, which was of great service to the Patriot cause, as the armies were by it afterwards regularly supplied with cattle and corn. By these successes Piar acquired great fame, which for a time eclipsed even that of Bolívar himself. All the Patriot leaders had now done something except Bolívar, but when he assumed the command for the second time he was another man, more grave and more thoughtful than he had been. But he was not yet a true soldier, he still took audacity for inspiration, and launched forth on enterprises without first of all adapting the means to the end desired. Immediately on landing at Barcelona he issued a proclamation that he was about to liberate the province of Caracas, and in 20 hours set forth on his expedition with a force of 600 men. A Royalist detachment lay in his way in an entrenched position on the river Unare. Without any reconnaissance Bolívar rushed at it. 40 horse fell upon his rear, threw his attacking column into confusion, and totally destroyed it. The Liberator was lost again. He was now in a worse plight than when he fled from Carúpano. He wrote to Piar and Cedeño to abandon their attempts on Guayana, and to Paez, Monagas, and Saraza that they should come to the protection of Barcelona. All this was utter folly, for Morillo, with 4,000 men, already covered the approach to Caracas, and La Torre, with Calzada, occupied the higher plains. Meantime he fortified himself in Barcelona and mustered 600 more recruits. He turned the Franciscan convent into a regular citadel and sent for Mariño. Mariño, forgetting his jealousy, marched from Cumaná and joined him with 1,200 men. Bolívar then left 700 men in Barcelona, and naming Aragua as the point of concentration for the scattered forces of the Patriots, he went off to Guayana to persuade Piar to join him in an invasion of Caracas. On the 7th of April, 1817, Barcelona was attacked and taken by the Royalists, who cut the throats of the whole of the garrison, and in addition killed 300 old men, women, and sick. Mariño retreated to the peninsula of Paria and again declared himself independent, while Bermudez and other leaders got together 500 men and awaited orders from Bolívar on the plains. The Liberator, attended by 15 officers, met Piar near Angostura and found that he was already in possession of all the open country. The behaviour of the Negro general was noble and patriotic. He showed no jealousy of his superior, who had come to seize the laurels which he had won in spite of him, and set to work to show him that Guayana must be the base of a successful campaign. The veil fell from the eyes of Bolívar. For the first time he saw before him the true theatre of the war. Leaving Monagas to hold the plains of Barcelona with his guerillas, he summoned Bermudez, Arismendi, and Saraza to join him, and the revolution was saved, thanks to Piar. The Royalists held the coastline from Coro to Cumaná with the army of Caracas, 5,000 strong. The division of La Torre and Calzada, 4,000 picked troops, with 1,500 Llanero horse, had concentrated at Guadalito on the Apure, and in January had forced Paez to raise the siege of San Fernando. Paez sent a small force against them to draw them on. La Torre, who had no idea of his force, fell into the trap, and advanced with all his army on to a wide plain covered with dry reeds. Here the fugitives were joined by the main body, and facing about, charged furiously upon the Royalist cavalry, dispersed them completely, and then, by repeated charges, forced the infantry to form square. Then Paez, with 50 men whom he had detailed for the purpose, set fire to the reeds all round them. Fortunately for them they found a marsh, into which they plunged, with the mud up to their waists, until the fire burnt itself out, when they hurriedly retreated, leaving Paez in possession of the whole country round. This famous deed of arms confirmed the authority of Paez over the Llaneros, and put him into a position to overrun the province of Barinas. He concluded his glorious campaign by placing himself voluntarily at the orders of Bolívar, on condition that he might still protect the province he had conquered. Morillo, who was well aware of the importance of the province of Guayana, detached La Torre with a strong force to drive out the Patriots, while he marched with 3,000 men to reduce the island of Margarita. La Torre embarked his force at San Fernando and descended the Apure and the Orinoco to Angostura, without meeting any resistance, and manoeuvred to draw Piar from the missions of Coroní, hoping then to capture them by crossing the river at Angostura. But Piar divined his intentions, and leaving a reserve of horses on the right bank, he marched by the left bank to the vicinity of Angostura. Then, after nightfall, leaving his campfires burning, he rapidly countermarched to his former position. La Torre crossed the river as he had proposed, but was met by Piar at San Felix on the 11th of April, 1817. The Spanish infantry, advancing in 3 columns with cavalry on the flanks, were received by volleys of musketry and showers of arrows. The Patriots, among whom were 1,200 Indians from the missions armed with bows and pikes, then charged, and a furious hand-to-hand fight ensued, in which the Spaniards were totally routed. La Torre escaped with 17 men, but all the rest of his Spanish troops were killed. Piar spared the lives of all the Creoles among the Royalists who would join his ranks. Bolívar, on his return from an expedition to the plains, where he had a narrow escape from falling in with Morillo, then on the march from Margarita, found himself at the head of a respectable army. All the Patriot leaders now recognized his authority except Mariño, who summoned a congress at Cariaco, of which Zea and Admiral Brion were members. This congress appointed an executive Junta, of which Bolívar was named one, and gave Mariño the title of General-in-Chief. Morillo soon put an end to this farce. He overran the peninsula of Paria, sank the Patriot flotilla, and dispersed Mariño's army, shooting all prisoners taken. Those who escaped, headed by Urdaneta and Colonel Sucre, a name soon to become famous, went to join Bolívar in Guayana, while Mariño, with a few followers, fled to Maturin. Until the Patriots had the dominion of the Orinoco, their tenure of Guayana was insecure. Bolívar armed and organized a flotilla of flecheras, but what was more to the purpose, Brion again came to assist him with 5 brigs, some schooners and some flecheras from Margarita. These vessels were commanded by a mulatto named Diaz. One part of the Royalist flotilla was engaged in the defence of Angostura and Guayana Vieja, which still held out; the other guarded the mouth of the Orinoco under the protection of the forts. Diaz, being sent by Brion to explore the position of this latter detachment, was attacked by 16 Royalist flecheras and lost 2 of his boats. With 3 flecheras which remained to him, he then attacked the Royalists, recovered his 2 boats, captured 2 of theirs, sank 5, and compelled the rest to retreat in confusion. Brion then entered the river under full sail. At the approach of Brion, La Torre evacuated Angostura, and was soon afterwards obliged by hunger to abandon Guayana Vieja, the last position held by the Royalists in Guayana. The remnant of his army, which now numbered only 600 men, he embarked on 32 vessels, and gained the open sea in safety. Piar, though he had recognized the authority of Bolívar, was in his heart disaffected, and entered into a conspiracy with Mariño to restrict his authority by the appointment of a Junta of War. He also gained over Arismendi to his views. Bolívar prudently quelled this attempt at sedition by counsels and threats conveyed privately to the conspirators. Piar, in alarm, asked leave to withdraw from the army on pretext of illness, and retired to Upata, where he continued his intrigues till Bolívar wrote a friendly letter to him asking him to desist. He then fled to Maturin, and concerted with Mariño a plan of independent action. The position of Bolívar was now one of great danger. The troops of the army of Guayana were for the most part men of colour. Piar was very popular with them, and was accused of an intention to produce among them a mutiny of race. Bolívar gave orders to Cedeño to arrest Piar. The Negro chieftain made no resistance, and was brought to Angostura for trial by a court-martial, under the presidency of Brion. He was sentenced to death for disobedience, sedition, and desertion. Bolívar confirmed the sentence, and he was shot in the great square of Angostura on the 16th October, 1817, dying as bravely as he had lived. If not an act of justice, this execution was warranted by necessity. It was the only means of preventing a civil war which would have ended in the destruction of the army. Mariño was still in arms at Cumaná with 400 men. Bolívar sent Bermudez with his corps to arrest him. Bermudez, being an old friend of Mariño's, procured his banishment. Bolívar was now rid of opposition, but still his power was far from being well consolidated. Chapter 41. Chapter 42 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé Mitre, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. The Reorganization of Venezuela, 1817 to 1819. The Home Government, on hearing of the third insurrection on the island of Margarita, sent a reinforcement of 2,800 men under the command of General Canterac. Morillo, on his way to that island with his 3,000 men, met Canterac at Barcelona, and, embarking his troops in 20 vessels, sailed with him for Margarita. Brion had left the island with his flotilla for the Orinoco. Arismendi was also absent, and General Gomez, who had been left in command, had but 1,100 infantry, badly equipped, 200 cavalry, and some few artillerymen. On the 15th July the troops effected a landing under the protection of the guns of the squadron. Canterac had thought that the mere sight of his fresh troops would suffice to disperse the insurgents, but his division suffered a heavy loss ere they could make good footing on the island. Morillo's first step was to publish a proclamation, in which he offered pardon to all insurgents who would lay down their arms, but threatened all who should resist with extermination. Gomez rejected the offer of pardon, and made every preparation for a stubborn resistance, strengthening the fortified positions, and piling up heaps of stones on the heights for want of better ammunition. The castles of Porlamar and Pampatar were evacuated by the Patriots after a slight resistance, but they spiked the guns and concentrated their forces in the city of Asuncion. Morillo marched inland to cut them off from the north of the island, and was met on the 31st July by a body of 500 Patriots who had entrenched themselves on very broken ground, covered with brushwood, at a place called Matasiete. It took Morillo 8 hours of hard fighting to drive them from that position, but his losses were so heavy that he was forced to return the next day to Pampatar. He then occupied the town of San Juan, which is situate in a break in the range of hills which divides the island, and so cut off the communications of the main body of the Patriots with the port of Juan Griego, where their flotilla was stationed. On the 8th August the fort which protected the town was taken by assault after a desperate resistance. The garrison of this fort only consisted originally of 200 men, the survivors of whom fled to a lake near by, and refusing to surrender were massacred, Morillo killing 18 of them with his own hand. The scene of this butchery is known to this day as the Lake of the Martyrs. Had Morillo persevered, there is no doubt that he would have conquered the whole island, but adverse intelligence recalled him to the mainland. After losing 1,000 men he embarked the rest, and on the 20th August, 1817, established his headquarters at Caracas. Morillo now adopted a more humane policy. He published a general amnesty, abolished the military tribunals, and re-established the Audiencia and the civil courts. The aspect of the war had changed greatly in his absence. Paez had invaded Barinas, taken the capital of that province, and had routed a strong Royalist division at San Carlos, sacking the town and shooting all his European prisoners. But the plains were now covered with water, so nothing could be done against him. Bolívar had possession of the line of the Orinoco. Saraza's guerillas, strengthened by an infantry corps, protected the right flank of Paez. Monagas occupied the plains of Barcelona, and the province of Cumaná was held by Bermudez. Canterac was sent off to Peru with his sorely diminished division. The garrison of Caracas and the division of La Torre held the line of the coast. Aldama, with another division, covered the line of the lower Apure, and protected San Fernando and Calzada with a light infantry division, disputed with Paez the possession of the province of Barinas. The peninsula of Paria and the cities of Cumaná and Barcelona were held by 800 men, and the rest of the Royalist forces were distributed in various forts along the coast. Neither party had any plan of operations, both were waiting to see what the other would do. Bolívar was at this time the one conspicuous figure in America. He received a despatch from the Director of the United Provinces of La Plata congratulating him upon his success, and prophesying the speedy union of their arms in the same cause. Bolívar replied by an address to the Argentine people: "The Republic of Venezuela, though plunged in mourning, offers you brotherhood. When, covered in laurels, she has crushed the tyrants who profane her soil, then she will invite your concurrence, that our emblem be the union of South America." As steps towards constitutional government by the installation of a Congress, Bolívar established a High Court of Justice, and on the 30th of October presided at the opening of a Council of State, to which he entrusted the management of civil affairs in his absence, hoping to strengthen his authority by "the first of all forces, the public opinion." Bolívar then ascended the Orinoco with 1,500 well-equipped troops, and crossed to the left bank, at about 100 miles from Angostura. His intention was to join Saraza, who had 2,500 men, and with his aid to crush Morillo and retake Caracas. At the same time he wrote to Paez to cooperate in the scheme by advancing from Barinas, but on the 2nd of December Saraza allowed himself to be surprised and completely routed by La Torre and Ogata. The Patriots suffered a loss of 1,200 killed, with 3 guns and all their flags, while the Royalists had only 200 killed and wounded, among the latter being La Torre himself. Bolívar was forced to recross the Orinoco and return to Angostura. Then, with some reinforcements, he again ascended the river to join Paez, who, on the advance of Morillo and La Torre, had prudently retired to Calabozo. The two commanders, having united their forces, marched with 2,000 infantry and 2,000 cavalry on San Fernando. On reaching the river Apure, Bolívar looked in vain for the boats which Paez had promised to provide, while on the opposite side were a number of canoes under guard of a Royalist gunboat and 3 armed flecheras. Bolívar was dressed in a green spencer, with red facings and 3 rows of buttons. On his head was a dragoon's helmet, which had been sent him as a sample. He wore Llanero gaiters, and carried in his hand a short lance with a black pennon adorned with a skull and cross bones, under which might be read the inscription "Liberty or Death." "Where are your boats?" asked Bolívar of Paez. "There they are," said Paez, pointing to the enemy's boats. "How shall we take them?" "With cavalry," answered Paez. "And where are these horse marines?" asked Bolívar. Paez turned to his guard of honour, and picking out 50 men under Colonel Aramendi, he put himself at their head, shouting, "Into the water, boys! Follow your uncle!" Then putting spurs to his horse he plunged into the river, followed by his men lance in hand, and yelling to frighten off the alligators which swarmed around them. The armed boats opened fire upon them, but without effect. The terrified crews jumped overboard, and 14 boats were captured. "If I had not seen it, I never would have believed it possible," said Bolívar. Bolívar simply established a blockade of San Fernando, and marched without loss of time against Morillo, who had assembled 1,600 infantry and 300 horsemen near to Calabozo. His movements were so rapid that Morillo was taken by surprise on the morning of the 10th of February, 1818, and was himself involved in the rout of his cavalry and borne from the field by the fugitives. One company of light infantry covered the retreats, and perished to the last man. Morillo shut himself up in Calabozo, which was defended by 4 redoubts, while Bolívar withdrew to rest his men. Morillo, without cavalry and without supplies, saw that resistance was hopeless. He buried his guns, and on the night of the 14th of February marched off towards Sombrero on the river Guarico, taking his sick and wounded with him. At midday on the 15th he was overtaken by Bolívar with his cavalry. The horsemen could make no impression on the solid columns of the Spanish infantry, but they delayed their march and so gave time for the Patriot infantry to come up. During the night which followed, Morillo continued his retreat, and the next day reached the wooded country about Sombrero. Here he took up a strong position on the river Guarico, where he repulsed several attacks of the Patriot infantry, and after nightfall, by a forced march, reached the valleys of Aragua. Bolívar, still with Caracas on the brain, retired to Calabozo, where he had a stormy conference with Paez. The Llanero chieftain insisted that to attempt an offensive campaign while the fortress of San Fernando was still held by the Royalists was to lose the command of the plains. Bolívar let Paez depart with his division, but marched himself with 1,000 raw infantry and 1,200 horse for the valleys of Aragua, where he greatly increased his force by recruits. At Victoria he established a reserve under Urdaneta and detached his cavalry and 200 infantry to occupy the pass at Cabrera. Morillo, who had concentrated his forces at Valencia, surprised Saraza at Cabrera, routed Managas at Maracay on the road to Caracas, and advanced upon Victoria. Bolívar was compelled to make a hasty retreat. He halted at La Puerta, for him a most ominous position, and was there attacked on the morning of the 16th March by the Royalist vanguard under Morales. He succeeded in repulsing this attack, but Morillo in person led up the main body, and though himself wounded, very quickly drove the Patriots from the field, with the loss of 400 killed and 600 wounded. Bolívar lost in this battle even his private papers, and seemed to have lost his head also. He exposed himself in the most reckless manner wherever the fight was hottest, seeming to court death as some expiation of the errors he had committed. Fortunately for him, on the 6th March, Paez had captured San Fernando with 20 guns, 18 armed vessels, and 73 flecheras, and now came to his assistance, as did also Cedeño with his guerillas. La Torre, who had taken command of the Royalists, found another army in front of him when he advanced to Calabozo. He retreated to the heights of Ortiz on the river Poga, which commands the entrance to the valleys. Here he was attacked by Bolívar and Paez with 800 infantry and 2,000 horse. The strength of his position enabled him to repulse several assaults, after which he prudently retreated to Cura, and later on to San Carlos. Bolívar then detached Paez against San Carlos, and marched with the bulk of his force further to the west, always aiming at Caracas. Paez was met at Cojedes by La Torre with a very superior force. Carried away by his impetuosity, he charged at the head of one squadron, and bore down all before him, but found on his return to the field that his army had disappeared. Overwhelmed by numbers, the infantry had been cut to pieces, the cavalry had fled. Paez returned to San Fernando with less than half the force with which he had commenced the campaign. Still worse fortune befell Bolívar. He abandoned the plains and advanced into a country swarming with detached parties of Royalists. He, with his staff, were attacked at night as they slept in hammocks in a wood. He drew off his green spencer and brass helmet and escaped on foot, but wandered about all alone till next day, when he fell in with his dispersed troops, flying from their encampment where they had been surprised, and ultimately rejoined Paez at San Fernando. Bolívar, downcast and sick, but not disheartened, immediately set to work to raise fresh troops, and sent Cedeño with 1,300 men to reoccupy the plains of Calabozo. Cedeño was cut to pieces by Morales, who then advanced towards the Apure, but was there totally routed by Paez on the 28th May 1818. Then came on the rainy season, and both parties were forced to remain in quarters. The Patriot army no longer existed, all the infantry had disappeared, the arms were ruined, and the ammunition was exhausted. The Liberator had lost both his credit as a general and his civil authority. All threw upon him to blame for the ill success of the Patriot arms, and time, which has enhanced his glory, confirms in this instance the judgment of his contemporaries. But there was yet the nucleus of an army on the Apure, and Guayana was still secure. The position of the Royalists was not much better. Morillo had 12,000 men, scattered about in detachments, but he had neither money, arms, nor supplies. As he himself reported to the Viceroy of Peru, "12 pitched battles, in which the best officers and troops of the enemy have fallen, have not lowered their pride or lessened the vigour of their attacks upon us." The Spanish squadron lay idle at Puerto Cabello, while Argentine and Venezuelan privateers scoured the Caribbean Sea with the ports of Margarita as their headquarters. In the East the Patriot arms had been equally unfortunate. Mariño, recalled by his partisans and supported by Gomez, Governor of Margarita, had again established himself at Cumaná and openly renounced all allegiance to the Liberator. Bermudez, who remained faithful, was routed and driven across the Orinoco with the loss of his artillery. Monagas was isolated on the plains of Barcelona. Bolívar returned to Angostura, leaving Paez in command of the army of the Apure, and with indomitable energy set to work to create a new army. He raised recruits in the missions of Coroni. He reorganized the divisions of Sarasa and Monagas, while Bermudez recruited his forces in Guayana. Brion brought him 5,000 muskets and a large supply of military stores from the West India Islands. He also effected a reconciliation with Mariño and made him general of the army of Cumaná. The army of the Apure, at the instigation of Colonel Wilson, an Englishman who had joined it with a contingent of volunteers, proclaimed Paez general in chief. This appointment was confirmed by the Llaneros, who adored him, but Paez, taking no notice of this, assisted the Liberator in every way he could. Bolívar then sent General Santander with 1,200 muskets and a group of officers to raise a new army in the province of Casanare from the parties of Patriots scattered on the plains, with orders to threaten the frontier of New Granada, which step had very important results. Santander was a native of New Granada. He had served through all the campaigns of the revolution and was a well-educated man of great intelligence. Bolívar also issued a prophetic proclamation to the people of New Granada: "The day of America has come. No human power can stay the course of nature guided by Providence. Before the sun has again run its annual course, altars to liberty will rise throughout your land." Bolívar's next step was to reascend the Orinoco with 20 vessels and some infantry to reinforce the army of the Apure. He had a friendly interview with Paez, and leaving him in command, returned to Angostura to attend to the claims of civil government. The country was not satisfied with the arbitrary government of one man, and demanded some sort of popular representation. Bolívar calmly reviewed the situation and acquiesced. He reorganized the Council of State, which had fallen to pieces in his absence, and charged it with a convention of a Constituent Congress. An electoral scheme was drawn up on the basis of joining Venezuela and New Granada in one republic, and on the 22nd of October, 1818, Bolívar published this plan in a proclamation, in which, as usual, he renounced all claim to the supreme power, but contradicted himself by saying, "The first day of peace will be the first day of my authority." The world was beginning now to turn its eyes to the great movement in Spanish America. The figure of Bolívar stood forth prominently. San Martin had fought and won the battle of Maipó, and was preparing for the conquest of Peru. O'Higgins wrote from Chile to Bolívar, recognizing him as a champion in the cause of America. "The cause which Chile defends is the same in which Buenos Ayres, New Granada, Mexico, and Venezuela are engaged. It is that of the whole continent of America." Spain solicited the intervention of the European powers to bring about a reconciliation. Bolívar replied by a solemn declaration, "that the Republic of Venezuela, by right divine and human, is emancipated from the Spanish nation; that she neither had solicited, nor would admit, the mediation of the great powers; that she would only treat with Spain as with an equal; and that the people of Venezuela, in defence of their sovereign rights, were resolved to bury themselves under its ruins, if Spain, Europe, and all the world were to unite to keep them under Spanish domination." On the 15th of February, 1819, the second Congress of Venezuela was solemnly installed at Angostura. Into its hands the Dictator resigned his absolute power, and in a speech disclosed for the first time his plan of constitutional organization, the union of Venezuela and New Granada in one nation. He spoke in favour of democratic government, and against the system of federation as organically weak. At the same time he showed that no democracy had ever had the stability of monarchies and aristocracies, and held up the Constitution of England as a model, at once republican and conservative. He proposed an hereditary Senate as the base of the constitutional edifice. In regard to the executive, the idea of a life president, which he had learned from his master, Simón Rodriguez, was in his head, but he dared not as yet propose it. It would not have met with any support. "The executive power in a republic must be strong, for all conspire against it. In a monarchy the power should rest in the legislature, for all conspire in favour of the monarch." On the 10th of February, 1819, Congress unanimously elected him President, and from that day he always respected the liberty and opinions of that body. Although he still remained de facto Dictator, he appealed to them in every emergency. When he abandoned Congress he fell. Congress established a life Senate in place of the hereditary Senate proposed by Bolívar, and adopted a centralized form of government; fixed the presidential term at 4 years, the President being eligible for re-election once but not oftener, and arranged the other public offices on the republican system. This constitution had yet to be submitted to the vote of the people. This was at present impossible, and it never was actually adopted, the framework alone being established. By decree, unlimited powers were granted to the President in all provinces which were the theatre of war, and it was also decreed that the Vice President should have no authority over the armies. This was in fact the creation of a military dictatorship. Bolívar delegated his power to Don Francisco Antonio Zea, with the title of Vice President. Zea being a native of New Granada, this appointment formed a link between the sister colonies. Bolívar then took the field, followed by a battalion of 500 English, under command of Colonel Elson, which had been raised in England in the preceding year. Often have we made mention of European officers and men in the Patriot armies, more especially of Englishmen. Venezuela, in spite of the virile strength of her men, and of their heroic efforts during 8 years of struggle against the disciplined armies of Spain, was the only republic of South America to seek the help of foreign volunteers, and which had in her pay entire corps of foreign soldiers commanded by their own officers. Bolívar was something of a cosmopolitan, and had none of the prejudices of his fellow countrymen against foreigners. More a soldier by instinct than by education, he knew that results are only to be obtained by method and discipline. He saw how San Martin, with an army well organized and well led, had triumphed over the best of the Spanish troops, and understood that he himself needed a more solid nucleus for his armies than the light horsemen of the plains, and a better disciplined infantry to ensure success. Taught by this late disaster, which were all the result both of his own imprudence and of the lack of cohesion in his own troops, he was convinced that without a properly disciplined army, any advantage he might gain would be ephemeral, and that if he did eventually triumph, he would stand as a conqueror over ruins. Learning these lessons, he grew from a mere warrior to be a great captain. Without the science and mathematical precision of San Martin, but with greater boldness and with a heavier crop of laurels. In 1815 endeavours had been made to raise an auxiliary corps of Irish, but it was only in 1817 that a system of enlisting volunteers was instituted in England through the agency of Don Luis Lopez Mendez, who was at that time the representative of Venezuela in London. Without this assistance and efficient cooperation, Bolívar averred that he would never have accomplished nothing in the famous campaign of 1819, for which he was now preparing. The soldiers received a bounty of $80 on enlisting, were paid 2 shillings a day and rations, and were to receive at the conclusion of the war $500 and an allotment of land. In the year 1817, various English and German officers made contracts with Mendez to take to Venezuela organized corps of artillery, lancers, hussars, and rifles. The first expedition to leave England consisted of 120 hussars and lancers under Colonel Hippisley. Their brilliant uniforms gave them more the appearance of a theatrical troupe than a body of soldiers going on active service, nevertheless they became the basis of a corps of regular cavalry. Colonel Wilson and Colonel Skinan organized another corps of cavalry, but Skinan, with 300 men, suffered shipwreck on the coast of France. Campbell took out the nucleus of a battalion of riflemen, which afterwards did good service in Columbia, and a subaltern named Gilmore, with the title of colonel, and with 90 men, formed the basis of a brigade of artillery. Such enlistments were contrary to law in England, but in 1818 and in 1819 the number of volunteers increased considerably. General English, who had gone through the Peninsular War with Wellington, contracted for a division of 1,200 English, which about that time reached the island of Margarita and subsequently became the celebrated Carabobo battalion. The 500 men under Colonel Elsom, who accompanied Bolívar to the Apure, were at first called the British Legion, but were afterwards named the Albion Battalion. Colonel Elsom had also brought out 300 Germans under Colonel Uslar, who had been enlisted at Brussels, which corps was landed at Margarita. General MacGregor, of whom we already know something, brought a foreign legion of 800 men. Besides smaller contingents, General Devereux, who had initiated the idea, brought an Irish legion, in which a son of the great Irish tribune O'Connell was an officer. On hearing of the arrival of General English and others at Margarita, Bolívar sent Urdaneta there to organize them. Urdaneta found 1,200 English and 300 Germans. These troops were destined for operations on the coast of Cumaná and Caracas, but were at this time almost in open mutiny against their officers. They were brought to order by the exertions of Colonel Montilla, who had become reconciled to Bolívar. He was the last of Bolívar's enemies to become reconciled, and from this time to the end stood faithfully by him. Montilla had served in Spain and had travelled much in Europe. He spoke the languages of these foreigners and understood their customs. He was also energetic and possessed of some military skill. These acquirements gave him considerable influence over the auxiliaries, which he turned to good account. On the 30th of January 1819, Morillo paraded 6,500 men in 7 battalions and 16 squadrons, all perfectly equipped, and opened the campaign by advancing on San Fernando. Paez burned that city on his approach, and retired south of the Arauco with 4,000 men, among whom was a squadron of English dragoons. The Royalists dragged canoes with them across the plains, and on the 4th of February forced the passage of the river. Paez then changed his tactics. He sent his infantry to the rear, and remained himself facing the enemy, with 1,500 men well mounted. Morillo saw small parties of the enemy, who hovered on his flanks and rear, but who fled from him over the vast plain whenever they were attacked. He detached Morales with 3,000 men to reconnoitre and to drive in cattle. On the 14th of February one of his squadrons was so occupied, when Paez suddenly rushed upon it with 1,200 men, chased the fugitives to the encampment, charged the reserve, and then retired at full speed. After nightfall he again appeared in the rear. Morillo wearied out his troops in ineffectual pursuit, till after 9 days of marching to and fro upon the immense plain, he retreated to the Apure. He then threw up fresh entrenchments at San Fernando, and making that place his headquarters, detached division to occupy Barinas, Calabozo, and Sombrero. At this juncture Bolívar arrived, and at once assumed the offensive, but had the worst of it in 2 small affairs, and prudently withdrew beyond the Arauco. Again Morillo advanced. On the 3rd of April Paez, with 150 picked horsemen, swam the river and galloped towards the camp. 800 of the Royalist cavalry, with 2 small guns, sallied out to meet him. He slowly retreated, drawing them on to a place called Las Queseras del Medio, where a battalion of infantry lay in ambush by the river. Then splitting his men into groups of 20, he charged the enemy on all sides, forcing them under the fire of the infantry, and recrossed the river with 2 killed and a few wounded, leaving the plain strewn with the dead of the enemy. Morillo again retreated, and the rains put an end to further operations. Note: in January 1891 a number of Venezuelans presented the city of New York with a painting commemorative of this deed of arms, in token of their gratitude for honours paid to the memory of their hero, who died an exile in that city. The painting is thus described in the Tribune: "The canvas is 9.5 by 15.5 feet in size, and was brought to this country mounted and handsomely framed. It represents the famous cavalry manoeuvre of General Paez at the battle of Queseras del Medio. In this battle General Paez took 119 men, about half his force, and started to meet the Spanish cavalry. As the latter advanced, Paez turned his men in full retreat towards a thicket where he had concealed the rest of his force. At the ambuscade Paez suddenly turned and charged the Spaniards, who fled in terror. The artist has pictured the scene at this moment. The General is mounted on a superb horse, which he has pulled sharply back on its haunches as he gives the order 'Vuelvan cara!' face about. On one side are his troops, rough looking fellows, carrying long handled spears. Their clothing, saddles, trappings, and equipment are all characteristic of their country. In the distance the Spanish cavalry are seen charging, in ignorance of the trap into which they are about to fall. The Venezuelan artist, Michelena, who received his education in Paris, has found abundant room for vivid colouring in the tropical landscape and sky, and the gaudy garments of his figures." Bolívar, ever impatient of inactivity, heard at this time that Santander had raised 1,200 infantry and 600 horse in Casanare, and had driven back a Royalist army of 2,300 men under Colonel Barreiro, who had marched against him from New Granada. This gave him an idea. He resolved to cross the Cordillera and save Venezuela by reconquering New Granada. He summoned a council of war, and the idea was received with enthusiasm by his officers. It was decided that Paez, with a part of the army, should attract the attention of Morillo and of the army of New Granada upon the plains of Barinas; that Urdaneta and Montilla should embark the auxiliaries on the vessels of Brion's squadron, and should make a descent on the coast of Caracas, menacing the rear of the Royalist army; while he, with the rest of the army of the Apure, and with the forces of Santander, should cross the Cordillera and capture the capital of New Granada. This was the greatest stroke of strategy that had emanated from the fertile genius of Bolívar. It changed the whole aspect of affairs, and had a similar effect to the passage of the Andes by San Martin. Chapter 42. Chapter 33 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé Mitre, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. Boyaca, Colombia, Carabobo, 1819 to 1822. In order to join Santander in Casanare, Bolívar had to cross an immense plain, covered at this season with water, and had to swim 7 deep rivers, taking his war material with him. Then lay before him the most difficult part of his enterprise, the passage of the snow-covered Cordillera in the depth of winter. All this he accomplished. He joined Santander at the foot of the Andes, at the sources of the river Casanare, on the 11th of June, 1819. His army now comprised 4 battalions of infantry, one of which, the Albion, was composed entirely of English, 2 squadrons of lancers, and 1 of carabineers, with a regiment called the Guides of Apure, part of which was English also. 2,500 men, well armed but nearly naked. Santander led the van with the Casanare division, and entered the mountain defiles by a road which leads to the centre of the province of Tunja. This point was held by Colonel Barreiro with 2,000 infantry and 400 horse, with advanced posts on the Cordillera. A reserve of 1,000 men was stationed at Bogotá, at Cartagena, and in the valley of Cauca. At Cartagena and in the valley of Cauca were other detachments, and there was still another Royalist army at Quito. Bolívar, who had fewer men, trusted much to the effect of surprise, and counted upon the support of the inhabitants. As the invading army left the plains for the mountains the scene changed. The snowy peaks of the eastern range of the Cordillera appeared in the distance, while instead of the peaceful lake through which they had waded they were met by great masses of water tumbling from the heights. The roads ran along the edges of precipices and were bordered by gigantic trees, upon whose tops rested the clouds, which dissolved themselves in incessant rain. After 4 days' march the horses were foundered. An entire squadron of Llaneros deserted on finding themselves on foot. The torrents were crossed on narrow trembling bridges, formed of trunks of trees, or by means of the aerial taravitas. Where they were fordable the current was so strong that the infantry had to pass 2 by 2, with their arms thrown round each other's shoulders, and woe to him who lost his footing, he lost his life too. Bolívar frequently passed and repassed these torrents on horseback, carrying behind him the sick and weakly, or the women who accompanied his men. The temperature was moist and warm, life was supportable by the aid of a little firewood, but as they ascended the mountain the scene changed again. Immense rocks piled one upon another, and hills of snow bounded the view on every side. Below lay the clouds, veiling the depths of the abyss. An ice-cold wind cut through the stoutest clothing. At these heights no other noise is heard than that of the roaring torrents left behind, and the scream of the condor circling round the snowy peaks above. Vegetation disappears, only lichens are to be seen clinging to the rocks, and a tall plant bearing plumes instead of leaves, and crowned with yellow flowers, like to a funeral torch. To make the scene more dreary yet, the path was marked out by crosses erected in memory of travellers who had perished by the way. On entering this glacial region the provisions gave out, the cattle they had brought with them as their chief resource could go no further. They reached the summit by the Paya Pass, where a battalion could hold an entire army in check. It was held by an outpost of 300 men, who were dislodged by the vanguard under Santander without much difficulty. Now the men began to murmur, and Bolívar called a council of war, to which he showed that still greater difficulties yet lay before them, and asked if they would persevere or not. All were of the opinion that they should go on, a decision which infused fresh spirit into the weary troops. In this passage more than 100 men died of cold, 50 of whom were English; no horse had survived. It was necessary to leave the spare arms and even some of those that were carried by the soldiers. It was a mere skeleton of an army which reached the beautiful valley of Sagamoso, in the heart of the province of Tunja, on the 6th July, 1819. From this point Bolívar sent back assistance to the stragglers left behind, collected horses, detached parties to scour the country around, and communicated with some few guerillas who still roamed around. The enemy, knowing nothing of his numbers, took up strong positions and remained on the defensive. But Bolívar could not remain long inactive. Barreiro occupied a position which commanded the main road to Bogotá. It was necessary to attack him before he could receive reinforcements from that city or from Morillo. No sooner had he his army once more in hand, than by a skilful flank movement Bolívar established himself on Barreiro's rear, in a country abounding in resources. The Royalists were forced to evacuate their entrenchments, and a hard-fought but indecisive action took place in the swamps of Vargas on the 25th July, after which Bolívar recrossed the Sagamoso river and forced Barreiro to again change his position. Then, deceiving him by a retreat in the daytime, he rapidly countermarched by night, and on the 5th August captured the city of Tunja, where he found good store of arms and war material, and placed himself between Barreiro's force and the army of Bogotá. Barreiro, finding his communications cut, marched resolutely on the capital, but it was too late. Bolívar had command of all the roads, and seeing that the Royalists were advancing by the shortest route, which crossed the small river Boyacá by a bridge, he posted his army on the right bank and waited for them. The battle on the 7th August commenced upon the bridge itself, where the Spanish skirmishers were driven back. Barreiro then formed his infantry in columns, with cavalry on the flanks, throwing out a battalion of light infantry on the right, whose fire might enfilade the attacking column of the Patriots. The Patriot centre and right wing drove in an advanced party of Royalist infantry, and crossing a shallow stream threw themselves upon the left flank of the Royalist army, while the left wing and the cavalry attacked in front. The Royalist cavalry fled, the infantry retreated to a fresh position, but on a second attack threw down their arms. The vanguard, under Santander, accounted for all who were not with the main body. The victory was complete. Anzuategui, who led the infantry of the right and centre, and Rondon, who led the final charge of the Llanero horse, were the heroes of the day. The English auxiliaries were seen for the first time under fire, and showed that British solidity for which they were always famous. The trophies of the victory were 1,600 prisoners, including Barreiro himself, and 37 officers, 100 killed, and all the artillery and small arms. Boyacá is, after Maipó, the great battle of South America. It gave the preponderance to the Patriot arms in the north of the continent, as Maipó had done in the south. It gave New Granada to the Patriots, and isolated Morillo in Venezuela. Bogotá was panic-stricken. Sámano fled with 200 men to Cartagena, abandoning the archives and nearly $1 million in the treasury. The rest of the garrison retreated under Colonel Calzada to the north. Bolívar, with a small escort, entered the capital in triumph on the 10th of August, amid the shouts and blessing of the populace. This victory was not stained with blood. Bolívar was no longer the man of 1813 and 1814. He shot one only of the prisoners he took, the man who had headed the mutiny at Puerto Cabello in 1812. By incessant activity he soon became master of the whole country, which responded with enthusiasm to his call. He raised new battalions and organized a fresh army to make head against Morillo. Where Bolívar triumphed there could be no lack of honours. Washington and San Martin avoided ostentatious demonstrations of gratitude, but Bolívar delighted in them. The municipality of Bogotá gave him a cross of honour, a triumphal entry, and a crown of laurel. A picture of liberty supported by Bolívar was set up in the council chamber, and it was decreed that the anniversary of the great battle should be celebrated forever. The crown of laurel sat well upon his head. Upon that of Washington it would have been a caricature. But great as was Bolívar's vanity, there was room also in his head for great ideas. Making use of the ample powers conferred upon him by the Congress of Venezuela, he founded the Republic of Colombia, which was the dream of his life, and named Santander Vice President of New Granada. During a temporary absence of Bolívar, Santander shot the 38 Royalist officers who were taken prisoners at Boyacá, with Barreiro at their head, and finished off the hecatomb with a countryman who had protested against it on seeing the blood-stained benches. Santander justified his cruelty by saying that it was done in retaliation of similar barbarities committed by Barreiro, but some said it was done in revenge for the death of his mother, occasioned by the privations she had suffered while hiding herself from the persecutions of Sámano. Bolívar returned to Angostura on the 11th of December, and found that affairs had greatly changed there during his absence. Zea had been deposed by a revolution, and Arismendi was now Vice President. Mariño was General-in-Chief, and he himself was branded as a deserter for having undertaken the reconquest of New Granada without authority from Congress. The news of Boyacá had fallen as a thunderbolt among the disaffected, and his return quelled them utterly. He acted with great magnanimity, pardoned everything, resumed his authority, and announced to Congress the union of Venezuela and New Granada, calling upon it to give legal consistency to an accomplished fact. Congress, enlarged by the addition of 5 New Granadian deputies from the province of Casanare, decreed the establishment of the Republic of Colombia in 3 great departments, Venezuela, Quito, and Cundinamarca, each ruled by a vice president. A new city, which should be called Bolívar, was to be the capital. The tricoloured flag, raised by Miranda in 1806, was to be the flag of the new nation. A Constituent Congress was convened to assemble at Cúcuta on the frontier of Venezuela. Bolívar was named Provisional President of Colombia, Santander Vice President of Cundinamarca, and Roccio Vice President of Venezuela. The day of the installation of the Republic was fixed for the 25th of December. This great political business being settled, war again called for the attention of the Liberator. The Spanish armies in the north and west of Venezuela, and in Quito and Cartagena, amounted altogether to nearly 20,000 men, and reinforcements were expected from Spain. The new Republic was still beset by dangers, while the strength of the country was well nigh exhausted. Urdaneta and Montilla had been unfortunate in their expedition. Urdaneta captured Barcelona on the 17th of July, but being there attacked by very superior forces, was compelled to re-embark his men and retire to Paria, where with some reinforcements he made an attack on Cumaná on the 5th of August, but was beaten off and withdrew to Maturin with a greatly diminished force. MacGregor took Portobello on the 10th of April, but was soon after driven out again with heavy loss. On the 5th of October he took Rio Hacha, but the conduct of his troops was so bad that the citizens rose in arms against them and forced him to re-embark. Happily at this time the 1st Division of the Irish Legion, 1,200 strong, reached the island of Margarita. Bolívar placed them under the command of Montilla, with orders to threaten Cartagena and cooperate with the army of New Granada on the lower Magdalena, while the army of the Apure advanced from the plains of Caracas upon the capital. Paez had invaded Barinas with cavalry, but was soon forced to retire, after which Diaz captured 10 armed flecheras on the Apure river, and on the 30th of September the Patriots retook San Fernando, which gave them complete command of the Orinoco. Morillo, thunderstruck by the invasion of New Granada, remained inactive at Calabozo, and simply detached La Torre with 1,000 men to the valley of Cúcuta, whence he was driven back by the division under Soublette, which crossed the hills against him from Pamplona. Soublette then joined Paez on the plains in his advance upon Caracas. Bolívar reinforced them with 2 battalions of infantry, one of which was English, and sent a strong column of Venezuelan troops, under Colonel Valdez, to the south of New Granada, in order to act against Quito. Morillo, uncertain what to do, confined his attention to securing his base of operations in the western provinces of Venezuela. Happily for America, and for Spain also, the reinforcements expected from Europe never arrived. They could but have prolonged the struggle. The revolution of 1820 prevented them from leaving the mother country. The new policy of Spain was felt as much in the north as in the south of the continent. At the same time that San Martin broke up the armistice of Miraflores, Bolívar signed one with Morillo at Trujillo. When negotiations for peace recommenced at Punchauca, hostilities were renewed in Venezuela. The armistice signed by Bolívar and Morillo on the 25th of November, 1820, was of great service to the Patriots, giving them much needed breathing time, in which the country recovered somewhat from the exhaustion produced by the long continuance of the struggle, and the institutions of the new Republic became to some degree consolidated. Now that the establishment of constitutional government in Spain gave hope of a possible reconciliation, commissioners were sent to the mother country to treat for peace, and Morillo, despairing of ultimate success, resigned his command and returned to Europe, leaving La Torre as General-in-Chief of the Royalist armies. The armistice was badly observed by both parties, more especially so by the Patriots. While it was still in force, and while the commissioners from Columbia were at Madrid, on the 28th of January, 1821, the province of Maracaibo declared itself independent and made overtures for a union with the Republic of Colombia. La Torre declared that he should look upon the occupation of this province by the Patriots as an act of hostility. Bolívar acknowledged that such would be the case, but stated that the revolution itself was an accomplished fact, and as such he had a right to support it. The armistice was accordingly declared to be at an end on the 28th of April, 1821. During this interval of repose the Patriot armies had been considerably strengthened. While the armistice still lasted, Montilla had taken Rio Hacha and Santa Marta, and was now besieging Cartagena with 3,000 men. Bolívar had 5,000 men at Barinas, and Paez was in his rear with 4,000 more. Bermudez with 2,000 men threatened Caracas from the east. The army of New Granada held the valley of the Magdalena. La Torre had 9,000 men besides the garrisons of the towns on the coast, but his communications were interrupted by the revolution in Maracaibo. Bermudez, after retaking Caracas and meeting with varied fortune in desultory skirmishes, was compelled to retire, but his cooperations were of great effect in occupying the attention of a considerable portion of the Royalist army. Bolívar established his headquarters at San Carlos, where he was joined by Urdaneta's division and part of the cavalry of the Army of the Apure, and then marched with 6,000 men in search of the enemy. La Torre had 5,000 men under his immediate orders, including a strong body of cavalry commanded by Morales, but uncertain of Bolívar's intentions, he detached 2 battalions of infantry and 1 squadron of cavalry to reinforce a Royalist division which was stationed at Barquisimeto, thus materially weakening his force on the eve of a decisive action. The rest of his army he drew up on the wide plain of Carabobo, at the foot of the passes leading through the Cordillera. Bolívar, after surprising the principal pass on the 23rd June, occupied the heights looking down upon the plains. He could only descend at the risk of having his troops cut up in detail before they could deploy on open ground. As Bolívar hesitated, a guide told him of another road which would lead him to the flank of the enemy. The next morning he detached Paez with 1,500 horse, the Apure battalion, and the British Legion, to attack the right flank of the Royalists, while he, with the bulk of the army, remained on the heights, ready to descend by the main pass when the coast was clear. The exit from the smaller pass was through a belt of woods and across a stream commanded by a hillock, which was occupied by a detachment of Royalists. The Apure battalion was in front, led by Paez in person. La Torre, with 3 battalions, and under cover of a heavy fire of artillery, attacked this battalion as it left the pass, and threw it into disorder, but the British Legion, led by Colonel Ferrier, came quickly to its assistance, deployed in line, and with the front rank kneeling, poured in so heavy a fire that the advance of the Royalists was checked. The Apure rallied, and the cavalry charged on the right flank. Ferrier, having burned all his cartridges, led on his men with the bayonet and drove the enemy before him, while the Llanero horse rode them down, and their ranks were disordered by the flights of their own cavalry. 1 battalion stubbornly kept its formation and repulsed every charge made upon it during a retreat of 20 miles, until it rejoined the rest of the routed army, which took refuge in Puerto Cabello. Note: the following account of the Battle of Carabobo was written by an officer of the British Legion, and was published in All Year Round. "We halted at dusk on the 23rd at the foot of the ridge. The rain fell in torrents all night, and reminded us of the night before Waterloo. Next morning the sky was cloudless when we stood to arms, and presently Bolívar sent us the order to advance. We were moving to get round the enemy's right flank, where his guns and infantry were partly hidden by trees and broken ground. Bolívar, after reconnoitring, ordered us to attack by a deep ravine between the Spanish infantry and artillery. The enemy's guns opened fire, and our men began to fall. Meantime the bravos de Apure had advanced within pistol shot of the Spaniards, and received such a murderous volley from 3,000 muskets that they broke and fled back in disorder upon us. It was a critical moment, but we managed to keep our ground till the fugitives had got round our ranks back into the ravine, and then our grenadier company, gallantly led by Captain Minchin, formed up and poured in their fire upon the Spaniards, who were only a few paces from them. Checked by this volley, the enemy fell back a little, while our men, pressing eagerly on, formed and delivered their fire, company after company. Receding before our fire and the long line of British bayonets, the Spaniards fell back to the position from which they had rushed in pursuit of the Apure bravos. But from thence they kept up a tremendous fire upon us, which we returned as rapidly as we could. As they outnumbered us in the ratio of 4 to 1, and were strongly posted and supported by guns, we waited for reinforcements before storming their position. Not a man, however, came to help us, and after an hour passed in this manner our ammunition failed. It then really seemed to be all over with us. We tried as best as we could to make signals of our distress, the men kept springing their ramrods, and Colonel Thomas Ferrier, our commanding officer, apprised General Paez of our situation and called on him to get up a supply of cartridges. It came at last, but by this time many of our officers and men had fallen, and among them Colonel Ferrier. You may imagine we were not long in breaking open the ammunition boxes. The men numbered off anew, and after delivering a couple of volleys we prepared to charge. At this moment our cavalry, passing as before by our right flank, charged, with General Paez at their head. They went on very gallantly, but soon came galloping back, and passed again to our rear, without having done any execution on the enemy, while they had themselves suffered considerably. Why Bolívar at this time, and indeed during the period since our first advance, sent us no support, I have never been able to guess. Whatever the motive, it is certain that the 2nd and 3rd Divisions of the army quietly looked on while we were being slaughtered, and made no attempt to help us. The curses of our men were loud and deep, but seeing that they must not expect any help, they made up their minds to carry the enemy's position or perish. Out of 900 men we had not above 600 left. Captain Scott, who succeeded Colonel Ferrier, had fallen, and had bequeathed the command to Captain Minchin, and the colours of the regiment had 7 times changed hands, and had been literally cut to ribbons, and dyed with the blood of the gallant fellows who carried them. But in spite of all this, the word was passed to charge with the bayonet, and on we went, keeping our line as steady as on a parade day, and with a loud hurrah we were upon them. I must do the Spaniards the justice to say that they met us gallantly, and the struggle was for a brief time fierce, and the event doubtful; but the bayonet in the hands of British soldiers, more especially such a forlorn hope as we were, is irresistible. The Spaniards, 5 to 1 as they were, began to give ground, and at last broke and fled. Then it was, and not till then, that 2 companies of the Tiradores came up to our help, and our cavalry, hitherto of little use, fiercely pursued the retreating enemy. The remains of the corps passed before the Liberator with trailed arms at double quick, and received with a cheer, but without halting, his words, "Salvadores de mi patria." This battle, the complement of that of Boyacá, which has been called the Colombian Waterloo, secured for ever the independence of Venezuela and New Granada, as Maipó and the expedition to Peru had secured that of the South, the 3 battles combining to prepare the definitive triumph of the emancipation of South America. The Bolívar entered Caracas for the 2nd time in triumph. No one could now deny him the glory of being the liberator of his country. His retention of the supreme power, both civil and military, was more than ever a necessity. This was exactly the moment he chose for another resignation, but there was a reason for it. The Constituent Congress was convened at Cúcuta on the 6th of May. It was composed entirely of civilians, of whom the greater number were lawyers, and was radically republican, opposed both to the abuses of military rule and to the anti-democratic theories of the Liberator. His resignation was thus at once a protest against accusations made against him, and an indirect way of influencing public opinion. Congress took no notice of his resignation, but quietly debated and enacted the Constitution of Columbia. It decided that the President should hold office for 4 years and should not be eligible for re-election; that the General in Chief of the army should, while on active service, have no political power, which was equivalent to the abolition of the military dictatorship; and that the Constitution should not be reformed for 10 years. It only adopted the ideas of Bolívar in one respect, which was in the establishment of a centralized system of government. His plans of a life presidency and of an hereditary Senate, as also the life Senate decreed by the Congress of Angostura, were rejected. Bogotá was declared the capital of the Republic. Bolívar, "as he feared," was named President, and Santander Vice President. Bolívar repeated his resignation, but added that he would yield if Congress persisted. Congress did persist, upon which he made an eloquent speech, in which he said, "A man such as I am is a dangerous citizen under a popular government. I wish to be a simple citizen in order to be free, and that all may be so likewise." The Dictator of Columbia, reduced in theory to the position of a constitutional president, showed on this occasion, as on all others, that though ambitious he was not a despot, and had no wish to be. He swore the Constitution and proclaimed it, and devoting himself to his military duties, left the administration in the hands of the Vice President, but on the 9th of October, 1821, he procured the passage of a law by Congress which gave him absolute power over the army, and empowered him to organize, as he pleased, the provinces he might liberate until he saw fit to place them under the Constitution of the Republic. On the 1st of October, 1821, Cartagena capitulated to Montilla after a siege of 14 months. The provinces of Panama and Veraguas, situate on the isthmus, immediately declared themselves independent, and announced their intention of joining the Republic of Columbia. On the 28th of November the fortresses of Chagres and Portobello fell into the hands of the Patriots. In Venezuela the Spaniards, with 5,000 men, now held only Cumaná and Puerto Cabello on the windward coast. In order to round off the territory of Columbia, it was now only necessary to subjugate Quito. Thither converged the victorious armies of Bolívar from the north, and those of San Martin from the south. San Martin was already in possession of one half of Peru, and had one foot on Guayaquil. On the 1st of August, 1822, Bolívar left Cúcuta for the south. Before going he divided Venezuela into 3 military departments under Mariño, Páez, and Bermudez, placing them under the superior orders of Soublette. On the 16th of October Cumaná surrendered to Bermudez. Puerto Cabello was still held by a Royalist garrison of 4,000 men under Morales, who at this time succeeded La Torre in command. Morales displayed such activity and energy as for a time changed the aspect of the war. With 12,000 men he went by sea to Maracaibo, took that city on the 7th of September, and on the 12th of November routed a division of 1,000 men under Montilla. Then he overran the province of Santa Marta, and on the 3rd of December occupied the province of Coro. But in January, 1823, Santa Marta was retaken by Montilla, and Coro by Soublette. Colonel Padilla, with a Patriot flotilla, which had greatly aided in the capture of Cartagena, entered Lake Maracaibo under the fire of the forts, and on the 24th of July totally defeated the Spanish squadron which was there stationed. On the 3rd of August Morales capitulated. Puerto Cabello was taken by assault by Páez on the 7th and 8th of October, 1823, and the war in this part of the continent was at an end. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. The War in Quito, 1821–1822. After the Battle of Boyacá, the defeated Royalists had retired to the highland provinces of Pasto and Patia in the south of Columbia, and were there strongly reinforced by Aymerich, Captain General of Quito. General Valdez was sent against them with 3 battalions of infantry, one of which was the Albion. On the 6th of June, 1820, Valdez was attacked by 1,100 infantry under Calzada at the town of Pitayo, to the northwest of Popayán. His vanguard was driven in, but the Albion re-established the fight and decided the day by an impetuous charge with the bayonet. The Royalists retreated to Patia. Valdez, being reinforced, then occupied the city of Popayán with an army of 2,300 men, which was soon reduced to 1,000 by sickness and desertion. Then, in January, 1821, in obedience to positive orders from Bolívar, he marched into the province of Pasto. The Patianos, as was their custom, gave him free passage, but closed in upon his rear, cutting his communications with Popayán. He marched upon the city of Pasto, surrounded by enemies. Colonel Garcia, who had succeeded Calzada in command, waited for him with 850 men in the pass of Jenay, and on the 2nd of February completely defeated him. The Albion battalion suffered very heavily in this action, and it was only the armistice of Trujillo which saved Valdez from total destruction. On the resumption of hostilities, General Torres, who had succeeded Valdez in command, was forced by Garcia to shut himself up in Popayán. He afterwards marched with 1,800 men upon Pasto, but suffered such heavy losses by sickness and desertion that he was compelled to retreat, and in August he abandoned Popayán. The Royalists of Patia and Pasto, aided from Quito, might have prolonged the war indefinitely, but that the operations of San Martin and Cochrane threw their base open to attack, and the revolutions of Guayaquil cut off all communication between Quito and the Pacific. Bolívar saw this, and as Quito was not included in the Armistice of Trujillo, determined to attack from the south as well as from the north, and at the same time open for himself a road to Pacific. Looking about for an officer to whom he could entrust the undertaking, he chose General Sucre, who was at that time Minister of War of the Republic of Columbia. Sucre was a native of Cumaná, had received a scientific education, and had served from his early youth in all the campaigns of the revolution of Venezuela, under Miranda, Piar, and Bolívar. Bolívar said of him, "Sucre has the best organized head in all Columbia." San Martin, who never met him, wrote of him in after years that he was one of the most noteworthy men produced by the Republic of Columbia, and of greater military skill than even Bolívar himself. The mission confided to Sucre was both political and military. He was to aid the new state of Guayaquil against the Royalists, and was to induce her to join the Republic of Columbia. At Popayán he collected 1,000 of the dispersed troops and reached Guayaquil by sea in May, 1821. He found that the majority of the people were in favour of the union with Peru, and that they had already suffered defeat in their first brush with the Royalists. At this juncture the flotilla and a battalion of native troops revolted in the name of the King. Sucre put down the movement, and thus became master of the situation and commander-in-chief of all the forces. At the head of a combined army, Sucre then marched against the Royalists, who under Aymerich were descending the mountain slopes from Quito in 2 separate columns. One of these columns he totally defeated at Yahuachí on the 19th of August, and compelled the other, which was led by Aymerich himself, to return to Quito with heavy loss. He then ascended the slopes of Chimborazo and occupied the plateau of Ambato, but was here attacked by Colonel González with very superior forces, and was completely defeated, with a loss of 300 killed and 640 prisoners. He himself was wounded, and returned to his former position with a remnant of his force. Here he was fortunately reinforced by a battalion of 500 Colombian infantry, and as Aymerich did not follow up the victory, held his ground till on the 20th of November he arranged an armistice of 90 days. At this time the Royalists, whose total force of regular troops amounted to 3,000 men, in the provinces of Cuenca, Quito, and Pasto, received a reinforcement of 800 men under General Murgeón, who had been appointed Viceroy of New Granada on the death of Sámano. Murgeón had arrived from Europe at Puerto Cabello with a smaller force, which being increased by La Torre, he led across the isthmus to Panama, whence he went by sea to Atacames, and from there marched for 60 miles through a dense forest, and then over the Cordillera to Quito, where he arrived on the 24th of December, 1821, and took the command. When New Granada was secure, Bolívar wrote to O'Higgins that "the Army of Columbia was about to march on Quito with orders to co-operate with the Argentine Chileno army in their operations against Lima," but after that, affairs in the north distracted his attention. After the fall of Cartagena he wrote to San Martin proposing to take 4,000 men across the isthmus and by sea to Peru, to aid him in crushing the Royalists in the centre of their power, leaving them in their positions on the equatorial Andes till afterwards. But the defeat suffered by Sucre and the arrival of Murgeón determined him first of all to prosecute the war in the south of Columbia. Under the name of the Columbian Guard, Bolívar had organized an army with which he incorporated at Popayán the remnants of the division of General Torres, raising his total force to about 3,000 men. During his march to a hostile country he was compelled to leave 1,000 sick in the hospitals, and with the rest reached the frontiers of Quito on the 24th of August, 1822. Avoiding a conflict with the Pastusos, which had so often proved fatal to the Patriot arms, he turned to the right and tried to find a pass over the river Guaitara, a mountain torrent whose course lies at the bottom of an almost impassable abyss. Finding one suspension bridge cut, he marched to the left in search of another, and on the 7th April came upon the Royalist army under Garcia, strongly posted between the river and the volcano of Pasto. It was already past noon, but Bolívar, seeing that to retreat was impossible, attacked the enemy at once. He drew up his army on the plain of Bomboná, and sent a column against the left wing of the enemy, where the ground presented fewer difficulties than on their right and centre. This column being repulsed, then attacked the centre of the position and was almost annihilated in the attempt to force its way through an abatis which covered this part of the Royalist line. Meantime another column, directed against the right wing of the Royalists, had detached a battalion of light infantry, which climbed the face of the mountain and secured a commanding position on the flank of the enemy, on which Bolívar made another attack upon the centre with a battalion drawn from the reserve. This attack was also repulsed, but when night came on, the Royalists hurriedly retreated, abandoning their artillery. The Patriots were left masters of the field, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. They had lost 600 men in killed and wounded, while the loss of the Royalists was not over 250. Bolívar remained for 8 days encamped on the plateau of Bomboná, and then retreated, leaving 300 sick and wounded behind him. During the retreat his losses were very heavy, but at Patia he received reinforcements from Popayán. The climate and the people were both against him. 2 months he remained inactive, uncertain what to do, when news reached him that Sucre, aided by a contingent of Argentine Peruvian troops sent to his assistance by San Martin, had taken Quito. The moment had arrived in which the two revolutions of the north and of the south of the continent joined hands on the equator, in accordance with the plan of San Martin. On the eve of setting out on his first expedition against Quito, Sucre had written to San Martin asking for his co-operation. After his defeat at Ambato he wrote again, this time to the Peruvian Minister of War, showing the danger which threatened Guayaquil. From Columbia he received a reinforcement of 500 men, but this was quite insufficient to enable him to take the field. Again he wrote to the Protector of Peru, and San Martin now resolved to give him efficient help. General Arenales, who was President of the Department of Trujillo, had a division stationed on the Peruvian frontier of Quito. San Martin sent him orders to march with it to the assistance of Sucre. Arenales was ill and declined the command, which was then bestowed upon Colonel Santa Cruz, and by a convention the Republic of Columbia undertook to pay the troops, and to supply the places of all who might fall in war. The auxiliary division consisted of about 1,200 men, among them being one squadron of the mounted grenadiers, under command of Lieutenant Colonel Juan Lavalle. Sucre left Guayaquil with such troops as he had, and joined the auxiliaries in the province of Cuenca in February 1822, forming an army of 2,000 men, and in March went in search of the enemy. While on the march, Colonel Santa Cruz received a despatch from the Government of Peru directing him to withdraw from the army at once with his contingent, which strange order arose from the misunderstanding concerning Guayaquil. Santa Cruz showed the despatch to Sucre, who forbade him to act upon it, telling him that he was no longer under the orders of the Protector. Fortunately the officers of the contingent upheld the authority of Sucre, whose firmness on this occasion prevented a great disaster, and a few days later a despatch was received from San Martin himself cancelling the order. The situation of the Royalists was now very difficult. The army of Quito, though numbering 2,000 good soldiers, was isolated and might defend the mountain passes, but was powerless to take the offensive. The affair at Bomboná had greatly depressed the spirits of the Pastusos. Murgeón had died of despair on seeing the untoward course of events, and Aymerich was again in command. Aymerich detached Colonel Lopez with 1,500 men to protect the western passes. Lopez stationed himself at Riobamba, but was outmaneuvered by Sucre, who entered the valley at the foot of Chimborazo. In accordance with his instructions, Lopez avoided an action, and slowly retreated from one impregnable position to another, till on the 21st April, 1822, Sucre managed to gain his rear by an undefended pass. The Royalists retreated to another position behind the town of Riobamba. As they were marching, Lavalle took advantage of a faulty manoeuvre, and with 96 grenadiers charged the whole of their cavalry, 420 in number, and drove them in confusion upon the positions held by their infantry. Then, retreating at full trot, he was joined by 30 Columbian dragoons. The Royalist horse having rallied, came down upon him at full gallop, upon which he wheeled round, charged them again, and completely routed them, with a loss of 52 killed and 40 wounded. 1 Argentine and 1 Columbian were killed and 20 were wounded, and the Royalist horse were of no further use in that campaign. The infantry continued their retreat to the inaccessible position of Jalupano. Then Sucre, by a flank march of 4 days over the snow-covered heights of Cotopaxi, gained the valley of Chilló, 14 miles from Quito, but found the enemy again in an inaccessible position between him and the city. On the night of the 23rd May, during heavy rain, the Patriot army defiled by a narrow road, covered with loose stones, over the slopes of the volcano of Pichincha, and at 8 o'clock the next morning reached the heights overlooking the city of Quito, where the steep mountain side below them was covered by a forest of trees and brushwood. Before the whole army had reached this position, the Royalists had ascended the mountain side and rushed out of the forest upon the 2nd Battalion of Peru, which led the van. Colonel Olazabal, who was in command, stubbornly held his ground till his ammunition was exhausted. The position was held by one battalion after another, as it came up, so long as any cartridges were left, but the reserve ammunition was far in the rear, and the Royalists gained ground. A Columbian regiment charged with the bayonet and recovered the position. Then the Royalists, advancing under shelter of the trees, endeavoured to turn the left flank of the Patriots, but were in their turn taken in flank by 3 companies of the Albion battalion, and driven back in confusion. Colonel Cordova then brought up his regiment of Columbian infantry, and, with the aid of the Albion, drove the Royalists down the steep mountain side in utter rout. On such ground the cavalry on neither side could come into action, but the Royalist horse, drawn up as a reserve in the suburbs of the city, were attacked later on by the Patriot cavalry and dispersed. Sucre then summoned the city to surrender. Next day, the 25th May, 1822, Aymerich capitulated. The Royalists lost 160 officers and 1,100 men taken prisoners, 400 killed and 190 wounded, 14 guns and all their flags. The Patriots had 200 killed, of whom half belonged to the auxiliaries from Peru, and 140 wounded. The victory of Pichincha was the seal of the Continental Alliance, and concluded the war in the north. García, with his isolated force, capitulated to Bolívar, but the indomitable Pastusos refused to lay down their arms till García appealed to Padilla, Bishop of Popayán, who had hitherto, both by his preaching and by his example, encouraged them in their fanatic loyalty to the King of Spain. Thanks to Bishop Padilla, a capitulation was agreed upon, by which these brave mountaineers were secured in possession of all their local laws and customs. The Liberator entered Pasto in triumph, and thence, on the 8th of June, addressed a bulletin to the Colombian people. "From the banks of the Orinoco to the Andes of Peru, the liberating army, marching from one triumph to another, has covered with its protecting arms the whole of Columbia. Share with me the ocean of joy which bathes my heart, and raise in your own hearts altars to this army which has conquered for you glory, peace, and liberty." This deification of the armies of Columbia inaugurated Pretorianism in South America, which was soon to press heavily upon the independent States, and was to bring the career of Bolívar to an end. The soldiery began to look upon the people they had freed as upon men whom they had conquered. The victors of Pichincha declared that Quito was annexed to Columbia. The municipality protested and were banished from the city. Nevertheless, Bolívar, on his arrival, was received with enthusiasm. On the 16th June he made a triumphal entry, and was presented with a laurel wreath of gold, the third he had received in commemoration of his victories. The two liberators of the North and of the South were now about to meet on the dividing line of their several campaigns. Their triumphant armies converged upon Peru. History presents no other example of so vast a military combination, carried out with steady perseverance for 12 long years, ending in the concentration of the forces of an entire continent upon one strategic point, which concentration gave the final victory. CHAPTER XLV.